Trunk music by Michael Connelly. Copyright 1996 by Hieronymus Incorporated and performance copyright 1996 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. Trunk music. 1. As he drove along Mulholland Drive toward the Cahuenga Pass, Bosch began to hear the music. It came to him in fragments of strings and errant horn sequences, echoing off the brown, summer-dried hills and blurred by the white noise of traffic carrying up from the Hollywood freeway. Nothing he could identify. All he knew was that he was heading toward its source. He slowed when he saw the cars parked off to the side of a gravel turnoff road. 2 detective sedans and a patrol car. Bosch pulled his caprice in behind them and got out. A single officer in uniform leaned against the fender of the patrol car. Yellow plastic crime scene tape, the stuff used by the miles in Los Angeles, was strung from the patrol car's side view mirror across the gravel road to the sign posted on the other side. The sign said, in black on white letters that were almost indistinguishable behind the graffiti that covered the sign, LAFD Fire Control, Mountain Fire District Road. No public admittance, no smoking. The patrol cop, a large man with sun-reddened skin and blond, bristly hair, straightened up as Bosch approached. The first thing Bosch noted about him, other than his size, was the baton. It was holstered in a ring on his belt, and the business end of the club was marred, the black acrylic paint scratched away to reveal the aluminum beneath. Street fighters wore their battle-scarred sticks proudly as a sign, a not-so-subtle warning. This cop was a headbanger, no doubt about it. The plate above the cop's breast pocket said his name was Powers. He looked down at Bosch through Ray-Bans, though it was well into dusk and a sky of burnt-orange clouds reflected in his mirrored lenses. It was one of those sundowns that reminded Bosch of the glow the fires of the riots had put in the sky a few years back. "Harry Bosch," Powers said with a touch of surprise. "When did you get back on the table?" Bosch looked at him a moment before answering. He didn't know Powers, but that didn't mean anything. Bosch's story was probably known by every cop in Hollywood Division. "Just did," Bosch said. He didn't make any move to shake hands. You didn't do that at crime scenes. "First case back in the saddle, huh?" Bosch took out a cigarette and lit it. It was a direct violation of department policy, but it wasn't something he was worried about. "Something like that." He changed the subject. "Who's down there?" "Edgar and the new one from Pacific, his soul sister." "Ryder." "Whatever." Bosch said nothing further about that. He knew what was behind the contempt in the uniform cop's voice. It didn't matter that he knew Kismine Ryder had the gift and was a top-notch investigator. That would mean nothing to Powers, even if Bosch told him it was so. Powers probably saw only one reason why he was still wearing a blue suit instead of carrying a detective's gold badge, that he was a white man in an era of female and minority hiring and promotion. It was the kind of festering sore better left undisturbed. Powers apparently registered Bosch's non-response as disagreement and went on. "Anyway, they told me to let Emmy and Sid drive on down when they get here. I guess they're done with the search, so you can drive down instead of walking, I guess." It took a second for Bosch to register that Powers was referring to the medical examiner and the scientific investigation division. He'd said the names like they were a couple invited to a picnic. Bosch stepped out to the pavement, dropped the half-cigarette, and made sure he put it out with his shoe. It wouldn't be good to start a brush fire on his first job back with the homicide table. "I'll walk it," he said. "What about Lieutenant Billets?" "Not here yet." Bosch went back to his car and reached in through the open window for his briefcase. He then walked back to Powers. "You the one who found it?" "That was me." Powers was proud of himself. "How'd you open it?" "Keep a Slim Jim in the car. Open the door, then pop the trunk." "Why?" "The smell. It was obvious." "Wear gloves?" "Nope, didn't have any." "What did you touch?" Powers had to think about it for a moment. "Door handle, the trunk pull. That'd be about it." "Did Edgar or Ryder take a statement? You write something up?" "Nothing yet." Bosch nodded. Listen, Powers, I know you're all proud of yourself, but next time, don't open the car, okay? We all want to be detectives, but not all of us are. That's how crime scenes get fucked up, and I think you know that. Bosch watched the cop's face turn a dark shade of crimson and the skin go tight around his jaw. Listen, Bosch, he said, what I know is that if I just call this in as a suspicious vehicle that smells like there's a stiff in the trunk, then you people would have said, what the fuck does Powers know? And left it there to rot in the sun until there was nothing left of your goddamn crime scene. That might be true, but see, then that would be our fuck-up to make. Instead, we've got you fucking us up before we start. Powers remained angry, but mute. Bosch waited a beat, ready to continue the debate before dismissing it. Can you lift the tape now, please? Powers stepped back to the tape. He was about 35, Bosch guessed, and had the long, practiced swagger of a street veteran. In L.A., that swagger came to you quick, like it had in Vietnam. Powers held the yellow tape up, and Bosch walked under. As he passed, the cop said, "Don't get lost." "Good one, Powers. You got me there." The fire road was one lane and overgrown at its sides with brush that came as high as Bosch's waist. There was trash and broken glass strewn along the gravel, the trespassers' answer to the sign at the gate. Bosch knew the road was probably a favorite midnight haunt for teenagers from the city below. The music grew louder as he went further in, but he still could not identify it. About a quarter-mile in, he came to a gravel-bedded clearing that he guessed was a staging point for firefighting apparatus in the event that a brush fire broke out in the surrounding hills. Today it would serve as a crime scene. On the far side of the clearing, Bosch saw a white Rolls-Royce silver cloud. Standing near it were his two partners, Ryder and Edgar. Ryder was sketching the crime scene on a clipboard, while Edgar worked with a tape measure and called out measurements. Edgar saw Bosch and gave an acknowledging wave with a latex-gloved hand. He let the tape measure snap back into its case. "Harry, where you been?" "Painting," Bosch said as he walked up. "I had to get cleaned up and changed, put stuff away." As Bosch stepped closer to the edge of the clearing, the view opened below him. They were on a bluff rising above the rear of the Hollywood Bowl. The rounded music shell was down to the left no more than a quarter-mile, and the shell was the source of the music. The L.A. Philharmonic's end-of-the-season Labor Day weekend show. Bosch was looking down at 16,000 people in concert seats stretching up the opposite side of the canyon. They were enjoying one of the last Sunday evenings of the summer. "Jesus," he said out loud, thinking of the problem. Edgar and Ryder walked over. "What have we got?" Bosch asked. Ryder answered. "One in the trunk. White male. Gunshots. We haven't checked him out much further than that. We've been keeping the lid closed. We've got everybody rolling, though." Bosch started walking toward the rolls, going around the charred remnants of an old campfire that had burned in the center of the clearing. The other two followed. "This okay?" Bosch asked as he got close to the rolls. "Yeah, we did the search," Edgar said. "Nothing much. Got some leakage underneath the car, that's about it, though. Cleanest scene I've been at in a while." Jerry Edgar, called in from home like everybody else on the team, was wearing blue jeans and a white T-shirt. On the left breast of the shirt was a drawing of a badge and the words LAPD Homicide. As he walked past Bosch, Harry saw the back of the shirt said, "Our day begins when yours ends." The tight-fitting shirt contrasted sharply with Edgar's dark skin and displayed his heavily muscled upper body as he moved with an athletic grace toward the rolls. Bosch had worked with him on and off for 6 years, but they had never become close outside of the job. This was the first time it had dawned on Bosch that Edgar actually was an athlete, that he must regularly work out. It was unusual for Edgar not to be in one of his crisp Nordstrom's suits, but Bosch thought he knew why. His informal dress practically guaranteed he would avoid having to do the dirty work, next of kin notification. They slowed their steps when they got close to the rolls, as if perhaps whatever was wrong here might be contagious. The car was parked with its rear end facing south and visible to the spectators in the upper levels of the bowl across the way. Bosch considered their situation again. "So you want to pull this guy out of there with all those people over there with their wine and box lunches from the grill watching?" he asked. "How do you think that's going to play on the TV tonight?" "Well," Edgar replied, "we thought we'd kind of leave that decision to you, Harry, you being the three." Edgar smiled and winked. "Yeah, right," Bosch said sarcastically. "I'm the three." Bosch was still getting used to the idea of being a so-called team leader. It had been almost 18 months since he had officially investigated a homicide, let alone headed up a team of 3 investigators. He had been assigned to the Hollywood Division burglary table when he returned to work from his involuntary stress leave in January. The Detective Bureau commander, Lieutenant Grace Billets, had explained that his assignment was a way of gradually easing him back into detective work. He knew that explanation was a lie, and that she had been told where to put him, but he took the demotion without complaint. He knew they would come for him, eventually. After 8 months of pushing papers and making the occasional burglary arrest, Bosch was called into the CO's office, and Billets told him she was making changes. The division's homicide clearance rate had dipped to its lowest point ever. Less than half of the killings were cleared. She had taken over command of the Bureau nearly a year earlier, and the sharpest decline, she struggled to admit, had come under her own watch. Bosch could have told her that the decline was due in part to her not following the same statistical deceptions practiced by her predecessor, Harvey Pounds, who always found ways of pumping up the clearance rate. But he kept that to himself. Instead, he sat quietly while Billets laid out her plan. The first part of the plan was to move Bosch back to the homicide table as of the start of September. A detective named Shelby, who barely pulled his weight, would go from homicide to Bosch's slot on the burglary table. Billets was also adding a young and smart detective transfer she had previously worked with in the Pacific Division Detective Bureau, Kismeen Ryder. Next, and this was the radical part, Billets was changing the traditional pairing of detectives. Instead, the 9 homicide detectives assigned to Hollywood would be grouped into 3 teams of 3. Each of the 3 teams would have a detective 3rd grade in charge. Bosch was a 3. He was named team leader of Squad 1. The reasoning behind the change was sound, at least on paper. Most homicides are solved in the first 48 hours after discovery, or they aren't solved at all. Billets wanted more solved, so she was going to put more detectives on each one. The part that didn't look so good on paper, especially to the 9 detectives, was that previously there had been 4 pairs of partners and 1 floater working homicide cases. The new changes meant each detective would be working every 3rd case that came up, instead of every 4th. It meant more cases, more work, more court time, more overtime, and more stress. Only the overtime was considered a positive. But Billets was tough and didn't care much for the complaints of the detectives, and her new plan quickly won her the obvious nickname. "Anybody talk to Bullets yet?" Bosch asked. "I called," Ryder said. "She was up in Santa Barbara for the weekend. Left a number with the desk. She's coming down early, but she's still at least an hour and a half from us. She said she was going to have to drop the hubby off first and would probably just roll to the bureau." Bosch nodded and stepped to the rear of the Rolls. He picked up the smell right away. It was faint, but it was there, unmistakable, like no other. He nodded to no one in particular again. He placed his briefcase on the ground, opened it, and took a pair of latex gloves from the cardboard box inside. He then closed the case and placed it a few feet behind him and out of the way. "Okay, let's take a look," he said, while stretching the gloves over his hands. He hated how they felt. "Let's stand close. We don't want to give the people in the bowl more of a show than they paid for." "It ain't pretty," Edgar said as he stepped forward. The 3 of them stood together at the back end of the Rolls to shield the view from the concert-goers, but Bosch knew that anybody with a decent pair of field glasses would know what was going on. This was L.A. Before opening the trunk, he noticed the car's personalized license plate. It said TNA. Before he could speak, Edgar answered his unasked question. "Comes back to T&A Productions on Melrose." T and A? No, the letters T-N-A, just like on the plate. Where in Melrose? Edgar took a notebook out of his pocket and looked through the pages. The address he gave was familiar to Bosch, but he couldn't place it. He knew it was down near Paramount, the sprawling studio that took up the entire north side of the 5500 block. The big studio was surrounded by smaller production houses and mini-studios. They were like sucker fish that swam around the mouth of the big shark, hoping for the scraps that didn't get sucked in. Okay, let's do it. He turned his attention back to the trunk. He could see that the lid had been lightly placed down so it would not lock closed. Using one rubber-coated finger, he gently lifted it. As the trunk was opened, it expelled a sickeningly fetid breath of death. Bosch immediately wished he had a cigarette, but those days were through. He knew what a defense lawyer could do with one errant ash from a cop's smoke at a crime scene. Reasonable doubts were built on less. He leaned in under the lid to get a close look, careful not to touch the bumper with his pants. The body of a man was in the trunk. His skin was a grayish white, and he was expensively dressed in linen pants sharply pressed and cuffed at the bottom, a pale blue shirt with a flowery pattern, and a leather sport coat. His feet were bare. The dead man was on his right side in the fetal position, except his wrists were behind him instead of folded against his chest. It appeared to Bosch as if his hands had been tied behind him, and the bindings then removed, most likely after he was dead. Bosch looked closely and could see a small abrasion on the left wrist, probably caused by the struggle against the bindings. The man's eyes were closed tightly, and there was a whitish, almost translucent material dried in the corners of the sockets. "Kiz, I want you taking notes on appearance." "Right." Bosch bent further into the trunk. He saw a froth of purged blood had dried in the dead man's mouth and nose. His hair was caked with blood which had spread over the shoulders and to the trunk mat, coating it with a coagulated pool. He could see the hole in the floor of the trunk through which blood had drained to the gravel below. It was a foot from the victim's head and appeared to be evenly cut in the metal underlining. It was not a bullet hole. It was probably a drain, or a hole left by a bolt that had vibrated loose and fallen out. In the mess that was the back of the man's head, Bosch could see two distinct, jagged-edged penetrations to the lower rear skull. The occipital protuberance, the scientific name popping easily into his mind. Too many autopsies, he thought. The hair close to the wounds was charred by the gases that explode out of the barrel of a gun. The scalp showed stippling from gunpowder. Point-blank shots. No exit wounds that he could see. Probably 22s, he guessed. They bounce around inside like marbles dropped into an empty jelly jar. Bosch looked up and saw a small spray of blood splatter on the inside of the trunk lid. He studied the spots for a long moment and then stepped back and straightened up. He appraised the entire view of the trunk now, his mind checking off an imaginary list. Because no blood drips had been found on the access road into the clearing, he had no doubts that the man had been killed here in the trunk. Still, there were other unknowns. Why here? Why no shoes and socks? Why were the bindings taken off the wrists? He put these questions aside for the time being. "You checked for the wallet?" he asked, without looking at the two others. "Not yet," Edgar replied. "Recognize him?" For the first time, Bosch looked at the face as a face. There was still fear etched on it. The man had closed his eyes. He had known what was coming. Bosch wondered if the whitish material in the eyes were dried tears. "No, do you?" "Nope. It's too messy, anyway." Bosch gingerly lifted the back of the leather coat and saw no wallet in the back pockets of the dead man's pants. He then opened the jacket and saw the wallet was there in an inside pocket that carried a Fred Haber Men's Shop label on it. Bosch could also see a paper folder for an airline ticket in the pocket. With his other hand, he reached into the jacket and removed the two items. "Get the lid," he said as he backed away. Edgar closed it over as gently as an undertaker closing a coffin. Bosch then walked over to his briefcase, squatted down, and put the 2 items down on it. He opened the wallet first. There was a full complement of credit cards in slots on the left side and a driver's license behind a plastic window on the right. The name on the license said Anthony N. Aliso. Anthony N. Aliso, Edgar said. Tony, for short. TNA. TNA Productions. The address was in Hidden Highlands, a tiny enclave off of Mulholland in the Hollywood Hills. It was a kind of place surrounded by walls and a guard shack manned 24 hours a day, mostly by off-duty or retired LAPD cops. The address went well with the Rolls-Royce. Bosch opened the billfold section and found a sheaf of currency. Without taking the money out, he counted 2 $100 bills and 9 20s. He called the amount out so that Ryder could make a note of it. Next, he opened the airline folder. Inside was the receipt for a one-way ticket on an American Airlines flight departing Las Vegas for LAX at 10:05 Friday night. The name on the ticket matched the driver's license. Bosch checked the back flap of the ticket folder, but there was no sticker or staple indicating that a bag had been checked by the ticket holder. Curious, Bosch left the wallet and the ticket on the case and went to look into the car through the windows. No luggage? None, Ryder said. Bosch went back to the trunk and raised the lid again. Looking in at the body, he hooked a finger up the left sleeve of the jacket and pulled it up. There was a gold Rolex watch on the wrist. The face was encircled with a ring of tiny diamonds. Shit. Bosch turned around. It was Edgar. What? You want me to call OCID? Why? Wop name. No robbery. 2 in the back of the head. It's a whack job, Harry. We ought to call OCID. Not yet. I'll tell you right now, that's what Bullets is going to want to do. We'll see. Bosch appraised the body again, looking closely at the contorted, bloodied face. Then he closed the lid. Bosch stepped away from the car and to the edge of the clearing. The spot offered a brilliant view of the city. Looking east across the sprawl of Hollywood, he could easily pick up the spires of downtown in the light haze. He saw the lights of Dodger Stadium were on for the twilight game. The Dodgers were dead even with Colorado with a month to go, and Nomo due to pitch the game. Bosch had a ticket in his inside coat pocket, but he knew that bringing it along had been wishful thinking. He wouldn't get anywhere near the stadium tonight. He also knew Edgar was right. The killing had all the aspects of a mob hit. The Organized Crime Intelligence Division should be notified. If not to take over the investigation entirely, then at least to offer advice. But Bosch was delaying that notification. It had been a long time since he'd had a case. He didn't want to give it up yet. He looked back down at the bowl. It looked like a sellout to him, the crowd seated in an elliptical formation going up the opposite hill. The seating sections furthest away from the music shell were the highest up the hill and at an almost even level with the clearing where the Rolls was parked. Bosch wondered how many of the people were watching him at that moment. Again, he thought of the dilemma he faced. He had to get the investigation going, but he knew that if he pulled the body out of the trunk with such an audience watching, there likely would be hell to pay for the bad public relations such a move would cause the city and the department. Once again, Edgar seemed to know his thoughts. Hell, Harry, they won't care. At the Jazz Festival a few years back, there's a couple up on this spot doing the nasty for half an hour. When they were done, they got a standing ovation. Guy stands up buck naked, takes a little bow. Bosch looked back at him to see if he was serious. I read it in the Times, the Only in L.A. column. Well, Jerry, this is the Philharmonic. It's a different crowd, know what I mean? And I don't want this to end up in Only in L.A., okay? Okay, Harry. Bosch looked at Ryder. She hadn't said much of anything yet. What do you think, Kiz? I don't know. You're the 3. Ryder was small, 5 feet and no more than 100 pounds with her gun on. She would never have made it before the department relaxed the physical requirements to attract more women. She had light brown skin. Her hair was straightened and kept short. She wore jeans and a pink Oxford shirt beneath a black sport coat. On her small body, The jacket did not do much to disguise that she had a 9mm Glock 17 holstered on her right hip. Billets had told him that she had worked with Ryder in Pacific. Ryder had worked robbery and fraud cases, but was called out on occasion to work homicides in which there were overlying financial aspects. Billets had said Ryder could break a crime scene down as well as most veteran homicide detectives. She had pulled strings to get Ryder's transfer approved, but was already resigned to the fact that she wouldn't stay long in the division. Ryder was marked for travel. Her double minority status, coupled with the fact that she was good at what she did and had a guardian angel, Billets wasn't sure who, at Parker Center, practically guaranteed her stay in Hollywood would be short. It was a bit of final seasoning before she headed downtown to the Glass House. "What about the OPG?" Bosch asked.
"Held up on that," Ryder said. "Thought we'd be here a while before we moved the car."
Bosch nodded. It was what he expected her to say. The official police garage was usually last on the call-out list. He was just stalling, trying to make a decision while asking questions he already knew the answers to. Finally, he made his decision on what to do. "Okay, go ahead and call," he said. "Tell them to come now, and tell them to bring a flatbed, okay? Even if they got a hook in the neighborhood, make them turn around. Tell them it's got to be a flat. There's a phone in my briefcase."
"Got it,"
Ryder said. "Why the flatbed, Harry?" Edgar asked. Bosch didn't answer.
"We're moving the whole show,"
Ryder said. "What?" Edgar asked. Ryder went to the briefcase without answering. Bosch held back a smile. She knew what he was doing, and he began to see some of the promise Billets had talked about. He got out a cigarette and lit it. He put the burnt match into the cellophane around the pack and replaced it in the pocket of his coat. He noticed as he smoked that the sound at the edge of the clearing, where he could look directly down into the bowl, was much better. After a few moments, he was even able to identify the piece being played. "Scheherazade," he said. "What's that, Harry?" Edgar asked. "The music. It's called Scheherazade. Ever heard it?" "I'm not sure I'm hearing it now. All the echoes, man." Bosch snapped his fingers. Out of the blue, a thought had pushed through. In his mind, he saw the studio's arched gate, the replica of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. "That address on Melrose," Bosch said. "That's near Paramount, one of those feeder fish studios right nearby. I think it's Archway." "Yeah? I think you're right." Ryder walked up then.
"We got a flat on the way," she said. "ETA is 15. I checked on Sid and me, also on the way. Sid has somebody just wrapped up a home invasion in Nichols Canyon, so they should be right over."
"Good," Bosch said. "Either of you go over the story with the swinging stick yet?" "Not since the preliminary," Edgar said. "Not our type. Thought we'd leave him for the 3. The unspoken meaning of this was that Edgar had sensed the racist animosity Powers radiated toward himself and Ryder. "Okay, I'll take him," Bosch said. "I want you two to finish the charting, then do another sweep of the immediate area. Take different areas this time." He realized he had just told them things he didn't need to tell them. "Sorry. You know what to do. All I'm saying is, let's take this one by the numbers. I've got a feeling this one's going 8 by 10 on us." "What about OCID?" Edgar asked. "I told you, not yet."
8 by 10?
Ryder said, a confused expression on her face. 8 by 10 case, Edgar told her. Celebrity case, studio case. If that's a hot shot from the industry in that trunk, somebody from Archway, we're going to get some media on this. More than some. A dead guy in the trunk of his Rolls is news. A dead industry guy in the trunk of his Rolls is bigger news.
Archway?
Bosch left them there as Edgar filled her in on the facts of life when it came to murder, the media, and the movie business in Hollywood. Bosch licked his fingers to put the cigarette out and then put it with the used match in the cellophane wrapper. He slowly began walking the quarter-mile back to Mulholland, once again searching the gravel road in a back-and-forth manner. But there was so much debris on the gravel and in the nearby brush that it was impossible to know of anything, a cigarette butt, a beer bottle, a used condom, was related to the Rolls or not. The one thing he looked closest for was blood. If there was blood on the road that could be linked to the victim, it could indicate that he was killed elsewhere and left in the clearing. No blood probably meant the killing had taken place right there. He realized as he made the fruitless search that he was feeling relaxed, maybe even happy. He was back on the beat and following his mission once again. Mindful that the man in the trunk had to have perished for him to feel this way, Bosch quickly wrote that guilt off. The man would have ended up in the trunk whether Bosch had ever made it back to the homicide table or not. When Bosch got to Mulholland, he saw the fire trucks. There were 2 of them, and a battalion of firefighters standing around them, seemingly waiting for something. He lit another cigarette and looked at Powers. "You got a problem," the uniformed cop said. "What?" Before Powers answered, one of the firefighters stepped up. He wore the white helmet of a battalion chief. "You in charge?" he asked. "That's me." "Chief John Friedman," he said. "We've got a problem." "That's what I hear." "The show down in the bowl is supposed to end in 90 minutes. After that, we've got the fireworks. Problem is, this fella says you got yourself a dead body up there in a crime scene. That's the problem. If we can't get up there to set up a safety position for the fireworks, there isn't going to be any fireworks. We can't allow it. If we're not in position, we could see the whole downslope of these hills go up with one errant missile. Know what I mean?" Bosch noticed Powers smirking at his dilemma. Bosch ignored him and returned his attention to Friedman. "Chief, how long do you need to set up?" "Oh, 10 minutes, max. We just got to be there before the first one goes up." 90 minutes? "About 85 now. There's going to be a lot of angry people down there if they don't get their fireworks." Bosch realized he wasn't as much making decisions as having them made for him. "Chief, hold here. We'll be out in an hour and 15. Don't cancel the show." "You sure about that?" "Count on it." "Detective?" "What, Chief?" "You're, breaking the law with that cigarette." He nodded toward the graffiti-covered sign. Sorry, Chief." Bosch walked out to the road to stamp out the smoke, while Friedman headed back to his people to radio in that the show would go on. Bosch realized the danger and caught up to him. "Chief, you can say the show will go on, but don't put anything out on the air about the body. We don't need the media out here, helicopters swooping over." "Yeah, I gotcha." Bosch thanked him and turned his attention to Powers. "You can't clear a scene in an hour and 15, Powers said. "The M.E. isn't even here." "Let me worry about that, Powers. You write something up yet?" "Not yet. Been dealing with these guys. Would have helped if one of you folks had a 2-way with you up there." "Then why don't you run it down for me from the start?" "What about them?" Powers asked, nodding in the direction of the clearing. "Why isn't one of them talking to me? Edgar and Ryder." "Because they're busy. You want to run it down for me or not?" "I already told you." "From the start, Powers. You told me what you did once you checked the car out. What made you check it?" "There's nothing much to tell. I usually make a pass by here each watch, chase away the dirt bags." He pointed across Mulholland and up to the crest of the hill. There was a line of houses, most on cantilevers, clinging to the crest line. They looked like mobile homes suspended in air. "People up there call the station all the time, say they got campfires going down here, beer parties, devil worship, who knows what. Guess it ruins their view, and they don't want nothing to spoil that $1 million view, so I come up and sweep out the trash. Mostly bored little piss ants from the valley. Fire department used to have a lock on the gate here, but a deuce plowed through it. That was 6 months ago. Takes the city at least a year to repair anything around here. Shit. I requisitioned batteries from my mag 3 weeks ago, and I'm still waiting for 'em. If I didn't buy 'em myself, I'd be working the fucking night watch without a flashlight. City don't care. So what about the Rolls, Powers? Let's stay on the subject." "Yeah. Well, I usually make it by after dark, but because of the show in the bowl, I swung by early today. Saw the Rolls then." "You came on your own? No complaint from up the hill?" "No. Today I just cruised it on my own. On account of the show, I figured there might be some trespassers." "Were there?" "A few. People waiting to hear the music. Not the usual crowd, though.
That's refined music, I guess you'd call it. I chased them out anyway, and when they were gone, the Rolls was what was left. But there was no driver for it.
So you checked it out?
Yeah, and I know the smell, man. Popped it with the Slim, and there he was, the stiff. Then I backed out and called the pros.
There was a note of sarcasm in the way he said the last word. Bosch ignored it. The people you chased, you get any names?
No, like I told you, I chased them, then noticed that nobody got in and drove away in the Rolls. It was too late by then.
What about last night?
What about it?
Did you make it by here?
I was off. I'm on Tuesday, Saturday, but I switched with a buddy last night because he had something to do tonight.
So then what about Friday night? He shook his head.
3 Watch is always busy Friday. I had no time for free cruising, and we didn't get a complaint as far as I know, so I never made it by.
Just chasing the radio?
I had calls backed up on me all night. I didn't even get a 10-7.
No dinner break. That's dedication, Powers.
What's that supposed to mean?
Bosch saw he had made a mistake. Powers was consumed by job frustrations, and he had pushed him too far. Powers turned crimson again and slowly took off his Ray-Bans before speaking.
Let me tell you something, big shot. You got in while the getting was good. The rest of us, we get shit. I've been trying for so many years I can't count to get a gold shield, and I've got about as much chance of getting one as whoever's in the trunk of that Rolls-Royce, but I'm not laying down. I'm still out here 5 nights a week chasing the radio. Says protect and serve on the car door, and I'm doing it, man. So don't give me any shit about dedication.
Bosch hesitated until he was sure Powers was done. Look, Powers, I didn't mean to give you shit, okay? You want a cigarette?
I don't smoke.
Okay, let's try this again. He waited a beat while Powers put the mirrors back on his eyes and seemed to calm down. You always work alone?
On the Z-car.
Bosch nodded. Zebra unit. An officer of many stripes, meaning he handled a variety of calls, usually trash calls, while cars with 2 officers aboard handled the hot shots, the prime, possibly dangerous calls. Zebras worked patrol alone and often had free rein of the entire division. They were in the supervisory level between the sergeants and the grunts who were assigned to patrol geographic slices of the division known as basic car areas. How often you chase people out of here?
Once or twice a month. Can't say what happens on the other shifts or with the basic cars, but shit calls like this usually go to the Z-car.
You got any shakes? Shakes were 3x5 cards formally called Field Interview, or FI, cards. Cops filled them out when they stopped suspicious people but did not have enough evidence to arrest them, or when making such an arrest, in this case for trespassing, would be a waste of time. The American Civil Liberties Union called such stops shakedowns and an abuse of police powers. The name stuck, even with the cops.
I got some, yeah, at the station.
Good. We'd like to have a look if you could dig them out. Also, think you could ask the cops in the basic car if they've noticed the Rolls here the last few days?
Is this where I'm supposed to thank you for letting me have a part in the big bad investigation and ask you to put in a good word for me with the deputy chief of Dicks?
Bosch stared at him a few moments before answering.
No.
This is where I tell you to have the cards ready for us by 9 tonight, or I'll put in a word about that with the patrol skipper. And never mind the basic car people. We'll go ahead and talk to them ourselves. Don't want you to miss your 10-7 2 shifts in a row, Powers. Bosch started back toward the crime scene, moving slowly again and checking the other side of the gravel road. Twice he had to step off the gravel and into the brush to let the official police garage truck pass and then the Scientific Investigation Division van. By the time he got to the clearing, he again had come up with nothing during his search and was sure the victim had been murdered in the trunk while the Rolls was parked in the clearing. He saw Art Donovan, the SID tech, and Roland Quattro, the photographer who came with him, starting their work. Bosch walked up to Ryder.
Anything?
she asked. No. You?
Nothing. I think the Rolls must have been driven in with our guy in the trunk. Then the doer gets out, opens the lid, and pops him twice. He closes the trunk and walks out. Somebody picks him up out on Mulholland. Clean scene back here.
Bosch nodded. Him?
Well, I'm going with the percentages for now.
Bosch walked over to Donovan, who was bagging the wallet and airline ticket in a clear, plastic evidence envelope. Art, we've got a problem.
You're telling me? I was just thinking, I can rig some tarps over light tripods, but I don't think you'll be able to block the view for everybody in the bowl. Some of them are going to get a show, all right. I guess it'll make up for canceling the fireworks. That is, unless you're just planning to sit tight with it until after the show.
Nah, we do that, and some defense lawyer will tear us new assholes in court for delaying things. Every lawyer went to school on OJ, Art. You know that.
So then, what do we do?
Just do what you've got to do here with some speed, and then we'll take the whole thing to the print shed. You know if anybody's in there right now?
No, it should be free, Donovan said slowly. You mean you're talking about the whole thing? The body, too?
Bosch nodded. Besides, you can do a better job with it in the shed, right?
Absolutely. But what about the ME? They've got to sign off on something like this, Harry.
I'll deal with that. Before we put it on the flatbed, though, make sure you guys have got stills and video in case things shift during transit. Also, run a print card off the guy and give it to me.
You got it.
While Donovan went to Quattro to explain the drill, Bosch huddled with Edgar and Ryder. Okay, for now we're going to run with this one. If you had plans for the rest of the night, make your calls. It's going to be a long one. This is how I want to break it up. He pointed up to the homes on the crest line. First, Kiz, I want you to go up there and do a house-to-house. You know the routine. See if anybody remembers seeing the Rolls or knows how long it's been here. Maybe somebody heard the shots. They might have echoed up the side of the hill. We want to try to pin down the time this happened. After that, You got a phone?
No. I have a Rover in the car.
No. I want to keep everything about this off the air.
I can use a phone in somebody's house.
Okay. Call me when you're done, or I'll page you when I'm done. Depending on how things shake out, you and I will either do next to kin or his office after that. She nodded. Bosch turned to Edgar. Jerry, you go in and work from the station. You've got the paper on this one. She's the rookie. Well, then next time, don't show up in a T-shirt. You can't go knocking on doors dressed like that. I got a shirt in the car. I'll change. Next time. You're on the paper on this one. But before you start, I want you to put Aliso through the box and see what you get on him. He's got a DL issued last year, so they've got his thumbprint on file through DMV. See if you can get somebody from Prince to compare it to the print card Art's getting for you right now. I want the ID confirmed as soon as possible. There ain't going to be anybody in Prince tonight. Art's the guy on call. He should do this. Art's going to be tied up. See if you can shake somebody at home loose. We need the ID. I'll try, but I can't Good. After that, I want you to call everybody who works a basic car in this area and see if anyone's seen the Rolls. Powers, the guy up at the road, is going to pull shake cards on the kids who hang out here. I want you to start running them down, too. After that, then you can start the paper going. Shit. With all this, I'll be lucky if I start typing before next Monday. Bosch ignored his whining and appraised both his partners. I'll stay with the body. If I get tied up, Kiz, you go on to check out the office address, and I'll handle next of kin. Okay. Everybody know what's what? Ryder and Edgar nodded. Bosch could tell Edgar was still annoyed about something. Kiz, you head out now. She walked away, and Bosch waited until she was out of earshot before speaking. Okay, Jerry, what's the problem? I just want to know if that's how it's going to be on this team. Am I going to get the shit work while the princess skates? No, Jerry, it's not going to be like that, and I think you know me well enough not to ask. What's the real problem? I don't like your choices on this, Harry. We should be on the phone with organized crime right now. If anything looks like an OC case, this is it. I think you should call them, but I think because you're fresh back on the table and been waiting for a case so long, you're not making the call. That's the problem. Edgar held his hands out as if to indicate how obvious this was. "You know, you got nothing to prove here, Harry. And there's never going to be a shortage of bodies to come along. This is Hollywood, remember? I think we should just turn this one over and wait for the next one." Bosch nodded. "You may be right," he said. "You probably are, about all of it. But I'm the three, so we do it my way for now. I'm going to call Bullets and tell her what we've got, then I'm going to call OCID. But even if they roll out, we're going to keep a part of this. You know that. So let's do it good, okay?" Edgar nodded reluctantly. "Look," Bosch said, "your objection is noted for the record, okay?" "Yeah, sure, Harry." Bosch saw the blue ME van pull into the clearing then. The tech behind the wheel was Richard Matthews. It was a break. Matthews wasn't as territorial as some of the others, and Bosch figured he could convince him to go along with the plan to move the whole package to the print shed. Matthews would understand that it was the only choice. "Stay in touch," Bosch said as Edgar walked off. Edgar sullenly waved without looking back. For the next few moments, Bosch stood alone in the midst of the activities of the crime scene. He realized he truly reveled in his role. The start of a case always seemed to jazz him this way, and he knew how much he had missed it and craved it during the last year and a half. Finally, he put his thoughts aside and walked toward the ME's van to talk to Matthews. There was a burst of applause from the bowl as Scheherazade ended. The print shed was a World War II Quonset hut that sat in the city services equipment yard behind the police headquarters at Parker Center. It had no windows and a double-wide garage door. The interior was painted black, and every crack or crevice where light might come in was taped over. There were thick black curtains that could be pulled closed after the garage door was shut. When they were pulled, the interior was as black as a loan shark's heart. The techs that worked there even referred to the place as the cave. While the Rolls was being unloaded from the OPG truck, Bosch took his briefcase to a workbench inside the shed and got the phone out. The Organized Crime Investigation Division was a secret society within the greater closed society of the department. Bosch knew very little about OCID and had acquaintance with few detectives assigned to the unit. The OCID was a mysterious force, even to those within the department. Not many knew exactly what it did, and this, of course, bred suspicions and jealousies. Most OCID detectives were known in detective services as Bigfooters. They swooped down to take investigations away from detectives like Bosch, but they didn't often make cases in return. Bosch had seen many investigations disappear under their door with not many prosecutions of OC wise guys resulting. They were the only division in the department with a black budget, approved in closed session by the chief and a police commission that largely followed his lead. From there, the money disappeared into the dark to pay for informants, investigations, and high-tech equipment. Many of their cases disappeared in that netherworld as well. Bosch asked the communications operator to connect his call to the OCID supervisor on call for the weekend. As he waited for the patch through, he thought again about the body in the trunk. Anthony Aliso, if that was who it was, had seen it coming and closed his eyes. Bosch hoped it wouldn't be that way for himself. He didn't want to know.
"Hello,"
a voice said.
"Yes, this is Harry Bosch. I'm the D3 on a homicide call out in Hollywood. Who am I speaking with?"
"Dom Carbone. I've got the weekend call out. You gonna spoil it?"
"Maybe."
Bosch tried to think. The name was vaguely familiar, but he could not place it. He was sure they had never worked together.
"That's why I'm calling. You might want to take a look at this."
"Run it down for me."
"Sure. White male found in the trunk of his Silver Cloud with 2 in the back of the head, probably 22s.
"What else?"
Car was on a fire road off Mulholland. Doesn't look like a straight robbery, at least not a personal robbery. I got cards and cash in a wallet and a presidential on his wrist. Diamonds at every hour on the hour."
"You're not telling me who the stiff is. Who's the stiff?"
Nothing confirmed yet, but
Just give it to me.
Bosch had trouble not being able to put a face with the voice over the phone. It looks like the ID is going to be Anthony N. Aliso, 48 years old, lives up in the hills, looks like he has some kind of company with an office at one of the studios down on Melrose near Paramount. TNA Productions is the name of his outfit. I think it's over at Archway Studios. We'll know more in a little while. He only got silence in return. Mean anything?
Anthony Aliso.
Yeah, right.
Anthony Aliso.
Carbone repeated the name slowly, as if it was a fine wine he was tasting, before deciding whether to accept the bottle or spit it out. He was then quiet for another long moment.
Nothing hits me right away, Bosch. I can make a couple calls. Where are you going to be?
The print shed. He's here with us, and I'll be here a while.
What do you mean? You got the guy's body there in the shed?
It's a long story. When do you think you can get back to me?
As soon as I make the calls. You been over to his office?
Not yet. We'll get there sometime tonight. Bosch gave him the number of his cellular phone, then closed it and put it in his coat pocket. For a moment he thought about Carbone's reaction to the victim's name. He finally decided he could not read anything into it. After the cloud was rolled into place in the shed and the doors shut, Donovan pulled the curtains closed. There was fluorescent lighting overhead, which he left on while he got his equipment ready. Matthews, the coroner's tech, and his two assistants, the body movers, huddled over a workbench getting the tools they would need out of a case. Harry, I'm going to take my time with this, okay? First, I'll laser the trunk with the guy in it. Then we take him out. Then we glue it and laser it again. Then we worry about the rest of it. Hey, your show, man, whatever time you need. I'll need your help with the wand when I shoot pictures. Roland had to go to shoot another scene. Bosch nodded and watched as the SID tech screwed an orange filter onto a Nikon camera. He put the camera strap over his head and turned on the laser. It was a box about the size of a VCR with a cable attachment that led to a foot-long wand with a hand grip on it. From the end of the wand, a strong orange beam was emitted. Donovan opened a cabinet and took out several pairs of orange-tinted safety glasses which he handed to Bosch and the others. He put the last pair on himself. He gave Bosch a pair of latex gloves to put on as well. I'll do a quick run around the outside of the trunk and then open her up, Donovan said. Just as Donovan moved to the switch box to cut off the overheads, the phone in Bosch's pocket buzzed. Donovan waited while Bosch answered. It was Carbone.
Bosch, we're taking a pass.
Harry didn't say anything for a moment, and neither did Carbone. Donovan hit the light switch and the room plunged into complete blackness. You're saying you don't have this guy? Bosch finally spoke into the dark.
I checked around, made some calls. Nobody seems to know this guy. Nobody's working him. Clean, as far as we know. You said he was put in his trunk and capped twice, huh? Bosch, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, capped twice in the trunk.
Trunk music.
What?
It's a wise guy saying out of Chicago. You know, when they wax some poor slob, they say, "Oh, Tony, don't worry about Tony. He's trunk music now. You won't see him no more." But the thing is, Bosch, this doesn't seem to fit. We don't know this guy. People I talk to, they think maybe somebody's trying to make you think it's OC connected. Know what I mean?
Bosch watched as the laser beam cut through the blackness and bombarded the rear of the trunk with searing light. With the glasses on, the orange was filtered out, and the light was a bright, intense white. Bosch was 10 feet away from the rolls, but he could see glowing patterns on the trunk lid and the bumper. This always reminded Bosch of those National Geographic shows where a submersible camera moved through the ocean's black depths, putting its light on sunken ships or aircraft. It was somehow eerie. "Look, Carbone," he said, "you aren't even interested in coming out to take a look?"
Not at this time. Of course, give me a call back if you come across anything.
that shows different than what I told you. And I'll do some more checking tomorrow. I got your number.
Bosch was secretly pleased that he wasn't going to get big-footed by the OCID, but he was also surprised at the brush-off. The quickness with which Carbone had dismissed the case seemed unusual.
Any other details you want to give me, Bosch?
We're just starting. But let me ask you, you ever hear of a hitter takes the Vic's shoes with him? Also, he unties the body afterward?
Takes his shoes. Unties them. Not offhand, no. Nobody specific. But like I said, I'll ask around in the morning and I'll put it on our box. Anything else cute about this one?
Bosch didn't like what was happening. Carbone seemed too interested while saying he wasn't. He said Tony Aliso wasn't connected, yet he still wanted the details. Was he just trying to be helpful, or was there something more to it? That's about all we got at the moment, Bosch said, deciding not to give up anything else for free. Like I said, we're just getting going here.
Okay, then. Give me the morning and I'll do some more checking. I'll call if I come up with anything, okay?
Right.
Check you later. But you know what I think you have there, Bosch? You got a guy, he was probably making sandwiches with somebody's wife. A lot of times things look like pro hits that aren't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll talk to you later. Bosch walked to the rear of the Rolls. Up close, he could see the pattern swirls he had noticed in the laser light before appeared to be swipe marks made with a cloth. It looked like the whole car had been wiped down. But when Donovan moved the wand over the bumper, the laser picked up a partial shoe print on the chrome. Did anybody? No, Bosch said. Nobody put their foot there. Okay, then. Hold the wand on the print. Bosch did so while Donovan bent over and took several photos, bracketing the exposure settings to make sure he had at least one clear shot. It was the forward half of the foot. There was a circle pattern at the ball of the foot with lines extending from it like the rays of a sun. There was a cross-cut pattern through the arch, and then the print was cut off by the edge of the bumper. A tennis shoe, Donovan said. Maybe a work shoe. After he photographed it, he moved the wand around the trunk again, but there was nothing but wipe marks. Okay, Donovan said. Open it. Using a penlight to guide his way, Bosch made it to the driver's door and bent in to pull the trunk release. Shortly afterward, the smell of death flooded the shed. It looked to Bosch as though the body had not shifted during the transport, but the victim took on a ghoulish look under the harsh examination of the laser, his face almost skeletal, like the monsters painted in dayglow in funhouse hallways. The blood seemed blacker, and the bone chips in the jagged wound were luminescent in bright counterpoint. On his clothes, small strands of hair and tiny threads glowed. Bosch moved in with a pair of tweezers and a plastic vial like the kind made to hold a stack of silver $50. He carefully picked those pieces of potential evidence off the clothing and collected them in the vial. It was painstaking, and there was nothing much there. He knew this kind of material could be found on anybody at any time. It was common. When he was done, he said to Donovan, "The tail of the jacket, I flipped it up to check for a wallet." Okay, pull it back down. Bosch did so, and there on Aliso's hip was another footprint. It matched the footprint on the bumper, but was more complete. On the heel was another circle pattern with offshooting lines. In the lower arch was what looked like a brand name, but it was unreadable. Regardless of whether they could identify the shoe, Bosch knew it was a good find. It meant that a careful killer had made a mistake. At least one. If nothing else, it gave rise to the hope that there might be other mistakes, that they might eventually lead him to the killer. Take the wand? Bosch did so, and Donovan did his thing with the camera again. I'm just shooting this to document it, but we'll take the jacket off before the body goes, he said. Next, Donovan moved the laser up around the inside of the trunk lid. Here the laser illuminated numerous fingerprints, mostly thumbprints, where a hand would have been placed to prop the lid open while loading things in or out. Many of the prints overlapped each other, a sign that they were old,
and Bosch knew right away that they probably belonged to the victim himself.
"I'll shoot these, but don't count on anything," Donovan said.
"I know." When he was done, he put the wand and the camera on top of the laser box and said, "Okay, why don't we take this fella out of there, lay him out, and scan him real quick before he's out of here?" Without waiting for an answer, he flipped the fluorescents back on, and everybody put their hands to their eyes as the harsh light blinded them. A few moments later, the body movers and Matthews went to the trunk and started transferring the corpse to a black plastic body bag they had unfolded on a gurney.
"This guy is loose,"
Matthews said as they put the corpse down. "Yeah," Bosch said. "What do you think?"
42 to 48. But let me do some stuff and see what we've got."
But first, Donovan put out the lights again and moved the wand over the body, from the head down. The tear pools in the eye sockets glowed white in the light. There were a few hairs and fibers on the dead man's face, and Bosch dutifully collected them. There was also a slight abrasion high on the right cheekbone, which had been hidden when the body was lying on its right side in the trunk.
"He could have been hit, or it might have been from being shoved into the trunk," Donovan said.
As the beam moved down over the chest, Donovan got excited. "Well, looky here!" Glowing in the laser light were what looked like a complete handprint on the right shoulder of the leather jacket and two smudged thumbprints, one on each of the lapels. Donovan bent down very close to look. "This is treated leather. It doesn't absorb the acids in the prints. We caught a major break here, Harry. This guy wears anything else, and forget it. The hand is excellent. These thumbs didn't take. I think we can raise him up with some glue. Harry, bend one of the lapels over." Bosch reached for the left lapel and carefully turned the cloth over. There, on the inside of the crease, were 4 more fingerprints. He turned the right lapel and saw 4 more there. It appeared as if someone had grabbed Tony Aliso by the lapels. Donovan whistled.
"Ooh, this looks like 2 different people. Look at the size of the thumbs on the lapel and the hand on the shoulder. I'd say the hand is smaller, Harry, maybe a woman. I don't know. But the hands that grabbed this guy by the lapels were big." Donovan got scissors from a nearby toolbox and carefully cut the sport coat off the body. Bosch then held it as Donovan went over it with the laser wand. Nothing else came up besides the shoe print and the fingerprints they had already sighted. Bosch carefully hung the jacket over a chair at the counter and came back to the body. Donovan was moving the laser over the lower extremities. "What else?"
Donovan said, to no one except maybe the body.
"Come on now, tell us a story."
There were more fibers and some old stains on the pants. Nothing that stood out as possibly significant until they reached the cuffs. Bosch pulled open the cuff on the right leg, and in the crease was a large buildup of dust and fibers. Also, 5 tiny pieces of gold glitter glowed in the laser beam. Bosch carefully tweezered these into a separate plastic vial. From the left cuff, he recovered 2 more similar pieces. "What is it?" he asked.
"Got me. Looks like glitter or something."
Donovan moved the wand over the bare feet. They were clean, which indicated to Bosch that the victim's shoes were probably removed after he was forced into the trunk of the Rolls.
"Okay, that's it,"
Donovan said. The lights came back on, and Matthews went to work with the corpse, rotating joints, opening the shirt to look at the lividity level of the blood, opening the eyes and swiveling the head. Donovan paced around, waiting for the coroner's tech to finish so he could continue the laser show. He walked over to Bosch.
"Harry, you want the swag on this?"
"Swag?"
"Scientific wild-ass guess?"
"Yeah," Bosch said, amused. "Give me the swag."
"Well, I think somebody gets a drop on this guy, ties him up, dumps him in the trunk, and drives him to that fire road. He's still alive, okay? Then our doer gets out, opens the trunk, puts his foot on the bumper, ready to do the job, but can't get all the way in there to put the muzzle against the bone, you know? That was important to him, to do the job right. So he sticks his big foot on this poor guy's hip, leans further in, and Bam! Bam! Out go the headlights. What do you think?
Bosch nodded. I think you are onto something. He had already been thinking along the same lines, but was past those deductions to the problem. Then, how does he get back? He asked.
Back to where?
If this guy was in the trunk the whole time, then the doer drove the Rolls. If he drove there in the Rolls, then how's he get back to wherever he intercepted Tony?
The other one, Donovan said. We've got 2 different prints on the jacket. Somebody could have followed behind the Rolls. The woman, the one who put her hand on the Vic's shoulder.
Bosch nodded. He had already been puzzling with this, but didn't like something about the scenario Donovan had weaved. He wasn't sure what it was.
Okay, Bosch, Matthews interrupted. You want to hear this tonight, or you want to wait for the report?
Tonight, Bosch said.
Okay, then, listen up. Lividity was fixed and unchanged. The body was never moved once the heart stopped pumping.
He referred to a clipboard.
Let's see, what else? We've got rigor mortis resolution, cornea clouding, and we've got skin slippage. I think you take all of that, and it's 48 hours, maybe a little less. Let us know if you come up with any markers, and we might do better.
Will do.
Close your eyes if you'd like. Let the music carry your thoughts while we prepare for the next part of the story. And remember, this audiobook is yours to enjoy, completely free.
True, you must sit where battles brew. With joystick in hand, the journey starts. A quest where skill and will depart. Oh, courage at the console, feel the stand. In the realm where dreams expand. A symphony of strategy songs in the beat of every gamer's heart. With every move, a tale unfolds in the arena where glory.
Bosch said. By markers, he knew Matthews meant that if he traced the victim's last day and found out what he ate last and when, the ME could get a better fix on time of death by studying the digestion of food in the stomach.
He's all yours,
Bosch said to Matthews. Any idea on the post?
You caught the tail end of a holiday weekend. That's bad luck for you. Last I heard, we run on 27 homicides in the county so far. We probably won't cut this one until Wednesday, if you're lucky. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. But the delay didn't really bother Bosch this time. Cases like this, the autopsy usually held few surprises. It was pretty clear how the victim died. The mystery was why and by whom. Matthews and his assistants wheeled the corpse out, leaving Bosch and Donovan alone with the Rolls. Donovan stared at the car silently, contemplating it the way a matador looks at the bull he is going to fight.
We're gonna get her secrets, Harry.
Bosch's phone buzzed then, and he fumbled getting it out of his jacket and open. It was Edgar.
We got the ID, Harry. It is Aliso.
You got this off the prints?
Yeah. Mossler's got a fax at home. I sent him everything, and he eyeballed it.
Mossler was one of the SID's latent print men. This is with the DL thumbprint?
Right. Also, I pulled a full set of Tony's prints from an old pop for soliciting. Mossler had those to look at, too. It's Aliso.
Okay, good work. What else you got?
Like I said, I ran this guy. He's pretty clean. Just a soliciting arrest back in '75. Few other things, though. His name comes up as a victim on a burglary up at his house in March. And on the civil indexes, I've got a few civil actions against the guy. Breach of contract stuff, it looks like. A trail of broken promises and pissed-off people, Harry. Good motive stuff.
What were the cases about?
That's all I got for now, just the abstracts in the civil index. I'll have to pull the actual cases first thing in the morning at the courthouse.
Okay. Did you check missing persons?
Yeah, I did. He was never reported. You got anything there?
Maybe. We might have gotten lucky. Looks like we are going to get some prints off the body. 2 sets.
Off the body? Ooh, that's very cool.
Off the leather jacket.
Bosch could tell Edgar was excited. Both detectives knew that if the prints were not those of a suspect, then they would surely be fresh enough to belong to people who saw him in the time shortly before his death.
You call OCID?
Bosch was waiting for him to ask.
Yeah, they're taking a pass.
What?
That's what they said, at least for now, until we find something they might be interested in.
Bosch wondered if Edgar even believed he had made the call.
That doesn't figure, Harry.
Yeah, well, all we can do is our job. You hear from Kiz?
Not yet. Who'd you talk to over at Organized Crime?
Guy named Carbone. He was on call.
Never heard of him.
Well, neither had I. I gotta go, Jerry. Let me know what you know.
As soon as Bosch hung up, the door to the shed opened, and in stepped Lieutenant Grace Billets. She quickly scanned the room and saw Donovan working in the car. She asked Bosch to step outside, and that was when he knew she was unhappy. She closed the door after he stepped out. She was in her 40s and had as many years on the job as Bosch, give or take a couple, but they had never worked together before her assignment as his commanding officer. She was of medium build with reddish-brown hair she kept short. She wore no makeup. She was dressed entirely in black, jeans, T-shirt, and blazer. She also wore black cowboy boots. Her only concession to femininity was the pair of thin gold hoop earrings. Her manner was no concession to anything.
What's going on, Harry? You moved the body in the car?
Had to.
It was either that or dump it out of the car with about 10,000 people watching us instead of the fireworks they were supposed to see.
Bosch explained the situation in detail, and Billets listened silently. When he was done, she nodded. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't know the details. It looks like it was your only choice." Bosch liked that about her. She wasn't always right, and she was willing to admit it. "Thanks, Lieutenant." "So, what do we have?" When Bosch and Billets stepped back into the shed, Donovan was at one of the work tables working with the leather jacket. He had hung it on a wire inside an empty 100-gallon aquarium and then dropped in a hard evidence packet. The packet, when broken open, emitted cyanoacrylate fumes which would attach to the amino acids and oils of fingerprints and crystallize, thereby raising the ridges and whorls and making them more visible and photo-ready. "How's it look?" Bosch asked. "Real good. We're going to get something off this. Howdy, Lieutenant." "Hello there," Billets said. Bosch could tell she didn't remember Donovan's name.
"Listen, Art," he said. "When you get those together, get them over to the print lab and then call me or Edgar and tell us. We'll get somebody over there to do them, Code 3.
Code 3 was a patrol response code meaning lights and siren authorized. Bosch needed the prints to be handled quickly. So far, they were the best lead.
"Will do, Harry."
"What about the rolls? Can I get in it yet?"
"Well, I'm not quite through with it. You can go in, just be careful."
Bosch began searching the interior of the car, checking the door and seat pockets first, and finding nothing. He checked the ashtray and found it empty, not even an ash. He made a mental note that the victim apparently didn't smoke. Billets stood nearby, watching but not helping. She had risen to Detective Bureau commander primarily on the success of her skills as an administrator, not as an investigator. She knew when to watch and not get in the way. Bosch checked under the seats and found nothing of interest. He opened the glove compartment last, and a small, square piece of paper fell out. It was a receipt for an airport valet company. Holding it by the corner, Bosch walked it over to the workbench and told Donovan to check it for prints when he got the chance. He went back to the glove compartment and found the lease agreement and registration of the car, its service records, and a small tool kit with a flashlight. There was also a half-used tube of Preparation H, a hemorrhoid medication. It seemed like an odd place to keep it, but Bosch guessed that maybe Eliso kept the tube handy for long drives. He bagged all of the items from the compartment separately, and while doing so noticed an extra battery in the toolkit. It struck him as odd because the flashlight obviously took 2 batteries. Having one extra would not do much good. He pressed the flashlight's on-off switch.
It was dead. He unscrewed the cap, and one battery slid out. Looking into the barrel, Bosch saw a plastic bag. He used a pen to reach in and pull the bag out. It contained about 24 brown capsules. Billets stepped closer. "Poppers," Bosch said. "Amyl nitrate. Supposed to help you get it up and keep it there. You know, improve your orgasm." He suddenly felt the need to explain his knowledge was not based on personal experience. "It's come up in other cases before." She nodded. Donovan walked over with the valet ticket in a clear plastic envelope. "A couple smudges. Nothing we can work with." Bosch took it back. He then carried the various plastic evidence bags he had to the counter. "Art, I'm taking the receipt, the poppers, and the car's service records, okay?" "You got it." "I'll leave you the plane ticket in the wallet. You are also going to put some speed on the prints from the jacket and what else? Oh, yeah, those sparkles. What do you think?" Hopefully tomorrow. The rest of the fiber stuff, I'll take a look at it, but it's probably going to be exclusionary." That meant most of the material they had collected would sit in storage after a quick examination by Donovan and come into play only if a suspect was identified. It would then be used either to tie that suspect to the crime scene or exclude him. Bosch took a large envelope off a shelf over the counter, put all the pieces of evidence he was taking into it, then put it in his briefcase and snapped it closed. He headed for the curtain with Billets. "Good to see you again, Art," she said. "Likewise, Lieutenant." "You want me to call OPG to come get the car?" Bosch asked. "Nah, I'm going to be here a while," Donovan said. "Got to use the vac, and I might think of something else to do. I'll take care of it, Harry." "Okay, man. Later." Bosch and Billets stepped through the curtain and then through the door. Outside, he lit a cigarette and looked up at the dark, starless sky. Billets lit one of her own. "Where to?" she asked. "Next of kin. You want to come? It is always a fun thing." She smiled at his sarcasm. "No, I think I'll pass on that. But before you leave, what's your gut on this, Harry? I mean, OCID passing without taking a look. That kind of bothers me." "Me too." He took a long drag and exhaled. "My gut is that this one's going to be tough, unless something good comes out of those prints. That's our only real break so far." "Well, tell your people that I want everybody in at 8 for a round table on what we've got so far." "Let's make it 9, Lieutenant. I think by then we should have something back from Donovan on the prints." "Okay, 9 then. I'll see you then, Harry. And from now on, when we're talking like this, you know, informally, call me Grace." "Sure, Grace. Have a nice night." She expelled her smoke in a short burst that sounded like the start of a laugh. "You mean what's left of it?" On the way up to Mulholland and Hidden Hills, Bosch paged Ryder, and she called back from one of the houses she was visiting. She said it was the last of the houses overlooking the clearing where the Rolls was parked. She told him the best she could come up with was a resident who remembered seeing the white Rolls-Royce from the back deck of his home on Saturday morning about 10. The same resident also believed the car was not there on Friday evening when he was out on the deck to watch the sunset. "That fits with the time frame the ME's looking at in the plane ticket. I think we're zeroing in on Friday night, sometime after he got in from Vegas, probably on his way home from the airport. Nobody heard any shots?"
"Not that I've found. There's 2 houses where I got no answer. I was going to go back and try them now."
"Maybe you can catch him tomorrow. I'm heading up to Hidden Highlands. I think you should go with me." They made arrangements to meet outside the entrance to the development where Aliso had lived, and Bosch closed the phone. He wanted Kiz along when he told Aliso's next of kin he was dead, because it would be good for her to learn the grim routine, and because the percentages called for whoever that next of kin was to be considered a possible suspect. It was always good to have a witness with you when you first spoke to the person who later could become your quarry. Bosch looked at his watch. It was nearly 10. Taking care of the notification meant they probably wouldn't be getting to the victim's office until midnight. He called the communication center and gave the operator the address on Melrose and had her look it up in the cross-directory. It came back to Archway Pictures, as Bosch had guessed. He knew they had caught a bit of a break. Archway was a mid-sized studio that largely rented offices and production facilities to independent filmmakers. As far as Bosch knew, it hadn't made its own films since the 1960s. The break was that he knew someone in security over there. Chucky Meacham was a former robbery-homicide bull who had retired a few years earlier and taken a job as assistant director of security at Archway. He would be useful in smoothing their way in. Bosch considered calling ahead and arranging for Chucky Meacham to meet them at the studio, but decided against it. He decided he didn't want anyone to know he was coming until he got there. He got to Hidden Highlands 15 minutes later. Ryder's car was parked on the shoulder off of Mulholland. Bosch pulled up and she got in his car. Then he pulled into the entrance lane next to the gatehouse. It was a small brick structure with a single guard inside. Hidden Highlands was maybe a little richer, but not that different from many of the other small, wealthy, and scared enclaves nestled in the hills and valleys around Los Angeles. Walls and gates, guardhouses, and private security forces were the secret ingredients of the so-called melting pot of Southern California. A guard in a blue uniform stepped out of the gatehouse carrying a clipboard, and Bosch had his badge wallet out and open. The guard was a tall, thin man with a worn gray face. Bosch didn't recognize him, though he had heard in the station that most of the guards working here were off-duty uniforms from Hollywood Division. In the past, he had seen postings for part-time jobs on the bulletin board outside the roll call room. The guard gave Bosch a once-over in a laconic manner, avoiding a look at the badge on purpose. "Can I help you?" he finally said. "I need to go to the home of Anthony Aliso." He gave the address on Hillcrest that had been on the victim's driver's license. "Your names?" "Detective Harry Bosch, LAPD. Says it right here. This is Detective Kismeen Ryder." He proffered the badge wallet, but it was still ignored. The guard was writing on his clipboard. Bosch saw his name tag said Nash. He also saw that the tin badge said Captain across it. "They expecting you at the Aliso place?" "I don't think so. It's police business." "Okay, but I've got to call ahead. It's the development's rules, you know." "I prefer you didn't do that, Captain Nash." Bosch hoped his use of the security guard's title would win him over. Nash thought a moment. "Tell you what," he said. "You go on ahead, and I'll come up with a reason for delaying making the call a few minutes. I'll just say I'm up here by myself tonight, and I got kind of busy if there's a complaint." He stepped back and reached in the open door of the gatehouse. He pressed a button on the inside wall, and the crossguard went up. "Thanks, Captain. You work out of Hollywood?" Bosch knew he didn't. He could tell Nash wasn't even a cop. He didn't have the cold eyes of a cop. But Bosch was playing to him, just in case he became a useful source of information later on. "Nah," Nash said. "I'm full-time. That's why they made me captain of the watch. Everybody else is part-time out of Hollywood or West Hollywood sheriffs. I run the schedule." "Then how'd you get stuck on the night shift on Labor Day?" "Everybody can use some OT now and then." Bosch nodded. "You're right about that." "Hillcrest, where's that?" "Oh, yeah, forgot. Take your second left. That's Hillcrest. The Aliso place is about 6 houses on the right. Nice view of the city from the pool." "Did you know him?" Ryder asked, leaning down so she could see Nash through Bosch's window. "Aliso?" Nash said, bending further to look in at her. He thought a moment. "Not really. Just like I know people when they come through here. I'm just the same to them as the pool man, I guess. I noticed you asked, did I know him? Am I not going to get the chance?" "Smart man, Mr. Nash," Ryder said. She straightened up, finished with the conversation. Bosch nodded his thanks and drove through the gate to Hillcrest. As he passed the broad, manicured lawns surrounding houses the size of apartment buildings, he filled Ryder in on what he had learned at the print shed and from Edgar. He also admired the properties they were passing. Many of them were surrounded by walls or tall hedges that looked as though they were trimmed into sharp edges every morning. Walls within walls, Bosch thought. He wondered what each owner did with all of their space, besides fearfully guard it. It took them 5 minutes to find the Aliso house on a cul-de-sac at the top of the hill. He passed through the open gates of an estate with a Tudor-style mansion set behind a circular driveway made of gray paver stones. Bosch got out with his briefcase and looked up at the place.
It was intimidating in its size, but its style was not much to speak of. He wouldn't want it, even if he had the money. After getting to the door and pushing the doorbell button, he looked at Ryder. "You ever done this before?"
No, but I grew up in South L.A. A lot of drive-bys. I was around when people got the news."
Bosch nodded. "Not to belittle that experience, but this is different. What is important is not what you hear said. It's what you observe." Bosch pushed the lighted button again. He could hear the bell sound from inside the house. He looked at Ryder and could tell she was about to ask a question when the door was opened by a woman. "Mrs. Aliso?" Bosch asked.
"Yes?"
"Mrs. Aliso, I'm Detective Harry Bosch with the LAPD. This is my partner, Detective Kismeen Ryder. We need to speak with you concerning your husband." He held out his badge wallet and she took it from his hand. Usually they didn't do that. Usually they recoiled from it or looked at it like it was some strange and fascinating object not to be touched.
"I don't
She stopped when the sound of a phone ringing began somewhere behind her in the big house.
Would you excuse me a moment? I have to—"
"That's probably Nash at the gate. He said he had to call ahead, but there was a lineup of cars behind us. I guess we beat him here. We need to come in and talk to you, ma'am." She stepped back in and opened the door wide for him. She looked like she was maybe 5 years at the outside, younger than her husband had been. She was maybe 40, attractive with dark, straight hair and a trim build. She wore a lot of makeup on a face Bosch guessed had been sculpted at times by the surgeon's knife. Still, through the makeup she looked tired, worn. He could see her face was flushed pink, like maybe she had been drinking. She wore a light blue dress that showed off her legs. They were tan, and the muscles still taut. Bosch knew she had been considered very beautiful at one time, but was sliding into that stage when a woman believes her beauty may be leaving, even if it isn't. Maybe that was why she had all the makeup on, Bosch guessed. Or maybe it was because she was still expecting her husband to show up. Bosch closed the door after they entered, and they followed the woman into a large living room with an incongruous mix of modern prints on the walls and French antiques on the thick white carpet. The phone was still ringing. She told Bosch and Ryder to sit down and then walked through the living room into another hallway, which she crossed to what looked like a den. He heard her answer the phone, tell Nash that the delay was all right, and she hung up. She came back into the living room then and sat on a couch with a muted flower print. Bosch and Ryder took nearby chairs with a matching pattern. Bosch took a quick look around and saw no photographs in frames, only the artwork. It was always one of the first things he looked for when he had to quickly judge a relationship. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't get your name."
"Veronica Aliso. What about my husband, Detective? Is he hurt?"
Bosch leaned forward in his chair. No matter how many times he did this, he never got used to it, and he was never sure he was doing it the right way. "Mrs. Aliso, I'm very sorry, but your husband is dead. He was the victim of a homicide. I'm sorry to have to tell you this." He watched her closely, and she said nothing at first. She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her and brought her face down in a pained grimace. There were no tears. Not yet. In his experience, Bosch had seen them come either right away, as soon as they opened the door and saw him and knew, or much later, when it sinks in that the nightmare is reality.
I don't... How did this happen?"
she asked, her eyes staring down at the floor. "He was found in his car. He'd been shot."
"In Las Vegas?"
"No, here. Not far. It looks like he was coming home from the airport when he was somehow stopped by somebody. We're not sure yet. His car was found off of Mulholland Drive down by the bowl." He watched her a little more. She still had not looked up. Bosch felt a sense of guilt pass over him. Guilt because he was not watching this woman with sympathy. He had been in this place too many times for that. Instead, he watched her with an eye for false mannerisms. In these situations, his suspicion outweighed his compassion. It had to.
"Can I get you anything, Mrs. Aliso?" Ryder asked. "Water? Do you have coffee? Do you want something stronger?" "No, I'm fine. Thank you. It's just a terrible shock." Do you have any children in the house? Ryder asked. No children. Do you know what happened? Was he robbed?
That's what we're trying to find out, Bosch said.
Of course. Can you tell me, was there much pain?
No, there was no pain, Bosch said. He thought of the tears welled in Tony Aliso's eyes. He decided not to tell her about that.
It must be hard, your job, she said, telling people this sort of thing.
He nodded and looked away. For a moment, he thought of the old squad room joke about the easiest way to do next of kin notification. When Mrs. Brown opens the door, you say, "Are you the widow Brown?" He looked back at the widow Aliso. "Why did you ask if it happened in Las Vegas?"
Because that was where he was.
How long was he supposed to be there?
I don't know. He never scheduled it with a return. He always bought open-ended tickets so he could come back when he wanted to. He always said he'd be back when his luck changed, for the worse.
We have reason to believe he came back to Los Angeles on Friday night. His car wasn't found until this evening. That's 3 days, Mrs. Aliso. Did you try to call him in Las Vegas during that time?
No. We usually didn't speak when he was over there.
And how often was that he went?
Once or twice a month.
For how long each time?
Anywhere from 2 days to once he spent a week. Like I said, it all depended on how he was doing. And you never called him there?
Ryder asked.
Rarely. Not at all this time.
Was it business or pleasure that took him there? Bosch asked.
He always told me it was both. He said he had investors to see. But it was an addiction. That's what I believed. He loved to gamble and could afford to do it, so he went.
Bosch nodded, but didn't know why. This last time, when did he go?
He went Thursday, after leaving the studio.
You saw him last then?
Thursday morning, before he went to the studio. He left for the airport from there. It's closer.
And you had no idea when to expect him back?
He said it as a statement.
It was out there for her to challenge if she wanted to.
To be honest, I was just beginning to wonder tonight. It usually doesn't take long for that place to separate a man from his money. I thought it was a little long, yes, but I didn't try to track him down.
The chapters ahead await, but for now, sink into the softness of this music and let your mind wander. This free audiobook continues soon.
If it's the last I do, I feel alive in your arms. Though it feels like a dream, I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're free. I feel alive in your arms. Though it feels like a dream, I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're as long as we're as long as we're as long as we're
And then you came.
What did he like to play over there?
Everything. But poker the most. It was the only game where you weren't playing against the house. The house took a cut, but you were playing against the other players. That's how he explained it to me once. Only he called the other players schmucks from Iowa.
Was he always alone over there, Mrs. Aliso? Bosch looked down at his notebook and acted as if he was writing something important, and that her answer wasn't. He knew it was cowardly.
I wouldn't know.
Did you ever go with him at all?
I don't like to gamble. I don't like that city. That city is a horrible place. They can dress it up all they want. It's still a city of vices and whores, not just the sexual kind.
Bosch studied the cool anger in her dark eyes.
You didn't answer the question, Mrs. Aliso, Ryder said. What question? Did you ever go to Las Vegas with him? At first, yes. But I found it boring. I haven't been in years.
Was your husband in any kind of serious debt? Bosch asked.
I don't know. If he was, he didn't tell me. You can call me Veronica. You never asked if he was getting into trouble? Ryder asked. I just assumed that he would tell me if he was. She turned the hard, dark eyes on Ryder now, and Bosch felt a weight lift off of him. Veronica Aliso was challenging them to disagree. I know this probably makes me some kind of a suspect, but I don't care, she said. You have your job to do. It must be obvious to you that my husband and I, let's just say we coexisted here. So as to your questions about Nevada, I couldn't tell you whether he was $1 million up or $1 million down. Who knows, he could have beaten the odds, but I think he would have bragged about it if he was. Bosch nodded and thought about the body in the trunk. It didn't seem like a man who had beaten any odds. Where did he stay in Las Vegas, Mrs. Aliso? Always at the Mirage. I do know that. You see, not all of the casinos have poker tables. The Mirage has a classy one. He always said that if I needed to call there. Ask for the poker pit if there is no answer in the room. Bosch took a few moments to write this down. He found that often silence was the best way to get people to talk and reveal themselves. He hoped Ryder realized that he was leaving holes of silence in the interview on purpose. You asked if he went there alone. Yes. Detectives, in the course of your investigation, I believe you will undoubtedly learn that my husband was a philanderer. I ask only one thing of you. Please do your best to keep that information from me. I simply don't want to know. Bosch nodded and was silent a moment while he composed his thoughts. What kind of woman wouldn't want to know, he wondered. Maybe one who already did. He looked back at her, and their eyes connected again. Aside from gambling, was your husband in any other kind of trouble as far as you know? He asked. Work-related? Financial? As far as I know, he wasn't. But he kept the finances. I could not tell you what our situation is at the moment. When I needed money, I asked him, and he always said, cash a check and tell him the amount. I have a separate account for household expenses. Without looking up from the notebook, Bosch said, just a few more and we'll leave you alone for now. Did your husband have any enemies that you know of? Anybody who would want to harm him? He worked in Hollywood. Backstabbing is considered an art form there. Anthony was as skilled at it as anyone else who has been in the industry 25 years. Obviously, that means there could always be people who were unhappy with him. But who would do this? I don't know. The car, the Rolls-Royce, is leased to a production company over at Archway Studios. How long had he worked there? His office was there, but he didn't work for Archway per se. TNA Productions was his own company. He simply rented an office and a parking spot on the Archway lot, but he had about as much to do with Archway as you do. Tell us about his production company, Ryder said. Did he make films? In a manner of speaking, you could say he started big and ended small. About 20 years ago, he produced his first film, The Art of the Cape. If you saw it, you were one of the few. Bullfight movies are not popular, but it was critically acclaimed, played the film festival circuit and then the art houses, and it was a good start for him. She said that Aliso managed to make a couple more films for general release. But after that, his production and moral values steadily declined until he was producing a procession of exploitive dreck. These films, if you want to call them that, are notable only for the number of exposed breasts in them, she said. In the business, it's called straight-to-video stock. In addition to that, Tony was quite successful in literary arbitrage. What is that? He was a speculator, mostly scripts, but he did manuscripts, books on occasion. And how would he speculate on them? He'd buy them, wrap up the rights, then when they became valuable or the author became hot, he'd go to market with them. Do you know who Michael St. John is? The name sounded familiar, but Bosch could not place it. He shook his head. Ryder did the same. He's one of the screenwriters of the moment. He'll be directing studio features within a year or so. He's the flavor of the month, so to speak. Okay. Well, 8 years ago, when he was in the USC Film School and was hungry and was trying to find an agent and trying to catch the attention of the studios, My husband was one of the vultures who circled overhead. You see, my husband's films were so low budget that he'd get students to shoot them, direct them, write them. So he knew the schools, and he knew talent. Michael St. John was one he knew had talent. Once, when he was desperate, he sold Anthony the rights to 3 of his student screenplays for $2,000. Now, anything with St. John's name on it goes for at least 6 figures.
What about these writers? How did they take this?
Not well. St. John was trying to buy his scripts back.
You think he could have harmed your husband?
No. You asked me what he did, and I told you. If you are asking who would kill him, I don't know.
Bosch jotted a couple of notes down.
You mentioned that he said that he saw investors when he went to Las Vegas, Ryder said. Yes. Can you tell us who they were? Schmucks from Iowa, I would assume. People he would meet and convince to invest in a movie. You'd be surprised how many people jump at a chance to be part of a Hollywood movie. And Tony was a good salesman. He could make a $2 million budget flick sound like the sequel to Gone with the Wind. He convinced me. How so? He convinced me to be in one of his movies once. That's how I met him. Made it sound like I was going to be the new Jane Fonda. You know, sexy but smart. It was a studio picture, only the director was a coke addict and the writer couldn't write, and the movie was so bad it was never released. That was it for my career, and Tony never made a studio picture again. He spent the rest of his life making video garbage.
Looking around the tall-ceilinged room at the paintings and furniture, Bosch said, "Doesn't look like he did too badly at it."
No, he didn't, she responded. I guess we have those people from Iowa to thank for that.
Her bitterness was stifling. Bosch looked down at his notebook just so he could avert his eyes from her.
All this talk, she said then. I need some water. Do either of you want something?
Water would be fine, Bosch said. We're not going to be much longer.
Detective Ryder? I'm fine, thank you. I'll be right back.
While she was gone, Bosch stood up and looked around the living room in a manner that suggested he wasn't really interested. He said nothing to Ryder. He was standing near a side table, looking at a carved glass figurine of a nude woman, when Veronica Aliso came back in with 2 glasses of ice water. I just want to ask you a few more questions about this past week, Bosch said.
Fine.
He sipped from his glass and remained standing. What would your husband have taken with him to Las Vegas, as far as luggage went?
Just his overnighter.
What did it look like?
It was a hanging bag that, folded over. It was green with brown leather trim and straps. He had a name tag on it.
Did he take a briefcase or any work with him?
Yes, his briefcase. It was one of those aluminum shell kind. They are lightweight, but impossible to break into or something. Is the luggage missing?
We're not sure. Do you know where he kept the key to the briefcase?
On his keychain, with the car keys.
There had been no car keys in the rolls or on Aliso's body. Bosch realized that the reason they may have been taken was to open the briefcase. He put the glass down next to the figurine and looked at it again. He then began writing the descriptions of the briefcase and hanging bag in his notebook. Did your husband wear a wedding ring?
No. He did wear quite an expensive watch, though. It was a Rolex. I gave it to him.
The watch was not taken.
Oh.
Bosch looked up from his notebook. Do you remember what your husband was wearing on Thursday morning when you last saw him?
Just clothes. He had on his white pants and a blue shirt and his sport coat.
His black leather sport coat?
Yes.
Mrs. Aliso, do you remember if you hugged him or kissed him goodbye? This seemed to fluster her, and Bosch immediately regretted the way he had phrased the question. I'm sorry. What I meant was that we found some fingerprints on the jacket, on the shoulder, and if you might have touched him there on the day he left, it could explain this piece of evidence. She was quiet a moment, and Bosch thought that she was finally going to begin to cry. But instead, she said,
I might have, but I don't remember. I don't think I did.
Bosch opened his briefcase and looked for a print screen. He found one in one of the pockets. It looked like a photo slide, but the center was a double-sided screen with ink between the screens. A thumb could be pressed on the A side, and a fingerprint would be imprinted on a card held against the B side. I want to take your thumbprint so we can compare it to the print taken off the jacket. If you did not touch him there, then it might be a good lead for us." She stepped over to him, and he pressed her right thumb down on the print screen. When he was done, she looked at her thumb.
"No ink?"
"Yes, that's nice, no mess. We just started using these a few years ago."
"The print on the jacket, did it belong to a woman?"
He looked at her and held her eyes for a moment. "We won't know for sure until we get a match." As he put the card and the print screen back in the briefcase, he noticed the evidence bag containing the poppers. He took it out and held it up for her to look at. "Do you know what these are?" She narrowed her eyes and shook her head no. "Amyl nitrate poppers. Some people use them to enhance sexual performance and satisfaction. Do you know if your husband ever used these?"
"You found them with him?"
"Mrs. Eliso, I'd rather that you just answer my questions. I know this is difficult, but there are some things I can't tell you yet. I will when I can, I promise."
"No, he didn't use them. With me."
"I'm sorry that I have to be so personal, but we want to catch the person who did this. We both want that. Now, your husband was about 10 or 12 years older than you?" He was being charitable here. "Did he have problems performing sexually? Is there any chance he might have been using poppers without your knowledge?" She turned to go back to her chair. When she was seated again, she said,
"I wouldn't know."
Now Bosch narrowed his eyes. What was she trying to say? His silence worked. She answered before he had to ask, but as she spoke, she looked directly at Ryder, the unspoken message being that, as a woman, Ryder might sympathize.
"Detective, I haven't had, I guess, sexual relations is the way it is said in these matters. My husband and I, not in almost 2 years."
Bosch nodded and looked down at his notebook. The page was blank, but he couldn't bring himself to write this latest piece of information down, with her watching them. He folded the notebook closed and put it away.
"You want to ask me why, don't you?"
He just looked at her, and she answered with a measure of defiance in her face and voice.
"He had lost interest."
"Are you sure?"
"He told me that to my face."
Bosch nodded. "Mrs. Eliso, I'm sorry for the loss of your husband. I'm also sorry for the intrusion and the personal questions. I'm afraid, though, that there will be more as the investigation progresses."
"I understand."
"There is one other thing I'd like to cover."
"Yes, what is it?"
"Did your husband have a home office?"
"Yes."
"Could we take a quick look at it?" She stood up, and they followed her down the second hallway to the office. They both stepped into the room, and Bosch looked around. It was a small room with a desk and 2 file cabinets. There was a TV on a cart in front of a wall of shelves. Half were filled with books, and the rest stacked with scripts, the titles written with magic markers on the edges of the pages. There was a golf bag leaning in the corner. Bosch walked over and studied the desk. It was spotless. He came around and saw that the desk contained 2 file drawers. He opened these and found one empty and one containing several files. He quickly looked through the file tabs and saw that they apparently were files containing personal finance records and tax documents. He closed the drawers, deciding that a search of the office could probably keep. "It's late," he said. "This is not the time. I want you to understand, though, that investigations like this often shoot off into many directions, but we have to follow up on everything. We're going to need to come in here tomorrow and go through your husband's things. We'll probably take a lot with us. We'll have a warrant, so everything will be perfectly legal."
"Yes, of course. But can't I just give you permission to take what you need?"
"You could, but it would be better this way. I'm talking about checkbooks, savings account records, credit card statements, insurance, everything. We'll probably need the records on your household account, too."
"I understand. What time?"
"I don't know yet. I'll call first, or someone will." "Do you know, did your husband leave a will?"
"Yes, both of us made wills. They're with our attorney."
"How long ago was that?"
"The will? Oh, a long time. Years."
"In the morning, I'd like you to call the attorney and tell him we'll need a copy of it. Are you up to doing that?"
Of course. What about insurance? Yes, we have policies. The attorney, Neil Denton in Century City, will have them also.
Okay, we'll worry about that tomorrow. I need to seal this room now.
They stepped back into the hallway and Bosch closed the door. From his briefcase, he took a sticker that said, "Crime scene. Do not enter premises. Call LAPD 213-485-4321. Bosch pressed the sticker across the door jamb. If anyone entered the room now, they would have to cut the sticker or peel it off. Bosch would know. "Detective?" Veronica Aliso said quietly from behind him. Bosch turned around. "I am the suspect, aren't I?" Bosch put the two papers he had peeled off the back of the sticker in his pocket. "I suppose everyone and no one is a suspect at this point. We're looking at everything. But yes, Mrs. Aliso, we're going to be looking at you." "I guess I shouldn't have been so candid before, then." Ryder said, "If you've got nothing to hide, the truth shouldn't hurt you." Bosch knew from long experience never to say such a thing. He knew the words were false before they were out of her mouth. Judging by the small, thin smile on Veronica Aliso's face, she knew it as well. "Are you new at this, Detective Ryder?" she asked, while looking at Bosch with that smile. "No, ma'am. I've been a detective for 6 years." "Oh, and I guess I don't have to ask Detective Bosch." "Mrs. Aliso?" Bosch asked. "Veronica. There is one last thing you could clear up for us tonight. We do not know yet exactly when your husband was killed, but it would help us concentrate on other matters if we could quickly eliminate routine avenues of—" "You want to know if I have an alibi? Is that it?" "We just want to know where you were the last few days and nights. It's a routine question, nothing else." "Well, I hate to bore you with my life's details because I'm afraid that's what they are. Boring. But other than a trip to the mall and supermarket Saturday afternoon, I haven't left the house since I had dinner with my husband Wednesday night." "You've been here alone?" "Yes. But I think you can verify this with Captain Nash at the gate. They keep records of who comes in as well as out of Hidden Highlands, even the residents. Also, on Friday our pool man was here in the afternoon. I gave him his check. I can get you his name and number." "That won't be necessary right now. Thank you. And again, I'm sorry for your loss. Is there anything we can do for you right now?" She seemed to be withdrawing into herself. He was not sure she had heard his question. "I'm fine," she finally said. He picked up his briefcase and headed down the hallway with Ryder. It ran behind the living room and took them directly to the front door. All the way along the hallway there were no photos on the wall. It didn't seem right to him, but he guessed nothing had been right in this house for a while. Bosch studied dead people's rooms the way scholars studied dead people's paintings at the Getty. He looked for the hidden meanings, the secrets of lives and deaths. At the door, Ryder went out first. Bosch then stepped out and looked back down the hall. Veronica Aliso was framed at the other end in the light. He hesitated for a beat. He nodded and walked out. They drove in silence, digesting the conversation, until they got to the gatehouse, and Nash came out. "How'd it go?" "It went." "He's dead, isn't he, Mr. Aliso?" "Yeah." Nash whistled quietly. "Captain Nash, you keep records here of when cars come in and out?" Ryder asked. "Yes, but this is private property. You'd need a search warrant," Bosch said. "Yes, we know. But before we go to all that trouble, tell me something. Say I come back with a warrant. Are your gate records going to tell me when exactly Mrs. Aliso came in and out of here the last few days?" "Nope. It'll only tell you when her car did." "Gotcha." Bosch dropped off Ryder at her car, and they drove separately down out of the hills to the Hollywood Division station on Wilcox. On the way, Bosch thought about Veronica Aliso and the fury she seemed to hold in her eyes for her dead husband. He didn't know how it fit, or if it even fit at all, but he knew they would be coming back to her. Ryder and Bosch stopped briefly in the station to update Edgar and pick up cups of coffee. Bosch then called Archway and arranged for the security office to call in Chucky Meacham from home. Bosch did not tell the duty officer who took the call what it was about, or what office inside the studio they would be going to.
He just told the officer to get Meacham there. At midnight, they went out the rear door of the station house, past the fenced windows of the drunk tank, and to Bosch's car. "So, what did you think of her?" Bosch finally asked as he pulled out of the station lot.
The embittered widow? I think there wasn't much to their marriage, at least at the end. Whether that makes her a killer or not, I don't know.
No pictures.
On the walls? Yeah, I noticed that.
Bosch lit a cigarette, and Ryder didn't say anything about it, although it was a violation of department policy to smoke in the detective car.
What do you think?
Ryder asked. I'm not sure yet. There's what you said, the bitterness you could almost put in a glass if you ever ran out of ice. Couple other things I'm still thinking about.
Like what?
Like all the makeup she had on, and the way she took my badge out of my hand. Nobody's ever done that before. It's like, I don't know, like maybe she was waiting for us. When they got to the entrance of Archway Pictures, Meacham was standing under the half-size replica of the Arc de Triomphe, smoking a cigarette and waiting. He was wearing a sport coat over a golf shirt and had a bemused smile on his face when he recognized Bosch pulling up. Bosch had spent time with Meacham in the robbery-homicide division 10 years before. Never partnered, but they worked a few of the same task forces. Meacham got out when the getting out was good. He pulled the pin a month after the Rodney King tape hit the news. He knew. He told everybody it was the beginning of the end. Archway hired him as the assistant director of security. Nice job, nice pay, plus he was pulling in the 20-year pension of half pay. He was the one they talked about when they talked about smart moves. Now, with all the baggage the LAPD carried, the King beating, the riots, the Christopher Commission, O.J. Simpson and Mark Furman, a retiring Dick would be lucky if a place like Archway hired him to work the front gate. "Harry Bosch," Meacham said, leaning down to look in. "What it is, what it is." The first thing Bosch had noticed was that Meacham had gotten his teeth capped since he'd last seen him. "Chucky? Long time. This is my partner, Kiz Ryder." Ryder nodded, and Meacham nodded, and studied her a moment. Black female detectives were a rarity in his day, even though he hadn't been off the job more than 5 years. "So, what's shaking, detectives? Why'd you want to go and pull me out of the hot tub?" He smiled, showing off the teeth. Bosch guessed he knew that they had been noticed. "We got a case. We want to take a look at the Vic's office." "It's here? Who's the stiff?" "Anthony N. Aliso, TNA Productions." Meacham crinkled his eyes. He had the deep tan of a golfer who never misses his Saturday morning start and usually gets away for at least 9 once or twice during the week. "Doesn't do anything for me, Harry. You sure he—" "Look it up, Chuck. He's here." Was. "All right, tell you what. Park the car over in the main lot and we'll go back to my office, grab a cup, and look this guy up." He pointed toward a lot directly through the gate, and Bosch did as instructed. The lot was almost empty and was next to a huge sound stage with an outside wall painted powder blue with puffs of white clouds. It was used for shooting exteriors when the real sky was too brown with smog. They followed Meacham on foot to the studio security offices. Entering the suite, they passed by a glass-walled office in which a man in a brown Archway security outfit sat at a desk surrounded by banks of video monitors. He was reading the Times sports page, which he quickly dropped into a trash can next to the desk when he saw Meacham. Bosch saw that Meacham didn't seem to notice because he had been holding the door open for them. When he turned, he casually saluted the man in the glass office and led Bosch and Ryder back to his office. Meacham slid in behind his desk and turned to his computer. The monitor screen depicted an intergalactic battle among assorted spaceships. Meacham hit one key, and the screensaver disappeared. He asked Bosch to spell Aliso's name, and he punched it into the computer. He then tilted the monitor so Bosch and Ryder couldn't see the screen. Bosch was annoyed by this, but he didn't say anything. After a few moments, Meacham did. "You're right, he was here. Tyrone Power Building. Had one of the little cubby holes they rent to non-players. 3-office suite. 3 losers. They share a secretary who comes with the rent." "How long's he been here? That say?" "Yeah, almost 7 years." "What else you got there?" Meacham looked at the screen. "Not much. No record of problems. He complained once about somebody dinging his car in a parking lot. Says here he drove a Rolls-Royce. Probably the last guy in Hollywood who hadn't traded in his Rolls on a Range Rover. Ooh, that's tacky, Bosch. Let's go take a look. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you and Detective Riley go out there and grab a cup of joe while I make a call about that? I'm not sure what our procedure is for this. First of all, Chuck, it's Ryder, not Riley. And second, we're running a homicide investigation here. Whatever your procedures are, we are expecting you to allow us access. You're on private property here, buddy. You've got to keep that in mind. I will. Bosch stood up. And when you make your call, the thing you should keep in mind is that so far the media hasn't gotten wind of any of this. I didn't think it would be good to pull Archway into this sort of thing, especially since we don't know for sure what's involved here. You can tell whoever you're calling that I'll try to keep it that way. Meacham smirked and shook his head. Still the same old Bosch, your way or the highway. Something like that. While waiting, Bosch had time to gulp down a cup of lukewarm coffee from a pot that had been on a warmer in the outer office for the better part of the night. It was bitter, but he knew the cup he'd had at the station would not take him through the night. Ryder passed on the coffee, instead drinking water from a dispenser in the hallway. After nearly 10 minutes, Meacham came out of his office. Okay, you got it, but I'll tell you right now that me or one of my people got to be in there the whole time as observers. That going to be a problem for you, Bosch? No problem. Okay, let's go. We'll take a cart. On the way out, he opened the door to the glass room and stuck his head in. Peters, who's roving? Sarouye and Fogel. Okay, get on the air and tell Sarouye to meet us at Tyrone Power. He's got keys, right? Right. Okay, do it. Meacham made a motion to close the door, but stopped. And, Peters, leave the sports page in the trash can. They took a golf cart to the Tyrone Power building because it was on the other side of the lot from the security offices. Along the way, Meacham waved to a man dressed fully in black who was coming out of one of the buildings they passed. We've got a shoot on New York Street tonight, otherwise I'd take you through there. You'd swear you were in Brooklyn. Never been, Bosch said. Me neither, Ryder added. Then it doesn't matter, unless you wanted to see him shooting. The Tyrone Power building will be just fine. Fine. When they got there, another uniformed man was waiting, Sarouye. At Meacham's instructions, he first unlocked a door to a reception area that served the 3 separate offices of the suite. He then unlocked the door to the office Aliso had used. Meacham then told him to go back out on roving patrol of the studio. Meacham's calling it a closet was not too far off. Aliso's office was barely large enough for Bosch, Ryder, and Meacham to stand in together without having to smell each other's breath. It contained a desk with a chair behind it and 2 more close in front of it. Against the wall behind the desk was a 4-drawer file cabinet. The left wall was hung with framed one-sheets advertising 2 classic films, Chinatown and The Godfather, both of which had been made down the street at Paramount. Aliso had countered these on the right wall with framed posters of his own efforts, The Art of the Cape and Casualty of Desire. There were also smaller frames of photos depicting Aliso with various celebrities, many of the shots taken in the same office with Aliso and the celebrity of the moment standing behind the desk, smiling. Bosch first studied the 2 posters. Each one carried the imprimatur along the top of Anthony Aliso Presents, but it was the second poster for Casualty of Desire that caught his attention. The artwork beneath the title of the film showed a man in a white suit carrying a gun down at his side, a desperate look on his face. In larger scale, a woman with flowing dark hair that framed the image looked down on him with sultry eyes. The poster was a rip-off of the scene depicted in the Chinatown poster on the other wall, but there was something entrancing about it. The woman, of course, was Veronica Aliso, and Bosch knew that was one reason why. Nice-looking woman, Meacham said from behind him. His wife. I see that. Second billing. Only I never heard of her. Bosch nodded at the poster. I think this was her shot. Well, like I said, Nice-looking gal. I doubt she looks like that anymore.
Bosch studied the eyes again and remembered the woman he saw just an hour ago. The eyes were still as dark and gleaming, a little cross of light at the center of each. Bosch looked away and began to study the framed photos. He immediately noticed that one of them was of Dan Lacey, the actor who had portrayed Bosch 8 years earlier in a miniseries about the search for a serial killer. The studio that had produced it had paid Bosch and his then-partner a lot of money to use their names and technical advice. His partner took the money and ran, retired to Mexico. Bosch bought a house in the hills. He couldn't run. He knew the job was his life. He turned and took in the rest of the small office. There were shelves against the wall near the door, and these were piled with scripts and videotapes. No books, save for a couple of directories of actors and directors. "Okay," Bosch said. "Chucky, you stand back by the door and observe, like you said. Kiz, why don't you start with the desk, and I'll start with the files." The files were locked, and it took Bosch 10 minutes to open them with the pics he got out of his briefcase. It then took an hour just to make a cursory study of the files. The drawers were stocked with notes and financial records regarding the development of several films that Bosch had never heard of. This did not seem curious to him, after what Veronica Eliso had said, and because he knew little about the film business anyway. But it seemed, from his understanding of the files he was quickly scanning, that large sums of money had been paid to various film services companies during the production of the films. And what struck Bosch the most was that Eliso seemed to have financed a hell of a nice lifestyle from this little office. After he was finished going through the fourth and bottom drawer, Bosch stood and straightened his back, his vertebrae popping like dominoes clicking together. He looked at Ryder, who was still going through the drawers of the desk. "Anything?"
"A few things of interest, but no smoking gun, if that's what you mean. Eliso's got a flag here from the IRS. His corporation was going to be audited next month. Other than that, there is some correspondence between Tony Eliso and St. John, the flavor of the month Mrs. Eliso mentioned. Heated words, but nothing overtly threatening. I've still got one drawer to go."
"There's a lot in the files. Financial stuff. We're going to have to go through it all. I'd like you to be the one. You're going to be up for it?"
"No problem. What I'm seeing so far is a lot of routine, if not sloppy, business records. It just happens to be the movie business here."
"I'm going outside to catch a smoke. When you're done there, why don't we switch, and you take the files, I'll take the desk."
"Sounds like a plan."
Before going out, he ran his eyes along the shelves by the door and read the titles off of the videotapes. He stopped when he came to the one he was looking for. Casualty of Desire. He reached up and took it down. The cover carried the same artwork as the movie poster. He stepped back and put it on the desk so it would be gathered with things they would be taking. Ryder asked what it was. "It's her movie," he said. "I want to watch it."
"Oh, me too."
Outside, Bosch stood in the small courtyard by a bronze statue of a man he guessed was Tyrone Power and lit a cigarette. It was a cool night, and the smoke in his chest warmed him. The studio grounds were very quiet now. He walked over to a trash can next to a bench in the courtyard and used it to tip his ashes. He noticed a broken coffee mug at the bottom of the can. There were several pens and pencils scattered in the can as well. He recognized the archway insignia, the Arc de Triomphe with the sun rising in the middle of the arch, on one of the fragments. He was about to reach into the trash can to pick out what looked like a gold cross pen when he heard Meacham's voice and turned around.
"She's going places, isn't she?"
"I can tell." He was lighting his own cigarette.
"Yeah, that's what I hear. It's our first case together. I don't really know her, and from what I hear, I shouldn't try. She's going to the glass house as soon as the time is right."
Meacham nodded and flicked his ashes onto the pavement. Bosch watched him glance up toward the roofline above the second floor and give another one of his casual salutes. Bosch looked up and saw the camera moored to the underside of the roof eave.
"Don't worry about it," Bosch said. "He can't see you. He's reading about the Dodgers last night."
"Suppose you're right. Can't get good people these days, Harry. I get guys who like driving around in the carts all day, hoping they're going to be discovered like Clint Eastwood or something. Had a guy run into a wall the other day because he was so intent on talking with a couple creative execs walking by.
There's one of them oxymorons for you. Creative, executive.
Bosch was silent. He didn't care about anything that Meacham had just said.
You ought to come work here, Harry. You gotta have your 20 in by now. You should pull the pin and then come work for me. Your lifestyle will rise a couple of notches, I guarantee it.
No thanks, Chuck. Somehow I just don't see myself tooling around in one of your golf carts.
Well, the offer's there any time, buddy. Any time.
Bosch put his cigarette out on the side of the trash can and dropped the dead butt inside. He decided that he didn't want to go picking through the can with Meacham watching. He told Meacham he was heading back in.
Bosch, I gotta tell you something.
Bosch looked back at him and Meacham raised his hands.
We're gonna have a problem if you want to take anything out of that office without a warrant. I mean, I heard what you said about that tape, and now she's in there stacking stuff on the desk to go. But I can't let you take anything.
Then you are going to be here all night, Chuck. There are a lot of files in there and a lot of work to do. It'd be a lot easier for us to haul it all back to the Bureau now.
I know that. I've been there. But this is the position I've been instructed to take. We need the warrant.
Bosch used the phone on the receptionist's desk to call Edgar, who was still in the Detective Bureau, just beginning the paperwork the case would generate. Bosch told him to drop that work for the moment and start drawing up search warrants for all financial records in Aliso's home and the Archway offices, and any being held by his attorney.
You want me to call the duty judge tonight? It's almost 2 in the morning.
Do it, Bosch said. When you have him signed, bring him out here to Archway, and bring some boxes. Edgar groaned. He was getting all the shit work. Nobody liked waking up a judge in the middle of the night. I know, Jerry, but it's got to be done. Anything else going on?
No. I called the Mirage, talked to a guy in security. The room Aliso used was rebooked over the weekend. It's open now, and he's got a hold on it, but it's spoiled.
Probably. Okay, man, next time you'll eat the bear. Get on those warrants. In Aliso's office, Ryder was already looking through the files. Bosch told her Edgar was working on a warrant and that they would have to draw up an inventory for Meacham. He also told her to take a break if she wanted, but she declined. Bosch sat down behind the desk. It had the usual clutter. There was a phone with a speaker attachment, a Rolodex, a blotter, a magnetic block that held paper clips to it, and a wood carving that said TNA Productions in script. There was also a tray stacked with paperwork. Bosch looked at the phone and noticed the redial button. He lifted the handset and pushed the button. He could tell by the quick procession of tones that the last call made on the phone had been long distance. After 2 rings, it was answered by a female voice. There was loud music in the background.
Hello?
She said. Yes, hello, who's this? She giggled.
I don't know. Who's this?
I might have the wrong number. Is this Tony's?
No, it's Dolly's.
Oh, Dolly's. Okay, then where are you located? She giggled again.
On Madison, where do you think? How do you think we got the name?
Where's Madison?
We're in North Las Vegas. Where are you coming from?
The Mirage.
Oh, okay. Just follow the boulevard out front to the north. You go all the way past downtown and past a bunch of cruddy areas and into North Las Vegas. Madison is your third light after you go under the overpass. Take a left and we're a block down on the left. What's your name again?
It's Harry.
Well, Harry, I'm Rhonda. As in...
Bosch said nothing.
Come on, Harry. You're supposed to say, help me, Rhonda, help me, Rhonda.
She sang the line from the old Beach Boys song. Actually, Rhonda, there is something you can help me with, Bosch said. I'm looking for a buddy of mine, Tony Aliso. He been in there lately?
Haven't seen him this week. Haven't seen him since Thursday or Friday. I was wondering how you got the dressing room number.
Yeah, from Tony.
Well, Layla isn't here tonight, so Tony wouldn't be coming in anyway, I don't think. But you can come on out. He don't have to be here for you to have a good time.
Okay, Rhonda, I'll try to swing by. Bosch hung up. He took a notebook out of his pocket and wrote down the name of the business he had just called, the directions to it, and the names Rhonda and Layla. He drew a line under the second name.
What was that?
Ryder asked. A lead in Vegas. He recounted the call and the inference made about the person named Layla. Ryder agreed that it was something to pursue, then went back to the files. Bosch went back to the desk. He studied the things on top of it before going to the things in it. "Hey, Chucky?" he asked. Meacham, leaning against the door with his arms folded in front of him, raised his eyebrows by way of response. "He's got no phone tape. What about when the receptionist isn't out there? Do phone calls go to the operator or some kind of a phone service?"
No, the whole lot's on voicemail now."
"So Aliso had voicemail. How do I get into it?"
"Well, you've got to have his code. It's a 3-digit code. You call the voicemail computer, punch in the code, and you pick up your messages."
"How do I get his code?"
"You don't. He programmed it himself."
"There's no master code I can break in with?"
"Nope. It's not that sophisticated a system, Bosch. I mean, what do you want? It's phone messages."
Bosch took out his notebook again and checked the notes for Aliso's birthday. "What's the voicemail number?" he asked. Meacham gave him the number, and Bosch called the computer. After a beep, he punched in 721, but the number was rejected. Bosch drummed his fingers on the desk, thinking. He tried 862, the numbers corresponding with TNA, and the computer voice told him he had 4 messages. "His, listen to this," he said. He put the phone on speaker and hung up. As the messages were played back, Bosch took a few notes, but the first 3 messages were from men reporting on technical aspects of a planned film shoot, equipment rental, and costs. Each call was followed by the electronic voice which reported when, on Friday, the call came in. The 4th message made Bosch lean forward and listen closely. The voice belonged to a young woman, and it sounded like she was crying.
"Hey, Tone, it's me. Call me as soon as you get this. I almost feel like calling your house. I need you. That bastard Lucky says I'm fired, and for no reason. He just wants to get his dick into Modesty. I don't want to have to work at the Palomino or any of those other places. The Garden. Forget it. I want to come out there to L.A., be with you. Call me."
The electronic voice said the call came in at 4 a.m. on Sunday, long after Tony Aliso was dead. The caller had not given her name. It was therefore obviously someone Aliso would have known. Bosch wondered if it was the woman Rhonda had mentioned, Layla. He looked at Ryder, and she just shook her shoulders. They knew too little to judge the significance of the call. Bosch sat in the desk chair contemplating things a few moments. He opened a drawer but didn't start through it. His eyes traveled up the wall to the right of the desk and roamed across the photos of the smiling Tony Aliso posed with celebrities. Some of them had written notes on the photos, but they were hard to read. Bosch studied the photo of his celluloid alter ego, Dan Lacey, but couldn't read the small note scrawled across the bottom of the photo. Then he looked past the ink and realized what he was looking at. On Aliso's desk in the photo was an archway mug crammed with pens and pencils. Bosch took the photo off the wall and called Meacham's name. Meacham came over. "Somebody was in here," Bosch told him.
"What are you talking about?"
"When was the trash can emptied outside?"
"How the hell would I know?"
The surveillance camera out there on the roof. How long you keep the tapes?" Meacham hesitated a second, but then answered,
"We roll them over every week. We'd have 7 days off that camera. It's all stop action, 10 frames a minute."
"Let's go and take a look." Bosch didn't get home until 4. That left him only 3 hours to sleep before an agreed-upon breakfast meeting with Edgar and Ryder at 7:30. But he was too strung out on coffee and adrenaline to even think about shutting his eyes. The house had the sour tang of a fresh paint smell, and he opened the sliders onto the back deck to let in the cool night air. He checked out the Cahuenga Pass below and watched the cars on the Hollywood freeway cutting through. He was always amazed at how there were always cars on the freeway, no matter what the hour. In L.A., they never stopped. He thought about putting on a CD. some saxophone music, but instead just sat down on the couch in the dark and lit a cigarette. He thought about the different currents running through the case. Going by the preliminary take on the victim, Anthony Aliso had been a financially successful man. That kind of success usually brought with it a thick insulation from violence and murder. The rich were seldom murdered, but something had gone wrong for Tony Aliso. Bosch remembered the tape and went to his briefcase, which he had left on the dining room table. Inside it there were 2 video cassettes, the Archway surveillance tape and the copy of Casualty of Desire. He turned on the TV and put the movie in the video player. He began watching in the dark. After viewing the tape, it was obvious to Bosch that the movie deserved the fate it had received. It was badly lit, and in some frames the end of a boom microphone hovered above the players. This was particularly jarring in scenes shot in the open desert, where there should have been nothing above them but blue sky. It was basic filmmaking gone wrong, and added to the amateurish look of the film were the poor performances of the players. The male lead, an actor Bosch had never seen before, was woodenly ineffective in portraying a man desperate to hold on to his young wife, who used sexual frustration and taunting to coerce him into committing crimes, eventually including murder, all for her morbid satisfaction. Veronica Aliso played the wife and was not much better an actor than the male lead. When lighted well, she was stunningly beautiful. There were 4 scenes in which she appeared partially nude, and Bosch watched these with a voyeuristic fascination. But overall, it was not a good role for her, and Bosch also understood why her career, like her husband's, did not move forward. She might blame and harbor a resentment for her husband, but the bottom line was that she was like thousands of beautiful women that come to Hollywood every year. Her looks could put applause in your heart, but she could not act to save her life. In the climactic scene of the film, when the husband is apprehended and the wife cuts him loose with the cops, she delivered her lines with the conviction and weight of a blank page of typing paper.
"It was him. He's crazy. I couldn't stop him until it was too late. Then I couldn't tell anyone because it would look like I was the one who wanted them all dead."
Bosch watched all the way through the credits and then rewound the tape by using the remote. He never got off the couch. He then turned the TV off and put his feet up on the couch. Looking through the open sliders, he could see the light of dawn etching the ridgeline across the pass. He still wasn't tired. He kept thinking about the choices people make with their lives. He wondered what would have happened if the performances had been at least passable and the film had found a distributor. He wondered if that would have changed things now, if it would have kept Tony Aliso out of that trunk. The meeting at the station with billets didn't start until 9:30. Though the squad room was deserted because of the holiday, they all rolled chairs into the lieutenant's office and closed the door. Billets started things off by saying that members of the local media, apparently having picked up on the case by checking the coroner's overnight log, were already beginning to take a more than routine interest in the Aliso murder. Also, she said, the department weight all the way up the line was questioning whether the investigation should be turned over to the elite robbery homicide division. This, of course, grated on Bosch. Earlier in his career, he had been assigned to RHD, but then a questionable on-duty shooting resulted in his demotion to Hollywood, and so it was particularly upsetting to him to think of turning over the case to the big shots downtown. If OCID had been interested, that would have been easier to accept. But Bosch told Billets that he could not accept turning the case over to RHD after his team had spent almost an entire night without sleep on it and had produced some viable leads. Ryder jumped in and agreed with him. Edgar, still riding his sulk over being put on the paperwork, remained silent.
"Your point is well taken," Billets said. "But when we're done here, I have to call Captain LaValle at home and convince her we've got a handle on this. So let's go over what we have. You convince me, I'll convince her. She'll then let me know how we feel about it downtown."
Bosch spent the next 30 minutes talking for the team and carefully recounting the night's investigation.
The detective squad's only television VCR was kept in the lieutenant's office because it wasn't safe to leave it unlocked, even in a police station. He put in the tape Meacham had dubbed off the Archway surveillance tape and queued up the part that included the intruder. The surveillance camera this was shot from turns a frame every 6 seconds. So it's pretty quick and jerky, but we've got the guy on it, Bosch said. He hit the play button, and the screen depicted a grainy black and white view of the courtyard and front of the Tyrone Power Building. The lighting made it appear to be late dusk. The time counter on the bottom of the screen showed the time and date to be 8:13 the evening before. Bosch put the machine on slow motion, but still the sequence he wanted to show Billets was over very quickly. In 6 quick frames, they showed a man go to the door of the building, hunch over the knob, and then disappear inside.
Actual time at the door was about 30 to 35 seconds, Ryder said. It may look from the tape like he had a key, but that's too long to open the door with the key. The lock was picked. Somebody good and fast.
Okay, here he comes back out, Bosch said. When the time counter hit 8:17, the man was captured on the video emerging from the doorway. The video jumped, and the man was in the courtyard, heading toward the trash can. Then it jumped, and the man was walking away from the trash can. Then he was gone. Bosch backed the tape up and froze it on the last image of the man as he walked from the trash can. It was the best image. It was dark, and the man's face was blurred, but still possibly recognizable if they ever found someone to compare it to. He was white, with dark hair, and a stocky, powerful build. He wore a golf shirt with short sleeves, and the watch on his right wrist, visible just above one of the black gloves he wore, had a chrome band that glinted with the reflection of the courtyard light. Above the wrist was the dark blur of a tattoo on the man's forearm. Bosch pointed these things out to Billets and added that he would be taking the tape to SID to see if this last frame, the best of those showing the intruder, could be sharpened in any way by computer enhancement.
Good, Billets said. Now, what do you think he was doing in there?
Retrieving something, Bosch said. From the time he goes in until he comes out, we've got less than 4 minutes. Not a lot of time. Plus, he had to pick the interior door to Aliso's office. Whatever he's doing in there, he knocks an Archway mug off the desk and it breaks on the floor. He does what he was there to do, then gathers up the broken mug and the pens and dumps them in the trash can on his way out. We found the broken mug and the pens in the can last night.
Any prints?
Billets asked. Once we figured there was a break-in, we backed out and had Donovan come on out when he was done with the rolls. He got prints, but nothing we can use. He got Aliso's and mine and Kiss's. As you can see on the video, the guy wore gloves.
Okay.
Bosch involuntarily yawned, and Edgar and Ryder followed suit. He drank from the cup of stale coffee he had brought into the office with him. He had long had the caffeine jitters, but knew if he stopped feeding the beast now, he would quickly crash.
And the theory on what this intruder was retrieving?
Billets asked.
The broken mug puts him at the desk rather than the files, Ryder said. Nothing in the desk seemed disturbed. No empty files, nothing like that. We think it was a bug. Somebody put a bug in Aliso's phone and couldn't afford to let us find it. The phone was right next to the mug in the pictures on Aliso's walls. The intruder somehow knocked it over. Funny thing is, we never checked the phone for a bug. If whoever this guy was had left well enough alone, we probably would have never tumbled to it. I've been to Archway, Billets said. It's got a wall around it. It's got its own private security force. How's this guy get in? Or are you suggesting an inside job?
2 things, Bosch said. There was a film shooting in progress at the studio on the New York Street set. That meant a lot of people in and out of the front gate. Maybe this guy was able to slip through with part of the shooting crew. The direction in which he walks off in the video is to the north. That's where New York Street is. The gate is to the south. Also, the north side of the studio butts up against the Hollywood Cemetery. You're right, there is a wall, but at night, after the cemetery is closed, it's dark and secluded. Our guy could have climbed the wall there. Whatever way he did it, he had practice.
What do you mean?
If he was taking a bug out of Tony Aliso's phone, it had to have been planted there in the first place. Billets nodded.
Who do you think he was?
she asked quietly. Bosch looked at Ryder to see if she wanted to answer. When she didn't speak, he did.
Hard to say. The timing is the catch. Aliso's probably been dead since Friday night.
His body's not found till about 6 last night. Then this break-in comes at 8:13. That's after Aliso's been found and after people start finding out about it.
But 8:13, that's before you talked to the wife?
Right. So that kind of threw a wrench into it. I mean, I was all set to say, let's go full speed on the wife and see what we get. Now, well, I'm not so sure. See, if she's involved, this break-in doesn't make sense.
Explain.
Well, first you've got to figure out why he was being bugged. And what's the most likely answer? The wife put a PI or somebody on Tony to see if he was screwing around. Okay?
Okay.
Now, saying that's the case, if the wife was involved in putting her husband down into that trunk, why should she or her PI or whoever wait until last night? This is after the body's been found, to pull the bug out of there. It doesn't make sense. It only makes sense if the two things were not related, if the killing and the bug are separate. Understand?
I think so.
And that's why I'm not ready to chuck everything and just look at the wife.
Personally, I think she might be good for this.
But there's too much we don't know right now. It doesn't feel right to me. There's something else running through all of this, and we don't know what yet. Billets nodded and looked at all the investigators.
This is good. I know there isn't a lot that is solid yet, but it's still good work. Anything else? What about the prints Art Donovan pulled off the victim's jacket last night?
For now, we've struck out. He put them on APHIS, NCIC, the whole works, and got blanked.
Damn.
They're still valuable. We come up with a suspect, the prints could be a clincher.
Anything else from the car?
No, Bosch said.
Yes,
Ryder said. Billets raised her eyebrows at the contradiction.
One of the prints Donovan found on the inside lip of the trunk lid, Ryder said. It came back to Ray Powers. He's the P3 who found the body. He overstepped when he popped the trunk. He obviously left his print when he opened it. We caught it, and no harm, no foul, but it was sloppy work, and he should have never opened the trunk in the first place. He should have called us.
Billets glanced at Bosch, and he guessed she was wondering why he hadn't brought this to her attention. He looked down at her desk.
Okay, I'll take care of it,
Billets said.
I know Powers. He's been around, and he should certainly know procedure.
Bosch could have defended Powers with the explanation the cop had given the day before, but he let it go. Powers wasn't worth it. Billets went on.
So, where do we go from here?
Well, we've got a lot of ground to cover, Bosch said. I once heard this story about a sculptor, and somebody asked him how he turned a block of granite into a beautiful statue of a woman. And he said that he just chips away everything that isn't the woman. That's what we have to do now. We've got this big block of information and evidence. We got to chip away everything that doesn't count, that doesn't fit. Billets smiled, and Bosch suddenly felt embarrassed about the analogy, though he believed it was accurate.
What about Las Vegas? She asked. Is that part of the statue, or the part we need to chip away?
Now Ryder and Edgar were smiling. Well, we've got to go there, for one thing, Bosch said, hoping he didn't sound defensive. Right now, all we know is that this victim went there and was dead pretty soon after he came back. We don't know what he did there, whether he won, lost, whether somebody tailed him back here from there. For all we know, he could have hit a jackpot there and was followed back here and ripped off. We've got a lot of questions about Las Vegas.
Plus, there's the woman,
Ryder said.
What woman?
Billets asked. Right, Bosch said. The last call made on Tony Aliso's office line was to a club in North Las Vegas. I called it and got the name of a woman I think he was seeing over there. Layla. There was...
Layla? Like that song?
I guess. There also was a message from an unnamed woman on his office line. I think it might have been this Layla. We've got to talk to her. Billets nodded, made sure Bosch was done, and then laid down the battle plan.
All right,
Billets said.
First off, all media inquiries are to be directed to me. The best way to control information on this is to have it come from one mouth. For the moment, we'll tell the reporters it is obviously under investigation and we are leaning toward a possible carjacking or robbery scenario. It's innocuous enough and will probably appease them. Everyone okay with that?" The three detectives nodded. "Okay, I'm going to make a case with the captain to keep the case here with us. It looks to me like we have 3 or 4 avenues which need to be pursued vigorously. Granite that we have to chip away at, as Harry would say. Anyway, it will also help me with the captain if we are already scrambling on these things. So, Harry, I want you to get on a plane as soon as possible and get to Vegas. I want you on that end of it. But if there's nothing there, I want you to get in and get out. We'll need you back here, okay?" Bosch nodded. It would have been his choice if he was the one making the decisions, but he felt a pang of discomfort that she was doing it. "Kiz, you stick with the financial trail. I want to be in a position of knowing everything about this guy Anthony Aliso by tomorrow morning. You're also going to have to go up to the house with the search warrant, so while you're there, take another shot at the wife. See what else you can get about the marriage when you're picking up the records. I don't know. If you get a chance, sit down with her. Try to get a heart-to-heart." "I don't know," Ryder said. "I think we're past the heart-to-heart. She's a smart woman, smart enough to already know we're taking a look at her. I almost think that to be safe, we've got to advise her next time any of us talk to her. It was pretty close last night." "Use your judgment on that," Billett said. "But if you advise, she's probably going to call her lawyer." "I'll see what I can do." "And Jerry, you—" I know, I've got the paper." It was the first time he had spoken in 15 minutes. Bosch thought he was carrying his sulk to the limit. "Yes, you have the paper. But I also want you on the civil cases and this screenwriter guy who is having the dispute with Aliso. It sounds to me to be the longest shot, but we've got to cover everything. Get that cleared up, and it will help narrow our focus." Edgar mock saluted her. "Also," she said, "while Harry's putting together the trail in Vegas, I want you to put it together from the airport here. We've got his parking stub. I think you should start there. When I talk to the media, I'll also give a detailed description of the car. Can't be that many white clouds around. And say we're looking for anyone who might have seen it Friday night. I'll say we're trying to recreate the victim's ride from the airport. Maybe we'll get lucky and get some help from the John Q's out there." "Maybe," Edgar said. "Okay, then. Let's do it," Billett said. The three of them stood up while Billett stayed seated. Bosch took his time taking the tape out of the VCR so that the other two were out of the office when he was done, and he was alone with Billett. "I'd heard that you didn't have any actual time on a homicide table while you were coming up," he said to her. "That's true. My only job as an actual detective was working sexual crimes in Valley Bureau." "Well, for what it's worth, I would have assigned things just the way you just did." "But did it annoy you that I did it instead of you?" Bosch thought a moment. "I'll get over it." "Thank you." "No problem. Listen, that thing about Powers leaving his print, I probably would have told you about it, but I didn't think this meeting was the right time. I chewed him out for opening the car yesterday. He said if he hadn't opened it and waited for us to check it out, the car would probably still be sitting out there. He is an asshole, but he makes a point." "I understand." "You pissed at me for not telling you?" Billett thought a moment. "I'll get over it." 2. Bosch fell asleep a few minutes after belting himself into a window seat on the Southwest shuttle from Burbank to Las Vegas. It was a deep, dreamless sleep, and he didn't wake until the clunk of the landing gear hitting the tarmac jolted him forward. As the plane taxied to its gate, he came out of the fog and felt himself re-energized by the hour-long rest. It was high noon and 104 degrees when he walked out of the terminal. As he headed toward the garage where his rental car was waiting, he felt his newfound energy being leached away by the heat. After finding his car in its assigned parking stall, he put the air conditioning on high and headed toward the Mirage. Bosch had never liked Las Vegas, though he came often on cases. It shared a kinship with Los Angeles. Both were places desperate people ran to. Often, when they ran from Los Angeles, they came here. It was the only place left. Beneath the veneer of glitz and money and energy and sex beat a dark heart. No matter how much they tried to dress her up with neon and family entertainment,
she was still a whore. But if any place could sway him of that opinion, it was the Mirage. It was the symbol of the new Las Vegas, clean, opulent, legit. The windows of its tower glinted gold in the sun, and inside no money had been spared in its rich casino design. As Bosch walked through the lobby, he was first mesmerized by the white tigers in a huge glassed-in environment that any zookeeper in the world would salivate over. Next, as he waited in line to check in, he eyed the huge aquarium behind the front desk. Sharks lazily turned and moved back and forth behind the glass, just like the white tigers. When it was Bosch's turn to check in, the desk clerk noticed a flag on his reservation and called security. A day-shift supervisor named Hank Meyer appeared and introduced himself. He said that Bosch would have the complete cooperation of the hotel and casino.
Tony Aliso was a good and valued customer, he said. We want to do what we can to help, but it's highly unlikely that his death had anything to do with his stay here. We run the cleanest ship in the desert here.
I know that, Hank, Bosch said, and I know about the reputation you don't want blemished. I'm not expecting to find anything inside the Mirage, but I need to go through the motions. So do you, right?
Right.
Did you know him?
No, I didn't. I've been on day shift the entire 3 years I've been here. From what I understand, Mr. Aliso primarily gambled at night.
Meyer was about 30 and had the clean-cut image that the Mirage, and now all of Las Vegas, wanted to present to the world. He went on to explain that the room Aliso had last stayed in at the hotel was sealed and was being held that way for Bosch's inspection. He gave Bosch the key and asked that he return it as soon as he was finished with the room. He also said the poker pit dealers and sports book clerks who worked the night shift would be made available for interviews. All of them knew Aliso because of his regular visits. You have an eye in the sky over the poker tables?
Yes, we do.
You have video from Thursday going into Friday? I'd like to see it if you do.
That won't be a problem.
Bosch made arrangements to meet Meyer at the second floor's security office at 4. That was when the casino shifts changed and the dealers who knew Aliso would report for work. He could look at the surveillance tape from the poker pit's overhead camera then as well. A few minutes later, alone in his room, Bosch sat on the bed and looked around. The room was smaller than he had expected, but it was very nice, by far the most comfortably appointed room he had ever seen in Las Vegas. He pulled the phone off the side table onto his lap and called the Hollywood division to check in. Edgar picked up the line. It's Bosch.
Well, the Michelangelo of murder, the Rodin of homicide.
Funny. So what's going on over there?
Well, for one thing, bullets won the battle. Nobody from RHD has come around to snatch the case.
That's good. What about you? You making any progress?
I almost have the murder book up to speed. I have to put it aside now, though. The screenwriter's coming in at 1:30 for a sit-down. Says he doesn't need a lawyer.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. Tell the lieutenant I checked in.
Yeah. And by the way, she wants another confab on how things are going at 6. You should call in and we'll put you on the speaker.
Will do. Bosch sat on the bed a few moments, wishing he could lie back on it and sleep, but he knew he couldn't. He had to drive the case forward. He got up and unpacked his overnighter, hanging his 2 shirts and 1 pair of pants in the closet. He put his extra underwear and socks on the closet shelf, then left the room and took an elevator to the top floor. The room Aliso had used was at the end of the corridor. The card key Meyer had given him worked without a problem, and he stepped into a room about twice the size of his own. It was a combination bedroom and sitting room, and had an oval jacuzzi next to the windows that looked out across the expanse of the desert and the smooth, coca-colored mountain chain to the northwest of the city. Directly below was a view of the pool and the hotel's porpoise habitat attraction. Looking down, he could see one of the gray fish moving beneath the shimmering water. It looked as out of place as Bosch felt in the suite he stood in. "Dolphins in the desert," he said out loud. The room was plush by any standards in any city, and obviously was kept for high rollers. Bosch stood by the bed for a few moments and just looked around. There was nothing that seemed out of place, and the thick carpet had the uniformed waves left by a recent vacuuming. He guessed that if there had been anything of evidentiary value in the room, it was gone now. But still he went through the motions. He looked under the bed and in the drawers. Behind the bureau he found a matchbook from a local Mexican restaurant called La Fuentes, but there was no telling how long it had been there. The bathroom was tiled in pink marble, floor to ceiling. The fixtures were polished brass. Bosch looked around for a moment but saw nothing of interest. He opened the glass door to the shower stall and looked in, and also found nothing. But as he was closing the door, his eyes caught on something on the drain. He reopened the door and looked down, then pressed his finger on the tiny speck of gold caught in the rubber sealant around the drain fitting. He raised his finger and found the tiny piece of glitter stuck to his finger. He guessed that it was a match to the glitter found in the cuffs of Tony Aliso's pants. Now all he needed was to figure out what they were and where they had come from. The Metro Police Department was on Stewart Street in downtown. Bosch stopped at the front desk and explained he was an out-of-town investigator wanting to make a courtesy check-in with the homicide squad. He was directed to the third-floor detective bureau, where a desk man escorted him through a deserted squad room to the commander's office. Captain John Felton was a thick-necked, deeply tanned man of about 50. Bosch figured he probably had given the welcome speech to at least 100 cops from all over the country in the last month alone. Las Vegas was that kind of place. Felton asked Bosch to sit down, and he gave him the standard spiel. Detective Bosch, welcome to Las Vegas. Lucky for you, I decided to come in on the holiday to take care of some of this paperwork that haunts me. Otherwise, there'd be nobody here. Anyway, I hope you find your stay enjoyable and productive. If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to call. I can promise you nothing, but if you request something that is within my power to provide, I will be more than happy to provide it. So, that out of the way, why don't you tell me what brings you here? Bosch gave him a quick rundown on the case. Felton wrote down the name Tony Aliso and the last days he was known to have stayed in Las Vegas and where. I'm just trying to run down his activities on the days he was here. You think he was followed from here and then taken off in L.A.? I don't think anything at the moment. We don't have evidence of that. And I hope you won't find any. That's not the kind of press we want to get in L.A. Okay, what else you got? Bosch pulled his briefcase onto his lap and opened it. I've got 2 sets of prints taken off the body. The body? He was wearing a treated leather jacket. We got the prints with the laser. Anyway, we ran them on APHIS, NCIC, California, DOJ, the works, but got nothing. I thought maybe you'd run them through your own computer, see what happens. While the automated fingerprint identification system used by the LAPD was a computer network of dozens of fingerprint databases across the country, it didn't connect them all. And most big city police departments had their own private databases. In Vegas, they would be prints taken off people who applied for jobs for the city or the casinos. They were also prints taken off people on the sly, prints the department shouldn't legally have because their owners had simply fallen under the suspicion of the department but had never been arrested. It was against this database that Bosch was hopeful Felton would check the sets from the Aliso case. Well, let me see what you have, Felton said. I can't promise anything. We've probably got a few that the national nets don't, but it's a long shot. Bosch handed over print cards Art Donovan had prepared for him. So, you are starting at the Mirage? The captain asked after he put the cards to the side of his desk. Yeah. I'll show his picture around, go through the motions, see what I can come up with. You're telling me everything you know, right? Right, Bosch lied. Okay. Felton opened the desk drawer and took out a business card and handed it over to Bosch. That's got my office and pager on it. Call me if anything comes up. I've got the pager with me at all times. Meanwhile, I'll get back to you about the prints one way or the other by tomorrow morning. Bosch thanked him and left. In the lobby of the police station, he called the SID office at LAPD and asked Donovan if he'd had time to check out the tiny pieces of glitter they had found in the cuffs of Tony Aliso's pants.
Yeah, but you aren't going to like it. It's just glitter, tinted aluminum, like they use in costuming and in celebrations. Your guy probably went to a party or something. They were throwing this stuff around, maybe popping it out of party favors or something, and some of it got on him. He could brush off what he could see, but he didn't see the particles that fell into the cuffs of his pants. They stayed.
Okay. Anything else?
No. Not on the evidence, at least.
Then on what?
Well, Harry, you know the guy from OCID that you were talking on the phone with last night while we were in the shed?
Carbone?
Yeah, Dominic Carbone. Well, he dropped by the lab today. He was asking questions about what we found last night.
Bosch's vision darkened. He said nothing, and Donovan continued.
He said he was here on something else and was just acting curious, but, Harry, I don't know. It seemed more than just a passing interest, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. How much did you tell him?
Well, before I caught on and started wondering what was going on, I sort of let slip we pulled prints off the jacket. Sorry, Harry, but I was proud. It's rare that we pull righteous prints off a dead guy's jacket, and I guess I was sort of bragging about it.
It's okay. You tell him we didn't get anything with them?
Yeah, I said they came back clean, but then he asked for a copy of the set, said he might be able to do something with them, whatever that means.
What did you do?
What do you think? I gave him a set.
You what?
Just kidding, Harry. I told him to call you if he wanted a set.
Good. What else you tell him?
That's it, Harry.
Okay, Art, it's cool. I'll check you later.
See you, Harry. Hey, where are you anyway?
Vegas.
Really? Hey, put down a 5 for me on 7 on the roulette wheel. Do it one time. I'll pay you when you get back. Unless I win, then you pay me.
Bosch got back to his room 45 minutes before his appointment with Hank Meyer. He used the time to shower, shave, and change into one of his fresh shirts. He felt refreshed, ready to go back into the desert heat. Meyer had arranged to have the sportsbook clerks and dealers who worked the poker pit on the previous Thursday and Friday evening shifts interviewed one at a time in his office. There were 6 men and 3 women. 8 were dealers, and 1 was the clerk Aliso always placed his sports bets with. During any shift, the poker dealers rotated around the casino's 6 poker tables every 20 minutes. This meant that all 8 dealt cards to Aliso during his last visit to Las Vegas, and by virtue of his regular trips to the casino, they readily recognized him and knew him. With Myers sitting by watching, Bosch quickly moved through the interviews with the poker dealers in an hour. He was able to establish that Aliso usually played the 5 to 10 table. This meant each hand started with a $5 ante, and each deal carried a minimum bet of $5 and a maximum of 10. 3 raises were allowed per deal. Since the game was 7-card stud, that meant there were 5 deals per hand. Bosch quickly realized that if a table was full with 8 players, each hand could easily result in several $100s being at stake in the pot. Aliso was playing in a league far removed from the Friday night poker games Bosch had participated in with the Dicks from the Detective Bureau. According to the dealers, Aliso had played for about 3 hours on Thursday night and had come out about even. He played another 2 hours early Friday evening, and it was estimated that he left the tables a couple thousand short. None of them recalled Aliso ever being a big winner or loser during previous visits. He always came out a few thousand light or heavy. He seemed to know when to quit. The dealers also noted that Aliso was always quick with the gratuity. His standard tip was $10 in chips for every win, a 25 chip on particularly big pots. It was that practice more than anything else that endeared him to their memories. He always played alone, drank gin and tonic, and small-talked with the other players. In recent months, the dealers said, Aliso had been in the company of a young blonde woman, barely into her 20s. She never played, but would work the slots nearby and come back to Tony when she needed more money. Tony never introduced her to anybody, and none of the dealers ever overheard her name. In his notebook, where Bosch jotted this down, he wrote, Layla, after this entry. After the dealers came Aliso's favorite sportsbook clerk. She was a mousy-looking bottle blonde named Irma Chantry. She lit a cigarette as soon as she sat down and talked in a voice that indicated she had never gone long without a smoke. She said that on both of the last 2 nights Aliso had been in town, he had bet on the Dodgers. He had a system, she said.
He always doubled up until he won.
How do you mean?
Well, that first night he put $1,000 down on the Dodgers to win. They lost. So the next day he comes in and puts down 2 big ones on them again. They won. So after you take out the casino vig, he was almost $1,000 up for the trip. Except he never picked it up.
He didn't collect?
Nope. But that's not unusual. His chit was good as long as he kept it. He could come in any time and we'd stick it in the computer. It had happened before. He'd win, but he wouldn't collect until the next time he was in town.
How do you know he didn't take it to another clerk?
Tony wouldn't do that. He always cashed out with me. That way he could tip me. He always said I was his lucky charm.
Bosch thought a moment. He knew the Dodgers played at home Friday night, and Aliso's plane left Las Vegas at 10. Therefore, it was a pretty safe bet that Aliso had to be at McCarran International or already on his plane heading back to L.A. before the game was over. But there was no betting receipt found in his wallet or on his person. Harry considered the missing briefcase again. Would it have been in there? Could a betting slip worth $4,000 minus the vig be motive for his murder? It seemed unlikely, but still it was something to pursue. He looked at Irma, who was drawing so hard on her cigarette that he could see the outline of her teeth on her cheeks. What if somebody else cashed the bet? With another clerk, is there any way to tell that? Irma hesitated, and Meyer broke in.
There's a good chance, he said. Each receipt is coded with the clerk number and time the bet was placed.
He looked at Irma.
Irma, you remember taking very many $2,000 bets on the Dodgers on Friday? Nope, not a one other than Tony's. We'll get on it, Meyer said to Bosch. We'll start going through the cashed receipts going back to Friday night. If Mr. Aliso's bet was cashed, then we'll know when it was cashed and we'll have video of who cashed it.
Bosch looked at Irma again. She was the only one of the casino employees he had talked to who had referred to Aliso by his first name. He wanted to ask her if there was something more than a gambling relationship between them, but he knew that it was likely that employees were forbidden by the casino from dating or fraternizing with the guests. He couldn't ask her in front of Meyer and expect a straight reply. He made a mental note to track Irma down later, and then excused her from the interview. Bosch looked at his watch and saw he had 40 minutes until the conference call with Billets and the others. He asked Meyer if he'd had a chance to get the surveillance tapes from the eye in the sky over the poker pit for Thursday and Friday.
I just want to see the guy gambling, he said. I want to get a feel for him in life. I understand, and yes, the tapes are ready for viewing. I told you we wanted to cooperate completely.
They left the office and walked down a corridor to a tech room. The room was dimly lit and very quiet except for the thrum of an air conditioner. There were 6 consoles arranged in 2 lines where men in gray blazers sat and watched banks of 6 video monitors per console. On the video screens, Bosch could see various overhead views of gambling tables. Each console had an electronic control board that allowed them to change focus or magnification of a particular camera view.
If they wanted to, Meyer whispered, they could tell you what cards a player is holding at any blackjack table in the house. It's amazing.
Meyer led Bosch to a supervisor's office off the tech room. There was more video equipment in here, as well as a bank of tape storage units. There was a small desk here, and another man in a gray blazer sat behind it. Meyer introduced him as Cal Smoltz, the supervisor.
Cal, are we set up? This screen here, Smoltz said, pointing to one of the 15-inch monitors. We'll start with Thursday. I had one of the dealers come in and ID your guy. He shows up at 8:20 on Thursday and plays until 11.
He started the tape. It was grainy black and white, similar to the quality of the Archway surveillance tape, but this one was filmed in real time. No jerking movements. It began with the man Bosch recognized as Aliso being led to an open chair at a table by a pit boss. The pit boss carried a rack of chips, which he put down on the table in front of Aliso's spot. Aliso nodded and exchanged smiles with the dealer, a woman Bosch had interviewed earlier, and began to play.
How much in the rack? Bosch asked.
500, Smoltz said.
I've already gone through this on fast speed. He never buys another rack, and at the end when he cashes out, he looks like he's just shy of a full rack. You want it on real time or fast speed? Speed it up. Bosch watched closely as the tape sped through the hours. He saw Aliso take 4 gin and tonics, fold early on most of the deals, win 5 big pots, and lose 6 others. It was pretty uneventful. Smoltz slowed the tape down when the time counter neared 11, and Bosch watched as Aliso called for the pit boss, cashed out, and left the frame of the camera. "Okay," Smoltz said. "On Friday we have 2 tapes." "How come?" Bosch asked. "He played at 2 tables. When he first showed up, there wasn't a seat open at the 5 and dime table. We only have 1 because there aren't that many customers who want to play for those stakes. So he played on a 1 to 5 until something came open. This tape is the 1 to 5, the cheaper table." Another video began, and Bosch watched as Aliso went through the same motions as with the other tape. This time, Bosch noticed, Aliso was wearing the leather sports jacket. He also noticed that while Aliso exchanged the routine nod and smile with the dealer, he also thought he saw Aliso nod at a player across the table. It was a woman, and she nodded back. But the angle of the camera was bad, and Bosch could not see her face. He told Smoltz to keep it on real-time play, and he watched the tape for a few minutes, waiting to see if any other acknowledgement would pass between the 2 players. It appeared that no further communication was occurring between the 2. But 5 minutes into the tape, a dealer rotation occurred, and when the new dealer sat down, also a woman Bosch had interviewed an hour earlier, she acknowledged both Aliso and the woman across the table from him. "Can you freeze it there?" Bosch asked. Without answering, Smoltz froze the image on the screen. "Okay," Bosch said. "Which dealer is that?" "That's Amy Rohrback. You talked to her." "Right. Hank, could you bring her back up here?" Sure. Can I ask why?" "This player," Bosch said, pointing on the screen to the woman across from Aliso. "She acknowledged Aliso when he sat down. Amy Rohrback just acknowledged her. She must be a regular. She knew Aliso and Rohrback. I might want to talk to her, and your dealer might know her name." "Okay, I'll go get her. But if she's in the middle of a dealing rotation, I'll have to wait." "That's fine." While Meyer went down to the casino, Bosch and Smoltz continued to review the tapes on fast speed. Aliso played for 25 minutes at the 1 to 5 table before the pit boss came around, picked up his rack of chips, and moved him to the more expensive 5 to 10 table. Smoltz put in the tape for that table, and Aliso played there, losing miserably for 2 more hours. 3 times he bought $500 racks of chips, and each time he quickly lost them. Finally, he put the few remaining chips he had left down as a tip for the dealer, and got up and left the table. The tape was finished, and Myers still hadn't returned with Rohrbach. Smoltz said he would spool up the tape with the mystery woman on it so it would be ready. When it was, Bosch told him to fast-forward it to see if there was ever a moment when her face was visible. Smoltz did so, and after 5 minutes of straining to watch the quick movements of the people on the tape, Bosch saw the mystery woman look up at the camera. "There! Back it up and slow it down." Smoltz did so, and Bosch watched the screen as the woman took out a cigarette, lit it, and leaned her head back, her face toward the ceiling camera, and exhaled. The discharged smoke blurred her image, but before it had done so, Bosch thought he had recognized her. He was frozen to silence. Smoltz backed the tape up to the moment her face was most clearly visible and froze the image on the screen. Bosch just stared, silently. Smoltz was saying something about the image being the best they could hope for when the door opened and Meyer came back in. He was alone. Amy had just started a deal set, so it's going to be another 10 minutes or so. I gave her the message to come back up." "You can call down there and tell her never mind," Bosch said, his eyes still on the screen. "Really? How come?" "I know who she is." "Who is she?" Bosch was silent a moment. He didn't know if it was seeing her light the cigarette or some pang of deeper anxiety, but he dearly wanted a cigarette. "Just somebody. I knew her a long time ago." Bosch sat on the bed with the phone on his lap, waiting for the conference call. But his mind was far off. He was remembering a woman he had long believed was out of his life. What had it been now? 4, 5 years?
His mind was such a rush of thoughts and emotions he couldn't remember for sure. It had been long enough, he realized. It should be no surprise to him that she was out of prison by now. "Eleanor Wish," he said out loud. He thought of the smell of jasmine outside her townhouse in Santa Monica. He thought of them making love and the small crescent scar barely visible on her jawline. He remembered the question she had asked him so long ago when they were making love. "Do you believe you can be alone and not be lonely?" The phone rang. Bosch jerked out of his reverie and answered. It was Billets.
"Okay, Harry, we're all here. Can you hear me all right?"
"It's not good, but it probably won't get any better."
"Right, city equipment. Okay, let's start by everybody kind of reporting on the day's events. Harry, you want to go first?"
"All right. There's not a lot to tell so far." He went over the details of what he had done so far, stressing the missing betting receipt as something to watch for. He told of his review of the surveillance tapes, but left out mention of his recognizing Eleanor Wish. He had decided that there was no definitive sign of a connection between her and Aliso, and that for the time being he would keep it to himself. He ended his summary by telling the others of his plans to check out Dolly's, the place Aliso had last called from his office line at Archway, and the woman named Layla, who was mentioned when Bosch had called there. Next it was Edgar's turn. He announced the Flavor of the Month screenwriter had been cleared through alibi and Edgar's own gut instinct that the young man might have rightfully hated Aliso, but was not of the personality type that would act on that hate with a .22. Edgar said he had also interviewed the employees at the garage where Aliso had his car washed and waxed while he went to Las Vegas. Part of the service was airport pickup, and Edgar said the man who picked Aliso up said that Tony was alone, relaxed, and in no hurry.
It was a routine pickup. Aliso took his car and went home, gave the guy a $20 tip. So whoever put him down, they intercepted him on the way home. My guess is it was somewhere up there on Mulholland. Lots of deserted curves. You could stop a guy if you did it quick. Probably 2 people.
"What did the valet say about luggage?" Bosch asked.
Oh, yeah. He said that, as near as he could remember, Tony had the 2 bags the wife described, a silver briefcase and one of those hanging bags. He hadn't checked either one for the flight.
Bosch nodded, though he was alone. "What about the media?" Bosch said. "We put anything out yet?"
"It's being handled,"
Billets said.
"Media Relations is putting out a release first thing tomorrow. It will have a picture of the Rolls. They'll also make the car available at the OPG for video, and I'll be available for sound bites. I'm hoping the stations will pick it up. Anything else, Jerry?"
Edgar concluded by saying he had the murder book up to speed and that he was halfway through the court files from the various lawsuits against Aliso. He said he would be setting up interviews with others who had been allegedly wronged by Aliso for the next day. Lastly, he said he called the coroner's office and the autopsy on Aliso had not yet been scheduled.
"Okay,"
Billets said.
"Kiz, what do you have?"
Ryder broke her report into 2 parts. The first was on her interview with Veronica Aliso, which she covered quickly, saying the woman was extremely close-mouthed during their morning interview in comparison to the night before, when Bosch and Ryder brought her the news of her husband's death. The morning session consisted mostly of yes and no answers and a few added details. The couple had been married 17 years. They had no children. Veronica Aliso had been in 2 of her husband's films and never worked again. "You think she talked to a lawyer about talking to us?" Bosch asked.
"She didn't say so, but I think that's exactly what's going on,"
Ryder said.
"Just getting what I got was like pulling teeth." "Okay, what else?"
Billets said, trying to keep the discussion moving. Ryder went on to the second part of her day's investigation, which was the focus on the financial records of Anthony Aliso. Even listening on the poor conference line connection, Bosch could tell Kiz was excited about what she had learned so far.
"Basically, this guy's financial portfolio shows an extremely comfortable standard of living. He's got high 5-figure sums in his personal bank accounts, zeroed-out credit cards, that house that has a $700,000 mortgage against the value of $1,000,001. That's it, though, as far as what I could find. The Rolls is leased, his wife's Lincoln is leased, and the office we know is leased.
She paused a moment before going on.
Incidentally, Harry, if you have the time, here's something you might want to check out over there. Both the cars are leased to his company, TNA Productions, through a dealership over there in Vegas. You might want to check it out if there's time. It's called Ride Along, one word, Incorporated. The address is 2002 Industrial Drive, Suite 330.
Bosch's jacket, with his notebook inside it, was on a chair on the other side of the room. He wrote the name and address down on a little pad that was on the night table.
Okay,
Ryder said.
So now we go on to his business, and this is where it gets pretty interesting. I'm really only halfway through the records we pulled out of his office, but so far it looks like this guy was into a Class A scam. And I'm not talking about ripping off some schmuck student screenplays. I think that was just his side hobby. I'm talking about him running a laundry. I think he was a front for somebody.
She waited a beat before going on. Bosch moved to the edge of the bed, excitement tickling the back of his neck.
We've got tax returns, production orders, equipment rentals, pays and owes from the making of several films, more than a dozen. All of it straight to video stuff. Like Veronica said, it's just this side of porno. I looked at some of the tapes he had in his office, and it was all pretty awful stuff. Not much in the way of narrative unless you count the buildup of tension waiting for the female lead to get naked. The only problem is that the ledgers don't match what's on the film, and most of the big checks paid by TNA Productions went to mail drops and companies that I'm finding out don't exist anywhere but on paper. How do you mean?
Billets asked.
I'm saying his business records show $1 million to $1.5 million going into each of these so-called movies, and you look at the tapes, and I'm telling you, there can't be more than 100, maybe 200,000 involved. My brother works in the business as an editor, and I know enough to know that the kind of money Eliso's books show being spent on these movies is not being spent on these movies. I think that what he was doing was using these flicks to launder money. Lots of money. Run it down, Kiz.
Billets said.
Just how would he do it? Okay, start with his source. We'll call him Mr. X for now. Mr. X has $1 million he shouldn't have. Whether it's from drugs or whatever, he needs to clean it up, legitimize it so he can put it in the bank and spend it without drawing attention. He gives it to Tony Eliso, invests it in Tony's production company. Eliso then makes a cheap movie with it, spending less than 1/10 of it. But when it comes to keeping the books, he makes it look like he's used all of the money for production costs. He's got checks going out almost weekly to various production companies, prop companies, movie equipment companies. All the checks are in the 8,000 to 9,000 range, just under the government reporting limit.
Bosch listened carefully as she spoke. He had his eyes closed and concentrated. He admired Ryder's ability to cull all of this out of the records.
Okay, then at the end of the production, Tony probably dubs a few thousand copies of the flick, sells them, or tries to sell them to independent video stores and distributors, because the chains wouldn't touch this crap, and that's that. End of show. But what he has done is turned around and given back to Mr. X, his original investor, about 80 cents on the dollar in the form of payments to these dummy companies. It's a shell game. Whoever is behind these companies is being paid with his own money for services not rendered. But now the money's legit. It's clean, and he can walk into any bank in America and deposit it, pay taxes on it, then spend it. Meantime, Tony Eliso takes a nice production fee for his end of it and goes on to the next flick. It looks like he was handling 2 or 3 of these productions a year and clearing $500,000 in fees himself.
They were all silent for a few moments before Ryder spoke again.
There's only one problem,
Ryder said. He's got the IRS on him, Bosch said.
Right,
she responded, and he could visualize the smile on her face.
It's a nice scam, but it was about to go down the toilet. The IRS was going to take a look at Tony's books later this month, and there was a good chance that if I could come up with this in just one day, the feds would pick up on it in an hour.
That would make Tony a danger to Mr. X,
Edgar said.
Especially if he was going to cooperate with the audit,
Ryder added. Someone on the other end of the line whistled, but Bosch couldn't tell who it was. He guessed it was Edgar. So what's next? Find Mr. X? Bosch asked.
For starters,
Ryder replied.
I'm working up a request I'll fax to the State Department of Corporations tomorrow morning. It's got all the dummy companies on it. Maybe, whoever he is, he was foolish enough to put a real name or address on the incorporation forms. I'm also working on another search warrant. I have the canceled checks from Tony's company. I want the records of the accounts the checks were deposited to. Maybe find out where the money went after Tony cleaned it up.
What about the IRS? Bosch asked. Is there an agent assigned? Have you talked to them?
There is an agent assigned. There's already a criminal jacket on this, which makes me think this wasn't a random audit. They were tipped. But no, I haven't talked to him. I put in a call. It wasn't returned. I'll be trying again first thing tomorrow.
You know,
Edgar said.
this whole thing about OCID taking a pass is beginning to stink. Whether Tony was hooked up with the Italians or not, this shit is as organized crime can get. And I'd bet my last button that they'd heard somewhere along the line, whether it was from the IRS or not, about our guy here.
I think you're right,
Billett said. I forgot to mention something, Bosch threw in. Today I was talking with Art Donovan. He said the guy I talked to at OCID last night, a soup named Carbone, well, he just happens to show up over at SID today and starts asking Art about the case. Art says the guy's acting like he's not interested, but he's very interested, you know what I mean? Nobody said anything for a long moment.
So, what do we do?
Edgar asked. Bosch closed his eyes again and waited. Whatever Billett said would determine the course of the case, as well as affect his regard for her. Bosch knew what her predecessor would have done. He would have made sure the case was dumped on OCID.
We don't do anything.
Billett finally said.
It's our case, we work it. But be careful. If OCID is sniffing around after taking a pass, then there is something going on here we don't know about yet.
Another silence passed, and Bosch opened his eyes. He was liking Billett's better all the time.
Okay,
Billett said.
I think we should be focusing on Tony's company as a priority. I want to shift most of our attention there. Harry, can you wrap up Vegas quickly and get back here?
Unless I find something, I should be out of here before lunch tomorrow. But remember this. Last night, Mrs. Aliso told us that Tony always told her he came to Vegas to see investors. Maybe our Mr. X is right here.
Could be,
Billett said.
Okay, then. Again, people, it's been good work. Let's stay on it.
They said their goodbyes, and Bosch put the phone back on the side table. He felt invigorated by the advances of the investigation. He just sat there a moment and reveled in the feeling of the adrenaline jazzing through his body. It had been a long time coming. He squeezed his hands into fists and banged them together. Bosch stepped out of the elevator and began moving through the casino. It was quieter than most casinos he had been in. There wasn't any yelling or whooping from the craps table, no begging of the dice to hit the point. The people that gambled here were different, Bosch thought. They came with money and they'd leave with money, no matter how much they lost. The smell of desperation wasn't here. This was the casino for the well-heeled and thick-walleted. He passed by a crowded roulette wheel and remembered Donovan's bet. He squeezed between two smoking Asian women, put down a 5 and asked for a chip, but was told it was a $25 minimum table. One of the Asians pointed with her cigarette across the casino to another roulette table. "There, take your 5 over there," she said with distaste. Bosch thanked her and headed over to the cheap table. He put a 5 chip down on the 7 and watched the wheel turn, the little metal ball bouncing over the numbers. It did nothing for him. He knew that true blue gamblers said it wasn't the winning and losing, it was the anticipation. Whether it was the next card, the fall of the dice, or the number the little ball stopped on, it was those few seconds of waiting and hoping and wishing that charged them, that addicted them. But it did nothing for Bosch. The ball stopped on 5, and Donovan owed Bosch 5. Bosch turned and started looking for the poker pit. He saw a sign and headed that way. It was early, not yet 8, and there were several chairs at the table open. He checked the faces and did not see Eleanor Wish, though he wasn't really expecting to. Bosch recognized many of the dealers he had interviewed earlier, including Amy Rohrbach. He was tempted to take one of the empty chairs at her table and ask how she had recognized Eleanor Wish, but figured it wouldn't be cool to question her while she worked. While he considered what to do, the pit boss stepped up to him and asked if he was waiting to play. Bosch recognized him as the one from the video who had led Tony Aliso to his place at the tables. "No, I'm just watching," Bosch said. "You got a minute while it's slow?" "A minute for what?" "I'm the cop who's been interviewing your people." "Oh, yeah, little Hank told me about that." He introduced himself as Frank King, and Bosch shook his hand. "Sorry I couldn't come up, but I don't work on rotation. I had to be here. This is about Tony A., right?" "Yeah. You knew him, right?" "Sure, we all knew him. Good guy. Too bad about what happened." "How do you know what happened?" Bosch had specifically not told any of the dealers about Aliso's demise during the interviews. "Little Hank," King said. "He said he got shot up or something in L.A. What do you want? I mean, you live in L.A., you take your chances." "I guess. How long have you known him?" "Oh, we go back years, me and Tony. I used to be at the Flamingo before the Mirage opened. Tony stayed there back then. He's been coming out here a long time." "You ever socialize with him? Outside the casino?" "Once or twice. But that was usually by accident. I'd be someplace and Tony just happened to come in or something. We'd have a drink, be cordial, but that was about it. I mean, he was a guest to the hotel and I'm an employee. We weren't buddies, if you know what I mean." "Yeah, I get it. What places did you run into him?" "Oh, Jesus. I don't know. You're talking... Hold on a sec." King cashed out a player who was leaving Amy Rohrbach's table. Bosch had no idea how much the man had started with, but he was leaving with $40 and a frown. King sent him away with a better luck next time salute, and then came back to Bosch. "Like I was saying, I saw him in a couple of bars. You're talking a long time ago. One was the Round Bar at the Stardust. One of my buddies was a barkeep, and I used to drop by there after work time to time. I saw Tony there, and he sent over a drink. This is probably 3 years ago. Yeah, at least. I don't know what good it does you." "Was he alone?" "No, he was with some broad. Young piece of fluff nobody I recognized." "All right. What about the other time? When was that?" "That was maybe last year sometime. I was with a bachelor party. It was for Marty, who runs the craps here, and we all went to get straightened out at Dolly's. It's a strip club on the north side. And Tony was in there, too. He was by himself, and he came over and had a drink. In fact, he bought the whole table a drink. Must have been 8 of us. Yeah, he was a nice guy. That was it." Bosch nodded. So Aliso had been a regular at Dolly's going back at least a year. Bosch was planning on going there to get a line on a woman named Layla. She was probably a dancer, Bosch guessed, and Layla was more than probably not her real name. "You seen him more recently with anybody?" "You mean abroad?" "Yeah, some of the dealers said there was some blonde recently." "Yeah, I think I saw him 3 times with the blonde. He was giving it the dough to play the machines while he played cards. I don't know who it was, if that's what you mean." Bosch nodded. "That it?" King asked. "And one more thing. Eleanor Wish. You know her? She was playing the cheap table on Friday night. Tony played for a while at the same table. It looked like they knew each other." "I know a player named Eleanor. I never knew her last name. She'd a looker, brown hair, brown eyes, still in nice shape despite, as they say, the encroachment of time." King smiled at his clever use of words. Bosch didn't. "That sounds like her. She a regular?" "Yeah, I see her in here maybe once a week, maybe less. She's a local as far as I know. The local players run a circuit. Not all the casinos have live poker, see. It doesn't earn a lot for the house. We have it as a courtesy to our customers, but we hope they play a little poker and a lot of blackjack. Anyway, the locals run a circuit so they don't play against the same faces all the time. So they maybe play here one night, over to Harrah's the next, then it's a Flamingo, then maybe they work the downtown casinos a few nights, like that." "You mean she's a pro?" "No, I mean she's a local and she plays a lot. Whether she's got a day job or lives off of poker, I don't know. I don't think I ever cashed her out for more than 2 bills. That's not a lot. The other thing is, I heard she tips the dealers too well. The pros, they don't do that.
Bosch asked King to list all the casinos in the city that he knew offered live poker, then thanked him and let him go.
You know, I doubt you're going to find anything other than Tony knowing her to say hello to, that's all.
Why's that?
Too old. She's a nice-looking gal, but she was too old for Tony. He liked them young.
Bosch nodded and let him go. He then wandered through the casino in a quandary. He didn't know what to do about Eleanor Wish. He was intrigued by what she was doing, and King's explanation about her being a once-a-week regular seemed to make her recognition of Aliso innocent enough. But while she most likely had nothing to do with the case, Bosch felt the desire to talk to her, to tell her he was sorry for the way things had turned out, for the way he had made them turn out. He saw a bank of payphones near the front desk and used one to call information. He asked for a listing for Eleanor Wish and got a recording saying the phone number was unlisted at the customer's request. Bosch thought a moment and then dug through the pocket of his jacket. He found the card that Felton, the Metro Detective's captain, had given him and paged him. He waited with his hand on the phone so no one else could use it for 4 minutes before it rang.
Felton?
Yeah, who's this?
Bosch. From earlier today?
Right, L.A. I still haven't gotten the prints back. I'm expecting to hear something first thing.
No, I'm not calling about that. I was wondering if you or any of your people have enough juice with the phone company to get me a listing, number and address.
It's unlisted?
Bosch felt like telling him that he wouldn't be calling if the account was listed, but let it go.
Yeah, unlisted.
Who is it?
A local, somebody who was playing poker with Tony Aliso on Friday night.
So?
So, Captain, they knew each other, and I want to talk to her. If you can't help me, fine, I'll find her some other way. I was calling because you told me to call if I needed something. This is what I need. Can you do it or not? There was silence for a few moments before Felton came back.
Okay, give it to me. I'll see what I can get. Where are you going to be?
I'm mobile. Can I ring you back? Felton gave him his home number and told him to call back in a half hour. Bosch used the time to walk across the strip to Harrah's to check out the poker room. Eleanor Wish wasn't there. He then went back out onto the strip and headed down to the Flamingo. He took his jacket off because it was still very warm out. It would be dark soon, and he hoped it would cool off then. In the Flamingo Casino, he found her. She was playing at a 1-to-4 table with 5 men. The seat on her left was open, but Bosch didn't take it. Instead, he hung back with the crowd around a roulette table and watched her. Eleanor Wish's face showed total concentration on the cards as she played. Bosch watched as the men she was playing against stole looks at her, and it gave Bosch a weird thrill to know they secretly coveted her. In the 10 minutes he watched, she won 1 hand. He was too far away to see what she won with, and bailed out early on 5 others. It looked as though she was well ahead. She had a full rack in front of her and 6 stacks of chips on the blue felt. After he watched her win a second hand, this time a massive pot, and the dealer began to push the pile of blue chips to her spot, Bosch looked around for a payphone. He called Felton at home and got Wish's home phone and address. The captain told him that the address on Sands Avenue was not far off the strip in an area of apartment buildings mostly inhabited by casino employees. Bosch didn't tell him that he had already found her. Instead, he thanked him and hung up. When Bosch got back to the poker room, she was gone. The 5 men were still there, but there was a new dealer and no Eleanor Wish. Her chips were gone. She had cashed out and he had lost her. Bosch cursed to himself. "You looking for someone?" Bosch turned around. It was her. There was no smile on her face, just a slight look of irritation, or maybe defiance. His eyes fell to the small white scar on her jawline. Eleanor. Yeah, I was looking for you. You were always so obvious. I picked you out 1 minute after you were there. I would have gotten up then, but I was bringing that guy from Kansas along. He thought he knew when I was bluffing. He didn't know shit. Just like you.
Bosch was tongue-tied. This was not how he envisioned this happening, and he didn't know how to proceed. Look, Eleanor, I just wanted to see how you were doing. I don't know,
Right. So you just flew out to Vegas to look me up? What's going on, Bosch?
Bosch looked around. They were standing in a crowded section of the casino. Players passing on both sides of them, the cacophony of the slot machine din and whoops of success and failure created a blur of sight and sound around him. I'll tell you. Do you want to get a drink or something? Maybe something to eat?
One drink.
You know a place that's quiet?
Not here. Follow me.
They left through the front doors of the casino and walked out into the dry heat of the night. The sun was all the way down now, and it was neon that lit the sky.
There's a bar in Caesars that's quiet. It doesn't have any machines.
She led him across the street and onto the people mover that delivered them to the front door of Caesar's palace. They walked past the front desk and into a circular bar where there were only 3 other customers. Eleanor had been right. It was an oasis with no poker or slot machines, just the bar. He ordered a beer and she ordered scotch and water. She lit a cigarette. "You didn't used to smoke before," he said. "In fact, I remember you were—"
That was a long time ago. Why are you here?
"I'm on a case." During the walk over, he'd had time to compose himself and put his thoughts in order.
What case, and what does it have to do with me?
It's got nothing to do with you, but you knew the guy. You played poker with him on Friday at the Mirage. Curiosity and confusion creased her brow. Bosch remembered how she used to do that and remembered how attractive he'd found it. He wanted to reach over and touch her, but he didn't. He had to remind himself that she was different now. "Anthony Aliso," he said. He watched the surprise play on her face and believed instantly that it was real. He wasn't a poker player from Kansas who couldn't read a bluff. He had known this woman and believed from the look on her face she clearly did not know Aliso was dead until he told her.
"Tony A.,"
she said, and then let it trail off. "Did you know him well, or just to play against?" She had a distant look in her dark eyes.
"Just when I'd see him there, at the Mirage. I've been playing there on Fridays. A lot of fresh money and faces come in. I'd see him there a couple times a month. For a while I thought he was a local too."
"How'd you find out he wasn't?"
"He told me. We had a drink together a couple months ago. There were no seats at the tables. We put our names in and told Frank, he's the night man, to come get us at the bar when there was an opening. So we had a drink, and that's when he told me he was from L.A. He said he was in the movie business."
"That's it? Nothing else?"
"Well, yeah, he said other things. We talked, nothing that stands out, though. We were passing the time until one of our names came up."
"You didn't see him again, outside of playing?"
"No. And what's it to you? Are you saying I'm a suspect because I had a drink with the guy?"
"No, I'm not saying that, Eleanor. Not at all." Bosch got out his own cigarettes and lit one. The waitress in a white and gold toga brought their drinks, and they settled into a silence for a long moment. Bosch had lost his momentum. He was back to not knowing what to say. "Looked like you were doing pretty good tonight," he tried.
"Better than most nights. I got my quota and I got out."
"Quota?"
"Whenever I get 200 up, I cash out. I'm not greedy, and I know luck doesn't last for long on any given night. I never lose more than 100, and if I'm lucky enough to get 200 ahead, then I'm done for the night. I got there early tonight."
"How'd you—" He stopped himself. He knew the answer.
"How'd I learn to play poker well enough to live off it? You spend 3.5 years inside, and you learn to smoke and play poker and other things."
She looked directly at him as if daring him to say anything about it. After another long moment, she broke away and got out another cigarette. Bosch lit it for her. "So there's no day job? Just the poker?"
"That's right. I've been doing this almost a year now. Kind of hard to find a straight job, Bosch. You tell them you're a former FBI agent, and their eyes light up. Then you tell them you just got out of federal prison, and they go dead.
I'm sorry, Eleanor.
Don't be. I'm not complaining. I make more than enough to get by. Every now and then I meet interesting people like your guy Tony A., and there's no state income tax here. What do I have to complain about? Except maybe that it gets to be over 100 degrees in the shade about 90 times a year too many.
The bitterness was not lost on him. I mean, I'm sorry about everything. I know it doesn't do you any good now, but I wish I had it to do all over again. I've learned things since then, and I would have played it all differently. That's all I wanted to tell you. I saw you on the surveillance tape playing with Tony Aliso, and I wanted to find you to tell you that. That's all I wanted. She stubbed her half-finished smoke out in the glass ashtray and took a strong pull on her glass of scotch.
Then I guess I should be going then, she said.
She stood up. You need a ride anywhere?
No, I actually have a car, thank you.
She started out of the bar in the direction of the front doors, but after a few yards stopped and came back to the table.
You're right, you know.
About what?
About it not doing me any good now.
With that, she left. Bosch watched her push through the revolving doors and disappear into the night. Following the directions he had written down when he spoke with Rhonda over the phone in Tony Aliso's office, Bosch found Dolly's on Madison in North Las Vegas. It was strictly an upper-crust club. $20 cover, 2-drink minimum, and you were escorted to your seat by a large man in a tuxedo with a starched collar that cut into his neck like a garrote. The dancers were upper crust, too. Young and beautiful, they probably were just shy of having enough coordination and talent to work the big room shows on the Strip. Bosch was led by the tuxedo to a table the size of a dinner plate about 8 feet from the main stage, which was empty at the moment.
A new dancer will be on stage in a couple minutes,
the man in the tuxedo told Bosch.
Enjoy the show.
Bosch didn't know if he was supposed to tip the guy for sitting him at such a close-up location as well as putting up with the tuxedo, but he let it go, and the man didn't hang around with his hand out. Bosch had barely gotten his cigarettes out when a waitress in a red silk negligee, high heels, and black fishnet stockings floated over and reminded him of the 2-drink minimum. Bosch ordered beer. While his beer was being poured, Bosch took a look around. Business seemed slow, it being the Monday night tail end of a holiday weekend. There were maybe 20 men in the place. Most of them were sitting by themselves and not looking at each other while they waited for the next nude woman to entertain them. There were full-length mirrors on the side and rear walls. A bar ran along the left side of the room, and cut into the wall in the back was an arched entrance above which a red neon sign glowed in the darkness and announced "Private Dancers." The front wall was largely taken up by a shimmering curtain and the stage. A runway projected out from the stage and through the center of the room. The runway was the focus of several bright lights attached to a metal gridwork on the ceiling. Their brightness made the runway almost glow in contrast to the dark and smoky atmosphere of the seating area. A disc jockey in a sound booth at the left side of the stage announced the next dancer would be Randy. An old Eddie Money song, 2 Tickets to Paradise, started blaring over the sound system as a tall brunette wearing blue jeans cut off to expose the lower half of her bottom and a neon pink bikini top charged through the shimmering curtain and started moving to the beat of the music. Bosch was immediately mesmerized. The woman was beautiful, and the first thought he had was to question why she was doing this. He had always believed that beauty helped women get away from many of the hardships of life. This woman, this girl, was beautiful, and yet here she was. Maybe that was the real draw for these men, he thought. Not the glimpse of a naked woman, but the knowledge of submission, the thrill of knowing another one had been broken. Bosch began to think he had been wrong about beautiful women. The waitress put down 2 beers on the little table and told Bosch he owed $15. He almost asked her to repeat the price, but then figured it came with the territory. He handed her a 20, and when she started digging through the stack of bills on her tray for his change, he waved it off. She clutched his shoulder and bent down to his ear, making sure that she was at an angle that afforded him a look at her full cleavage.
Thank you, darling. I appreciate that. Let me know if you need anything else.
There is one thing. Is Layla here tonight?
No, she's not here.
Bosch nodded, and the waitress straightened up. How about Rhonda, then? Bosch asked.
Oh, that's Randy up there.
She pointed to the stage, and Bosch shook his head and signaled her to come closer. No, Rhonda, like, help me, Rhonda. She working tonight? She was here last night.
Oh, that Rhonda. Yeah, she's around. You just missed her set. She's probably in the back, changing.
Bosch reached into his pocket for his money and put a 5 on her bar tray. Will you go back and tell her the friend of Tony's she talked to last night wants to buy her a drink?
Sure.
She squeezed his shoulder again and went off. Bosch's attention was drawn to the stage where Randy's first song had just ended. The next song was Lawyers, Guns, and Money by Warren Zevon. Bosch hadn't heard it in a while, and he remembered how it had been an anthem among the uniforms back when he had worked patrol. The dancer named Randy soon slipped out of her outfit and was nude except for a garter stretched tightly around her left thigh. Many of the men got up and met her as she danced her way slowly down the runway. They slid dollar bills under the garter, and when a man put a 5 under the strap, Randy bent down over him, using his shoulder to steady herself, and did an extra wiggle and kissed his ear. Bosch watched this and was thinking that he now had a pretty good idea how Tony Aliso ended up with the small handprint on his shoulder when a petite blonde woman slid into the seat next to him.
Hi, I'm Rhonda. You missed my show.
I heard that. I'm sorry.
Well, I go back on in a half hour and do it all over again. I hope you'll stay. Yvonne said you wanted to buy me a drink?
As if on cue, Bosch saw the waitress heading their way. Bosch leaned over to Rhonda. Listen, Rhonda, I'd rather take care of you than give my money to the bar, so do me a favor and don't go exorbitant on me.
Exorbitant?
She crinkled her face up in a question. Don't go ordering champagne.
Oh, I gotcha.
She ordered a martini, and Yvonne floated back into the darkness.
So, I didn't catch your name?
Harry.
And you're a friend of Tony's from L.A. You make movies, too?
No, not really.
How do you know Tony?
I just met him recently. Listen, I'm trying to find Layla to get a message to her. Yvonne tells me she's not on tonight. You know where I can find her? Bosch noticed her stiffen. She knew something wasn't right.
First of all, Layla doesn't work here anymore. I didn't know that when I talked to you last night, but she's gone and won't be back. And secondly, if you're a friend of Tony's, then how come you're asking me how to find her?
She wasn't as dumb as Bosch had thought. He decided to go direct. Because Tony got himself killed, so I can't ask him. I want to find Layla to tell her, and maybe warn her.
What?
She shrieked. Her voice cut through the loud music like a bullet through a slice of bread. Everybody in the place, including the naked Randy on the stage, looked in their direction. Bosch had no doubt that everyone in the place must think he had just propositioned her, offering an insulting fee for an equally insulting act. Keep it down, Randy, he quickly said.
It's Rhonda.
Rhonda, then.
What happened to him? He was just here.
Somebody shot him in L.A. when he got back. Now, do you know where Layla is or not? You tell me, and I'll take care of you.
Well, what are you? Are you really his friend or not?
In a way, I'm his only friend right now. I'm a cop. My name's Harry Bosch, and I'm trying to find out who did it. Her face took on a look that seemed even more horrified than when he told her Aliso was dead. Sometimes telling people you're a cop does that.
Save your money,
she said.
I can't talk to you.
She got up then and moved quickly away toward the door next to the stage. Bosch threw her name out after her, but it was crushed by the sound of the music. He casually took a look around and noticed behind him that the tuxedo man was eyeing him through the darkness. Bosch decided he wasn't going to stick around for Rhonda's second show. He took one more gulp of beer — he hadn't even touched his second glass — and got up. As he neared the exit, the tuxedo leaned back and knocked on the mirror behind him. It was then that Bosch realized there was a door cut into the glass. It opened, and the tuxedo stepped to the side to block Bosch's exit.
Sir, could you step into the office, please?
What for?
Just step in. The manager would like a word with you.
Bosch hesitated, but through the door he could see a lighted office where a man in a suit sat behind a desk. He stepped in, and the tuxedo came in behind him and shut the door. Bosch looked at the man behind the desk. Blond and beefy. Bosch wouldn't know who to bet on if a fight broke out between the tuxedoed bouncer and the so-called manager. They were both brutes.
I just got off the phone with Randy in the dressing room. She says you were asking about Tony Aliso.
It was Rhonda. Rhonda, whatever, never the fuck mind. She said you said he was dead. He spoke with a Midwestern accent, sounded like Southside Chicago, Bosch guessed. Was, and still is. The blonde nodded to the tuxedo, and his arm came up in a split second and hit Bosch with a backhand in the mouth. Bosch went back against the wall, banging the back of his head. Before his mind cleared, the tuxedo twirled him around until he was face against the wall and leaned his weight against him. He felt the man's hands begin patting him down.
Enough of the wise-ass act, the blonde said. What are you doing talking to the girls about Tony?
Before Bosch could say anything, the hands running over his body found his gun.
He's strapped,
the tuxedo said. Bosch felt the gun being jerked out of his shoulder holster. He also tasted blood in his mouth and felt rage building in his throat. The hands then found his wallet and his cuffs. Tuxedo threw them on the desk in front of the blonde and held Bosch pinned against the wall with one hand. By straining to turn his head, Bosch could watch the blonde open the wallet.
He's a cop.
Let him go. The hand came off his neck, and Bosch gruffly pulled away from the tuxedo.
An L.A. cop, the blonde said. Hieronymus Bosch, like that painter, huh? He did some weird stuff.
Bosch just looked at him, and he handed the gun and cuffs and wallet back.
Why'd you have him hit me? That was a mistake. See, most cops what come in here, they announce themselves. They tell us their business, and we help them if we can. You were sneaking around. Anonymous, Hieronymus.
We have a business to protect here. He opened the drawer and pulled out a box of tissues and proffered it to Bosch.
Your lip's bleeding.
Bosch took the whole box.
So, this is true what she says you told her. Tony's dead.
That's what I said. How well did you know him?
See, that's good. You assume I knew him and put that assumption in your question. That's good.
So then answer it.
He was a regular in here. He was always trying to pick off girls. Told him he'd put them in the movies. Same old stuff. But hell, they keep falling for it. Last 2 years, he cost me 3 of my best girls. They're in L.A. now. He left them high and dry once he got them there and did what he wanted with them. They never learn.
Why'd you let him keep coming in if he was picking off your girls?
He spent a lot of bread in here. Besides, there's no shortage of quiff here in Vegas. No shortage at all.
Bosch headed in another direction. What about Friday? Was he here?
No, I don't. Yes, he was. He stopped by for a short while. I saw him out there.
With his hand, he indicated a panel of video monitors showing every angle of the club and front entrance. It was equally as impressive as the setup Hank Meyer had shown Bosch at the Mirage.
You remember seeing him, Gussie?
The blonde asked the tuxedo.
Yeah, he was here.
There you go. He was here.
No problems? He just came and went?
Right, no problems.
Then why'd you fire Layla? The blonde pinched his lips tight for a moment.
Now I get it, he said. You're one of those guys what likes to weave a web with words, get somebody caught in it.
Maybe.
Well, nobody's caught anywhere. Layla was Tony's latest fuck, that's true, but she's gone now. She won't be back.
Yeah? And what happened to her?
Like you heard, I fired her Saturday night.
For what?
For any number of infractions of the rules. But it doesn't really matter because it's none of your business now, is it?
What did you say your name is?
I didn't. Then how about if I just call you asshole? How would that be? People round here call me Lucky. Can we get on with this, please? Sure, we can get on with it. Just tell me what happened to Layla. Sure. But I thought you were here to talk about Tony. At least that's what Randy said. Rhonda, right. Bosch was losing his patience, but managed to just stare at him and wait him out. Layla, right. Well, Saturday night she got into a beef with one of the other girls. It got a little nasty and I had to make a choice. Modesty is one of my best girls, best producers. She gave me an ultimatum. Either Layla goes or she goes. I had to let Layla go. Modesty, man, she sells 10, 12 splits of champagne a night to those suckers out there. I had to back her over Layla. I mean, Layla's good, and she's a looker, but she ain't no Modesty. Modesty's our top girl. Bosch just nodded. So far, his story jived with the phone message Layla had left for Aliso. By drawing it out of the blond man, Bosch was getting a sense of how much he could be believed. What was the trouble between Layla and the other girl about? He asked. I don't know, and don't really care. Just your typical catfight. They didn't like each other since day one. See, Bosch, every club has its top girl, and here it's Modesty. Layla was trying to move in on that, and Modesty didn't want to be moved in on. But I have to say, Layla was trouble since she came here. None of the girls liked her act. She stole songs from the other girls, wouldn't stop with the pussy dust even when I told her. We just had a lot of trouble with her. I'm glad she's gone. I got a business to run here. I can't be babysitting a bunch of spoiled cunts. Pussy dust. Yeah, you know, she put that sparkly stuff on her snatch, made it sparkle in the dark, twinkle in the lights. Only problem is those sparkles come off and get on the suckers. She does a lap dance on you, and you end up with a crotch that glitters. Then you go home, and the wife figures it out and raises holy hell. I lose customers. I can't have that shit, Bosch. If it hadn't been Modesty, it would have been something else. I got rid of Layla when I got the chance. Bosch thought about the story for a few moments. Okay, he said. Just give me her address, and I'll be on my way. I would, but I can't. Don't start that shit now. I thought we were having a conversation. Let me see your payroll records. There's got to be an address. The man called Lucky smiled and shook his head. Payroll? We don't pay these broads a dime. They ought to pay us. Coming in here, it's a license to make money. You must have a phone number or an address. You want your man Gussie here to go down to Metro on an assaulting a police officer clip? We don't have her address, Bosch. What can I tell you? Or her phone number. He held his hands out, palms up. I mean, I don't have addresses on any of the girls. I set a schedule, and they come in and they dance. They don't show, they aren't allowed back. See, it's nice and simple, streamlined that way. It's the way we do it. And as far as the assault thing goes with Gussie, if you want to do that dance, we'll do it. But remember, you're the guy what came in here by himself. Never said who you were or what you wanted to nobody. Had 4 beers in less than an hour and insulted one of the dancers before we asked you to leave. We can have affidavits to that effect in an hour. He raised his arms again, this time in a hands-off manner as if to say it was Bosch's call. Bosch had no doubt that Yvonne and Rhonda would tell the story they were told to tell. He decided to cut his losses. He smiled glibly. Have a good night, he said, and turned to the door. You too, officer, Lucky said to his back. Come back when you have time and can enjoy the show. The door opened by some unseen electronic means, apparently controlled from the desk. Gussie allowed Bosch to leave first. He then followed behind as Bosch went through the main door to the valet stand. Bosch gave a Mexican man with a face like a crumpled paper lunch bag his parking stub. He and Gussie then waited in silence for the car to be brought up. No hard feelings, right? Gussie finally said as the car was approaching. I didn't know he was a cop. Bosch turned to face him. No, you just thought I was a customer. Yeah, right, and I had to do what the boss told me to do. He put his hand out. In his peripheral vision, Bosch could see his car still coming. He took Gussie's hand, and in a sharp move pulled the big man toward him. At the same time, he raised his knee and drove it into his groin. Gussie let out an oomph and doubled over. Bosch let go of his hand and quickly jerked the tail of the man's jacket up over his head, pinning his arms in the tangle. Finally, he brought his knee up into the jacket and felt it connect solidly with Gussie's face. The big man fell backwards onto the hood of a black Corvette parked near the door just as the valet jumped out of Bosch's rental car and came scrambling around to defend his boss. The man was older and smaller than Bosch. This one wouldn't even be close, and Bosch wasn't interested in any innocent bystanders. He held his finger up to stop the man. "Don't," he said. The man considered his situation while Gussie groaned through his tuxedo jacket. Finally, the valet raised his hands and stepped back, allowing Bosch a path to the car door. "At least somebody around here makes the right choices," Bosch said as he slid in. He looked through the windshield and saw Gussie's body slide down the slope of the Corvette's hood and fall to the pavement. The valet ran to his side. As Bosch pulled out onto Madison, he checked the rear view mirror. The valet was pulling the jacket back over Gussie's head. Bosch could see blood on the bouncer's white shirt. Bosch was too keyed up to go back to the hotel to sleep. He also had a bad mix of emotions weighing on him. Seeing the naked woman dancing still bothered him. He didn't even know her, but thought he had invaded some private world of hers. He also felt angry at himself for lashing out at the brute, Gussie. But most of all, what bothered him was that he had played the whole scene wrong. He had gone to the strip club to talk, to get a line on Layla, and he got nothing. At best, all he came up with was the probable explanation for what the specks of glitter found in the cuffs of Tony Aliso's pants and the shower drain were, and where they came from. It wasn't enough. He had to go back to L.A. in the morning, and he had nothing. When he got to a traffic light at the beginning of the strip, he lit a cigarette, then took out his notebook and opened it to the page on which he had written down the address Felton had given him earlier in the night. At Sands Boulevard, he turned east, and within a mile he came to the apartment complex where Eleanor Wish lived. It was a sprawling development with numbered buildings. It took him a while until he found hers, and then figured out which unit was hers. He sat in his car and smoked and watched her lighted windows for a while. He wasn't sure what he was doing or what he wanted. 5 years earlier, Eleanor Wish had done the worst and the best to him. She had betrayed him, put him in danger, and she had also saved his life. She had made love to him, and then it all went bad. Still, he had often thought about her, the old what-might-have-been blues. She had a hold on him through time. She had been cold to him this night, but he thought for sure the hold went both ways. She was his reflection. He had always been sure of that. He got out of the car, dropped his dead cigarette, and went to her door. She answered his knock quickly, almost as if she was expecting him, or someone. "How'd you find me? Did you follow me?" "No, I made a call, that's all." "What happened to your lip?" "Oh, it's nothing. You going to ask me in?" She backed up to allow him room to enter. It was a small place with spare furnishings. It looked as though she was adding things over time, as she could afford them. The first thing he noticed was the print of Hopper's Nighthawks on the wall over the couch. It was a painting that always struck a chord with him. He had the same print. It had been a gift from her 5 years before. A goodbye gift. He looked from the painting to her. Their eyes met, and he knew everything she had said earlier had been a front. He stepped closer to her and touched her, put his hand on her neck and ran a thumb along her cheek. He looked closely at her face. It was resolute, determined. "This time it's been a long time for me," she whispered. And he remembered that he had told her the same on the night they'd first made love. That was a lifetime ago, Bosch thought. What am I doing now? Can you pick up after so long and so many changes? He pulled her close, and they held each other and kissed for a long moment, and then she wordlessly led him to the bedroom, where she quickly unbuttoned her blouse and dropped her jeans to the floor. She pressed herself to him again, and they kissed while she worked her hands up his shirt, opening it and pressing her skin to his. Her hair smelled of smoke from the tables, but there was an underlying scent of perfume that reminded him of Jacaranda, and he again remembered the trees outside her window 5 years before. He remembered how they put a violet snow on the ground. They made love with an intensity that Bosch forgot that he had. It was a bruising, huffing, physical act devoid of love, invigorated and driven solely, it seemed, by lust and maybe a memory. When he was done, she pulled him toward her, into her, in rhythmic thrusts until she, too, reached her moment and subsided. Then, with the clarity of thought that always comes after, they became embarrassed about their nakedness, about how they had coupled with the ferocity of animals and now looked at each other as human beings.
"I forgot to ask," she said. "You're not married now, are you?"
She giggled. He reached to the floor to where his jacket had been thrown and pulled out the cigarettes.
"No," he said. "I'm alone." "I should have known. Harry Bosch, the loner. I should have known."
She was smiling at him in the darkness. He saw it when the match flared. He lit the cigarette and then offered it to her. She shook her head no.
"How many women have there been since me? Tell me."
"I don't know. Just a few. There was one, we were together about a year. That was the most serious one."
"What happened to her?"
"She went to Italy."
"For good?"
"Who knows?"
"Well, if you don't know, then she isn't coming back. At least to you."
"Yeah, I know. That one's been over a while." He was silent for a moment, and then she asked him who else there had been. "There was a painter I met in Florida on a case. That didn't last long. After that, there's you again."
"What happened to the painter?"
Bosch shook his head as if to dismiss the inquiry. He didn't really enjoy reviewing his ill-fated romantic record. "Distance, I guess," he said. "It just didn't work. I couldn't leave L.A. She couldn't leave where she was." She moved closer to him and kissed him on the chin. He knew he needed a shave. "What about you, Eleanor? Are you alone?"
"Yes. The last man to make love to me was a cop. He was gentle but very strong. I don't mean in a physical way, in a life way. It was a long time ago. At the time, we both needed healing. We gave it to each other."
They looked at each other in the darkness for a long moment, and then she came closer. Just before their mouths met, she whispered,
"A lot of time gone past."
He thought about those words as she kissed him, and then pushed him back on the pillows. She straddled him and started a gentle rocking motion with her hips. Her hair hung down around his face until he was in a perfect darkness. He ran his hands along her warm skin, from her hips to her shoulders, and then underneath to touch her breasts. He could feel her wetness on him, but it was too soon for him.
"What's the matter, Harry?" she whispered. "You want to rest a while?"
"I don't know." He kept thinking of those words. A lot of time gone past. Maybe too much time. She kept rocking. "I don't know what I want," he said. "What do you want, Eleanor?"
"All I want is the moment. We've fucked everything else up. It's all we've got left."
After a while, he was ready, and they made love again. She was very silent, her movements steady and gentle. She stayed on top of him, her face above him, breathing in short, rhythmic clips. Near the end, when he was just trying to hang on, waiting for her, he felt a teardrop hit his cheek. He reached up and smeared the tears on her face with his thumbs. "It's all right, Eleanor. It's all right." She put one of her hands on his face, feeling it in the dark as if she were a blind woman. In a short while they met at the moment when nothing in the world can intrude, not words or even memories. It was just them together. They had the moment. He slept on and off in her bed until nearly dawn. She slept soundly with her head on his shoulder, but when he was lucky enough to doze off, it never lasted long. For the most part, he lay there staring into the gray darkness, smelling their sweat and sex, wondering what road he was on now. At 6, he extricated himself from her unconscious embrace and got dressed. When he was ready, he kissed her awake and told her he must go. "I go back to L.A. today, but I want to come back to you as soon as I can." She nodded sleepily.
"Okay, Bosch. I'll be waiting."
It was finally cool outside. He lit his first smoke of the day as he walked to his car. When he pulled onto Sands to head up to the Strip, he saw the sun was throwing a golden light on the mountains west of town. The Strip was still lit by a million neon lights, though the crowds on the sidewalk had greatly depreciated by this hour. Still, Bosch was awed by the spectacle of light. In every imaginable color and configuration, it was a megawatt funnel of enticement to greed that burned 24 hours a day. Bosch felt the same attraction that all the other grinders felt tug at them. Las Vegas was like one of the hookers on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. Even happily married men at least glanced their way, if only for a second, just to get an idea what's out there, maybe give them something to think about. Las Vegas was like that. There was a visceral attraction here, the bold promise of money and sex. But the first was a broken promise, a mirage, and the second was fraught with danger, expense, physical and mental risk. It was where the real gambling took place in this town. When he got to his room, he noticed the message light was blinking. He called the operator and was told that someone named Captain Felton called at 1, and then again at 2, and then someone named Layla at 4. There were no messages or numbers left by either of the callers. Bosch put the phone down and frowned. He figured it was too early to call Felton, but it was the call from Layla that most interested him. If it had been the real Layla who had called, then how did she know where to reach him? He decided that it had probably been through Rhonda. The night before, when he had called from Tony Aliso's office in Hollywood, he had asked Rhonda for directions from the Mirage. She could have passed that on to Layla. He wondered why she had called. Maybe she hadn't heard about Tony until Rhonda had told her. Still, he decided to put Layla on a back burner for the moment. With the financial probe Kismine Ryder had opened up in L.A., the focus of the case seemed to be shifting. It was important for them to talk to Layla, but his priority was to get back to L.A. He picked the phone back up and called Southwest and booked a 10:30 flight to L.A. He figured that would give him time to check in with Felton, then check out the dealership where Ryder said Tony Aliso had leased his cars, and still make it back to the Hollywood division by lunchtime. Bosch stripped off his clothes and took a long, hot shower, washing the sweat of the night away. When he was done, he wrapped a towel around himself and used another to wipe the fog off the mirror so he could shave. He noticed that his lower lip had swollen on one side to the size of a marble, and his mustache did little to hide it. His eyes were red-rimmed and bloodshot. He wondered as he got the bottle of Visine drops out of his shaving bag if Eleanor had found a single thing about him attractive. When he stepped back into the room to get dressed, he was greeted by a man he had never seen before sitting in the chair by the window. He was holding a newspaper, which he put down when he noticed Bosch step into the room, clad only in the towel. "It's, Bosch, right?" Bosch looked to the bureau and saw his gun was still sitting there. It was closer to the man in the chair, but Bosch thought he might be able to get to it first. "Easy now," the man said. "We're in this together. I'm a cop with Metro. Felton sent me." "What the fuck you doing in my room?" "I came up, got no answer. I could hear the shower. I had a friend from downstairs slip me in. I didn't want to wait around in the hall. Go ahead, get dressed, then I'll tell you what we got." "Let me see some ID." The man got up and approached Bosch, pulling a wallet from his inside coat pocket and putting a bored look on his face. He opened the wallet, flashing the badge and ID card. "Iverson, from Metro. Captain Felton sent me." "What's so important that Felton had to send somebody to break into my room?" "Look, I didn't break in, okay? We've been calling all night and got no answer. We first of all wanted to make sure you were all right, and secondly, the captain wants you to be in on the arrest, so he sent me over to try to find you. We got to get going. Why don't you get dressed?" "What arrest?" "That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you'd get dressed and we could get going. You hit the jackpot with those prints you flew in here with." Bosch looked at him for a moment and then went to the closet to grab a pair of pants and some underwear. He then went into the bathroom to put them on. When he came back out, he said one word to Iverson. "Talk." Bosch quickly finished dressing as Iverson began.
You know the name Joey Marks? Bosch thought a moment and then said it sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. Joseph Marconi. They call him Joey Marks. Used to, before he tried to put on legitimate airs. Now it's Joseph Markham. Anyway, he got the name Joey Marks because that's what he did. He left marks on anybody who crossed him, got in his way. Who is he? He's the outfits guy in Vegas. You know what the outfit is, right? The Chicago Mafia family. They control, or have the say, at least, on everything west of the Mississippi. That includes Vegas and L.A. Hey, you took some geography, didn't you? I probably won't have to school you too much then on what's what out here. You've already got a scorecard. You're saying the prints on my Vicks jacket came from Joey Marks? In your dreams. But they did come back to one of his top guys, and, Bosch, that's like manna from heaven. We're taking this guy down today at 8, pulling him right the fuck out of bed. We're going to turn him, Bosch, make him our boy, and through him we'll finally get Joey Marks. He's been a thorn in our side going on near a decade now. Aren't you forgetting something? No, I don't think... Oh. Well, yeah, of course, you and the LAPD have our undivided thanks for this. No, you're forgetting it's my case. It's not your case. What the fuck you people think you're doing, taking this guy down without even talking to me? We tried to call. I told you that. Iverson sounded hurt. So? You don't get me and you just go ahead with the plan? Iverson didn't answer. Bosch finished tying his shoes and stood up, ready to go. Let's go. Take me to Felton. I can't believe you guys. On the elevator down, Iverson said that while Bosch's exception to the plan was noted, it was too late to stop anything. They were heading out to a command post in the desert, and from there they would move in on the suspect's house, which was out near the mountains. Where's Felton? He's out there at the CP. Good. Iverson was silent during most of the ride out, which was good, because it allowed Bosch to think about this latest development. He realized suddenly that Tony Aliso may have been washing money for Joey Marks. Marks was Ryder's Mr. X, he guessed. But something went wrong. The IRS audit was endangering the scheme and thereby endangering Joey Marks. Marks responded by eliminating the washer. The story felt good to Bosch, but there were still things that didn't jibe. The break-in at Aliso's office 2 days after he was dead. Why did whoever that was wait until then? And why didn't they take all the financial records? The records, if connections between the dummy corporations and Joey Marks could be made, might be just as dangerous to Marks as Aliso was. Bosch found himself wondering if the hitter and the B&E man were the same person. It didn't seem so. What's this guy's name, the one the prints matched? Luke Goshen. We only had his prints on file because he had to give them to get the entertainment license for one of Joey's strip clubs. The license is in Goshen's name. It keeps Joey out of it. Nice and clean. Only not anymore. The prints tie Goshen to a murder, and that means Joey isn't far behind. Wait a minute. What's the name of the club? Dolly's. It's in North Las Vegas. Son of a bitch. What? I say something? This Goshen guy, do they call him Lucky? Probably not after today. His luck's about to run out. Sounds like you know of him. I met the prick last night. You shitting me? At Dolly's. The last phone call from Aliso's office in L.A. was to Dolly's. I found out he was coming out here and spending time with one of the dancers at that place. I went to check it out last night and fucked up. Goshen had one of his guys give me this. Bosch touched the bump on his lip. I was wondering where you got that. Which one give you that? Gussie. Fucking Big John Flanagan. Yeah, we'll be bringing his lard ass in today, too. John Flanagan? How'd they get Gussie out of that? It's on account he's the best-dressed bouncer in the county. You know, the tuxedo. He gets all gussied up to go to work. That's how he got that one. I hope you didn't let him get away with putting that knot on your lip. We had a little discussion in the parking lot before I left. Iverson laughed. I like you, Bosch. You're a tough nut. I'm not sure I like you yet, Iverson. I'm still not happy about you people trying to take over my case. It'll work out for all of us. You're going to clear your case, and we're going to take a couple of major douchebags out of the picture. City fathers are going to be smiling all around. We'll see. There's one other thing, Iverson said. We were already working a tip on Lucky when you showed up.
What are you talking about?
We got a tip. It was anonymous. Came in Sunday to the bureau. Guy won't give his name, but says he was in a strip club the night before and hears a couple of big guys talking about a hit. He heard one call the other Lucky.
What else?
Just something about the guy being put in the trunk and then getting capped.
Felton know this when I talked to him yesterday?
No, it hadn't filtered up to him. It came up last night after he found out the prints you brought matched Goshen. One of the guys in the bureau had taken the tip and was going to check it out, put out a flyer on it. It would have eventually gotten over there to L.A., and you would have come calling. You just hear sooner rather than later.
They had completely left the urban sprawl of the city, and the chocolate-brown mountain chain rose in front of them. There were sporadic patches of neighborhoods, homes that were built way out and were waiting for the city to catch up. Bosch had been out this way once before on an investigation, going to a retired cop's house. It reminded him of no man's land then, and it still did now. "Tell me about Joey Marks," Bosch said. "You said he's trying to go legitimate?"
No, I said he's trying to give the appearance of legitimacy. That's two different things. A guy like that, he'll never be legitimate. He can change his name, clean up his act, but he's always going to be a grease spot on the road.
What's he into? If you believe the media, the mob was run out of town to make way for the all-American family.
Yeah, I know the tune. It's true, though. Vegas has changed in 10 years. When I first made it to the bureau, you could practically take your pick of the casinos and go to work. They all had connections. If it wasn't the front office, then it was the suppliers, the unions, whatever. Now it's cleaned up. It's gone from Sin City to fucking Disneyland. We got more water slides and whorehouses now. Yeah, I think I liked it the old way. Had more of an edge. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Anyway, the important thing is we 99% have the mob out of the casinos. That's a good thing. But there's still a lot of what we call ancillary action around. That's where Joey fits in. He runs a string of high-rent strip bars, mostly in North Vegas because nudity and alcohol are allowed there, and the money is in alcohol. Very hard to watch, that money. We figure he's siphoning a couple mil a year off the top on the clubs alone. We've had the IRS go after his books, but he does too good a job. Let's see. We think he also has a piece of some of the brothels up north. Then he's got the usual, your standard loan sharking and fencing operations. He runs a book and has the street tax on almost anything that moves in town. You know, the escort services, peep shows, all of that. He's the king. He can't go in any of the casinos because he's in the commission's black book, but it doesn't matter. He's the king.
How does he have a betting book in a town where you can walk into any casino and bet on any game, any race, anywhere?
You got to have money to do that. Not with Joey. He'll take your bet. And if you are unlucky enough to lose, then you better come up with the money quick or you're one sorry motherfucker. Remember how he got his name? Well, suffice it to say, his employees carry on the tradition. See, that's how he gets his hooks into people. He gets them to owe him, and then they have to give him a piece of what they have, whether it's a company that makes paint in Dayton or something else.
Maybe a guy who makes cheap movies in L.A.?
Yeah, like that. That's how it works. They open up to him or they get two broken knees, or worse. People still disappear in Vegas, Bosch. It might look like it's all volcanoes and pyramids and pirate ships on the outside, but on the inside it's still dark enough for people to disappear in.
Bosch reached over and turned the air up a notch. The sun was already all the way up, and the desert was beginning to bake.
"This is nothing," Iverson said. "Wait till about noon. If we're out here then, forget about it. We'll be over 110 easy."
What about Joey's air of legitimacy?
Yeah, well, like I said, he's got holdings all over the country. Pieces of the legitimate world he got through these various scams. He also reinvests. He cleans up all the cash he's pulling out of his various enterprises and then puts it into legit stuff, even charities. He's got car dealerships, a country club on the east side, a goddamn wing of a hospital named after one of his kids who died in a swimming pool. His picture gets in the paper at ribbon cuttings, Bosch. I tell you, we've either got to fucking take the guy down or give him the key to the city, and I don't know which would be more appropriate.
Iverson shook his head. After a few minutes of silence, they were there. Iverson pulled into a county fire station and drove around back, where there were several more detective cars and several men standing around them holding paper cups of coffee. One of them was Captain Felton. Bosch had forgotten to take a bulletproof vest with him from Los Angeles and had to borrow one from Iverson.
He was also given a plastic raid jacket that said LVPD in bright yellow letters across the chest when it was zipped closed. They were standing around Felton's Taurus, going over the plan and waiting for the uniform backup. Execution of the warrant was going to be done by Vegas rules, the captain said. That meant at least one uniform team had to be there when they kicked the door. By this time, Bosch had already had his friendly exchange with Felton. The two had gone into the fire station to get Bosch some coffee, and Bosch had given the police captain an earful for the way he had handled the discovery that the Prince Bosch had brought with him belonged to lucky Luke Goshen. Felton feigned contrition and told Bosch he'd be involved in calling the shots from that moment on. Bosch had to back down after that. He'd gotten what he wanted, at least in the captain's words. Now he just had to watch that Felton walked the talk. Besides Felton and Bosch, there were 4 others standing around the car. They were all from Metro's organized crime unit. It was Iverson and his partner, Ciccarelli, and then another pair, Baxter and Parmalee. The MCU was part of Felton's domain in the department, but it was Baxter who was running the show. He was a black man who was balding, with gray hair lightly powdered around the sides of his head. He was heavily muscled and had a countenance that said, "I want no hassles." He seemed to Bosch to be a man accustomed to both the violent and violence. There was a difference. Luke Goshen's home was known to them. From their banter, Bosch figured that they had watched the place before. It was about a mile further west from the station, and Baxter had already made a drive-by and determined that Goshen's black Corvette was in the carport. "What about a warrant?" Bosch asked. He could just envision the whole thing getting kicked out of court because of a warrantless entry into the suspect's house. "The prints were more than enough for a warrant to search the premises and arrest your man," Felton said. "We took it to a judge first thing this morning. We also had our own information, which I think Iverson told you about." "Look, his prints were on the guy, but it doesn't mean he did it. It doesn't make a case. We're acting too quickly here. My guy was put down in L.A. I've got nothing putting Luke Goshen there. And your own information? That's a joke. You've got an anonymous call, that's it. It doesn't mean shit." They all looked at Bosch as if he had just belched at the debutante ball. "Harry, let's get another cup," Felton said. "I'm fine. Let's get one anyway." He put his arm on Bosch's shoulder and led him back toward the station. Inside at the kitchen counter, where there was a coffee urn, Felton poured himself another cup before speaking. "Look, Harry, you gotta go with this. This is a major opportunity for us and for you." "I know that. I just don't want to blow it. Can't we hold off on this until we're sure of what we've got? It's my case, Captain, and you're still running the show." "I thought we had that all straightened out." "I thought we did too, but I might as well be pissing in the wind. Look, detective, we're going to go up the road and take this guy down, search his place, and put him in a little room. I guarantee that if he isn't your man, he's going to give him to you, and he's going to give us Joey Marks along the way. Now come on, get with the program and get happy." He cuffed Bosch on the shoulder and headed back out to the lot. Bosch followed in a few moments. He knew that he was whining over nothing. You find somebody's prints on a body, you bring him in. That's a given. You sweat the details later. But Bosch didn't like being a bystander. That was the real rub, and he knew it. He wanted to run the show. Only out here in the desert, he was a fish out of water, flopping on the sand. He knew he should call Billets, but it was too late for her to do anything, and he didn't like the idea of waking her up to tell her he had let this one get away from him. The patrol car with the 2 uniforms was there when Bosch stepped out of the fire station and back into the oven. "All right," Felton said. "We're all here. Mount up and let's go get this fucker." They were there in 5 minutes. Goshen lived in a house that rose out of the scrubland on Desert View Avenue. It was a large house, but not one that looked particularly ostentatious. The one thing that looked out of the ordinary was the concrete block wall and gate that surrounded the half-acre property. The house was in the middle of nowhere, but its owner needed to put a security wall around it. They all stopped their cars on the shoulder of the road and got out. Baxter had come prepared. From the trunk of his Caprice, he pulled out 2 stepladders that they would use to scale the wall next to the driveway gate. Iverson was the first to go over. When he got to the top of the wall, he put the other ladder in place on the other side, but hesitated before climbing down into the front yard.
Anybody see any dogs?
No dogs, Baxter said. I checked this morning.
Iverson went down, and the others followed him over. While he waited for his turn, Bosch looked around and could just see the neon demarcation of the strip several miles to the east. Above this, the sun was a neon red ball. The air had gone from warm to hot and was as dry and rough as sandpaper. Bosch thought of the cherry-flavored chapstick in his pocket that he had bought at the hotel gift shop, but he didn't want to use it in front of the local boys. After Bosch had scaled the wall and was approaching the house behind the others, he looked at his watch. It was now almost 9, but the house seemed dead. No movement, no sound, no lights, nothing. Curtains were closed across every window.
You sure he's here?
Bosch whispered to Baxter.
He's here, Baxter replied without lowering his voice. I jumped the wall about 6 and touched the hood of the vet. It was warm. He hadn't been home long. He's in there asleep, I guarantee it. 9 o'clock to this guy's like 4 in the morning for normal people.
Bosch looked over at the Corvette. He remembered it from the night before. As he looked around further, he realized the confines within the walls of the compound were carpeted in lush green grass. It must have cost a fortune to plant and another one to keep it watered. The property sat in the desert like a towel on the beach. Bosch was drawn from his wonder by the sound of Iverson hitting the front door with his foot. With weapons drawn, Bosch and the others followed Iverson into the dark opening to the house. They went in screaming the usual identifiers, "Police!" and "Don't move!" and quickly moved down a hallway to the left. Bosch followed the sharp slashes of light from their flashlights. Almost immediately, he heard female screams, and then a light came on in a room at the end of the hall. By the time he got in there, he saw Iverson kneeling on a king-size bed, holding his Smith & Wesson short barrel 6 inches from the face of Luke Goshen. The big man Bosch had encountered the night before was wrapped in the bed's black silk sheets and looked as calm about the situation as Magic Johnson used to look while shooting free throws with the game on the line. He even took the time to glance up at the ceiling to view the reflection of the scene in the mirror. It was the women who weren't calm. 2 of them, both nude, stood on either side of the bed, oblivious to their nakedness, but fully in the latter stages of fright. Finally, Baxter quieted them with a loud shout of, "Shut up!" It took a few moments for the silence to sink in. Nobody moved. Bosch never took his eyes off of Goshen. He was the only danger in the room. He sensed that the other cops, who had branched off to search the house, had now moved into the room behind him, along with the 2 uniformed cops. "On your face, Luke," Iverson finally ordered. "You girls get some clothes on. Now!" One of the women said, "You can't just—" "Shut up!" Iverson cut her off. "Or you go into town like that. Your choice." "I'm not Randy!" Goshen boomed with a voice as deep as a barrel. "Shut the fuck up and get dressed. They're not taking you anywhere. You too, Harm." All the men but Goshen instinctively looked at the woman he had called Harm. She looked like she weighed about 90 pounds. She had soft blonde hair, breasts she could hide in a child's teacups, and a gold hoop piercing one of the folds of her vagina. There was a look of fright etched on her face that had completely crowded out any hint of beauty.
"Harmony,"
she whispered, understanding their dilemma. "Well, get dressed, Harmony," Felton said. "Both of you. Turn to the wall and get dressed." "Just get 'em their clothes and get 'em out of here," Iverson said. Harmony was stepping into a pair of jeans when she stopped and looked at the men giving conflicting orders. "Well, which is it?" Randy asked in an irritated voice. "You people got your shit together or what?" Bosch recognized her as the woman who had been dancing in Dolly's the night before. "Get 'em out of here!" Iverson yelled. "Now!" The uniforms moved in to usher the naked women out. "We're going!" Randy yelled. "Don't touch me!" Iverson yanked the sheets off of Goshen and began cuffing his hands behind his back. Goshen's blonde hair ran in a thin and tightly braided ponytail down his back. Bosch hadn't noticed that the night before.
"What's the matter, Iverson?" he said, his face against the mattress. "You got a problem with a little poon hanging around? You little punk or something?"
"Goshen, do yourself a favor. Shut your fucking hole." Goshen laughed off the threat. He was a deeply tanned man who seemed even larger than Bosch recalled from the night before. He was completely buffed, his arms the size of hams. For a short moment,
Bosch thought he understood Goshen's desire to sleep with two women, and why they willingly went with him in twos. Goshen faked a yawn to make sure everyone knew he wasn't the least bit threatened by what was happening. He wore only black bikini underwear that matched the sheets. There were tattoos on his back, a 1% sign on the left shoulder blade, a Harley-Davidson insignia on the right. On the upper left arm there was another tattoo, the number 88. "What's this, your IQ?" Iverson said as he sharply slapped the arm. "Fuck you, Iverson, and the phony fucking warrant you rode in on." Bosch knew what the tattoo meant. He had seen it enough in L.A. The 8th letter of the alphabet was H. 88 meant H.H., short for Heil Hitler. It meant Goshen had spent some time with white supremacists. But most of the assholes Bosch came across with similar tattoos got them in prison. It was amazing to him that Goshen apparently had no criminal record and had spent no time in stir. If he had, his name would have come up when the prints from Tony Aliso's jacket had been run through the APHIS computer. He put thoughts of this contradiction aside when Goshen managed to turn his head so that he was looking at Bosch. "You," he said, "you're the one they should be arresting after what you did to Gussie." Bosch bent over the bed to reply. "This ain't about last night. This is about Tony Aliso." Iverson roughly turned Goshen over on the bed. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Goshen asked angrily. "I'm clean on that, man. What are you—" He tried to pull himself up into a sitting position, but Iverson pushed him back down hard. "Just sit tight," Iverson said. "We'll hear your sorry side of things, but we're going to have a look around first." He took the warrant out of his pocket and dropped it on Goshen's chest. "There's your phony warrant." "I can't read it." "Not my fault you didn't stay in school. Just hold it up for me." Iverson ignored him and looked at the others. "Okay, let's split up and see what we got here. Harry, you take this room, okay? Keep our friend here company?" "Right." Iverson then addressed the two uniforms. "I want one of you guys in here. Just stand out of the way and keep your eyes on douchebag here." One of the uniforms nodded, and the others left the room. Bosch and Goshen looked at each other. "I can't read this thing," Goshen said. "I know," Bosch said. "You said that." "This is bullshit. It's just a roust. You couldn't possibly have anything on me because I didn't do it." "Then who'd you have do it? Gussie?" "No, man, nobody. There's no way you'll be able to pin this on me. No fucking way. I want my lawyer." "As soon as you're booked." "Booked for what?" "For murder, Lucky." He continued his denials and demands for a lawyer while Bosch ignored him and started looking around the room, checking the drawers of the dresser. He glanced back at Goshen every few seconds. It was like walking around a lion's cage. He knew he was safe, but that didn't stop him from checking. He could tell Goshen was watching him in the mirror over the bed. When the big man finally quieted, Bosch waited a few moments and then started asking questions. He did it casually while he continued the search, as if he didn't really care about the answers. "So, where were you Friday night?" "Fucking your mother." "She's dead." "I know it. It wasn't all that good." Bosch stopped what he was doing and looked at him. Goshen wanted him to hit him. He wanted the violence. It was the playing field he understood. "Where were you, Goshen?" "Friday night." "Talk to my lawyer." "We will. But you can talk, too." "I was working the club. I have a fucking job, you know." "Yeah, I know. When did you work till?" "I don't know. 4. I go home after that." "Yeah, right. It's the truth." "Where were you? In that office?" "That's right." "Anybody see you? You ever come out before 4? "I don't know. Talk to my lawyer." "Don't worry. We will." Bosch went back to the search and opened the closet door. It was a walk-in, but it was only a third lined with clothes. Goshen lived light. "Fucking A, it's right," Goshen called from the bed. "You go check. Check it out." The first thing he did was turn over the 2 pairs of shoes and the Nikes that were lying on the floor. He studied the sole patterns, and none of them appeared even remotely like the pattern found on the bumper of the Rolls and Tony Aliso's hip. He glanced back out at Goshen to make sure the big man wasn't moving. He wasn't. Bosch next reached to the shelf above the clothes rod.
He took a box down and found it full of photos. They were 8x10 publicity shots of dancers. They weren't nudes. Each young woman was posed provocatively in a skimpy costume. Each one's name was printed in the white border below the photo, accompanied by the name and number of Models a Million, which Bosch guessed was a local agency that provided dancers to clubs. He looked through the box until he found a photo with the name Layla on it. He studied the photo of the woman he had been looking for the previous night. She had long, flowing brown hair with blonde highlights, a full figure, dark eyes, and bee-stung lips. In the photo they were parted just enough to show a hint of white teeth. She was a beautiful woman, and there was something familiar about her, but he couldn't place it. He decided that maybe the familiarity was the sexual malice that all the women in the photos and who he had seen the night before in the club seemed to convey. Bosch took the box out of the closet and dropped it on the bureau. He held a picture of Layla out of it. "What's with the pictures, Lucky?" "They're all the girls I've been with. How about you, cop? You had that many? I bet the ugliest one in there is better than the best one you've ever had." "So what do you want to do, compare pricks, too?" "I'm glad you've had your fill of women, Lucky, 'cause there aren't going to be any more. I mean, sure, you'll be able to fuck, or be fucked. It just won't be with women, is all I'm saying." Goshen was quiet while he contemplated this. Bosch put the photo of Layla on the bureau next to the box. "Look, Bosch, just tell me what you guys got and I'll tell you what I know so we can get this straightened out. You're wrong on this. I didn't do anything. So let's get this over with. Stop wasting each other's time." Bosch didn't answer. He went back into the closet and hiked up on his toes to see if there was anything else on the shelf. There was. A small cloth folded like a handkerchief. He took it down and unfolded it. It was soiled with oil. He smelled it and recognized it. Bosch came out of the closet, tossed the rag so it hit Goshen in the face, and fell onto the bed. "What's this?" "I don't know. What is it?" "It's a rag with gun oil on it." "Where's the gun?" "I don't have a gun, and that isn't mine either. Never saw it before." "Okay." "What do you mean, okay? I never fucking saw it before." "I mean, okay, Goshen, that's all. Don't get nervous. It's hard with you people sticking your nose up my ass." Bosch bent over the night table. He opened the top drawer, found an empty cigarette box, a set of pearl earrings, and an unopened box of condoms. Bosch threw the box at Goshen. It bounced off his huge chest and fell to the floor. "You know, Goshen, just buying them ain't safe sex. You gotta put 'em on." He opened the bottom drawer. It was empty. "How long you lived here, Goshen?" "Moved in right after I kicked your sister out on her ass. Put her on the street. Last I seen, she was selling it over on Fremont outside the Cortez." Bosch straightened up and looked at him. Goshen was smiling. He wanted to provoke something. He wanted to control things, even handcuffed on the bed, even if it cost him some blood. "My mother, now my sister. Who's next? My wife?" "Yeah, I got something planned for her. Shut up, would you? It's not working, understand? You're not getting to me. You can't get to me, so save your strength." "Everybody can be gotten to, Bosch. Remember that." Bosch looked at him and then stepped into the master bathroom. It was a large room with a separate shower and tub, almost in the same configuration as the room Tony Aliso had used at the Mirage. The toilet was in a small, closet-sized room behind a door with a slatted grill. Bosch started there. He quickly lifted the top of the water tank and found nothing unusual. Before putting the porcelain top back in place, he leaned over the toilet and looked down the wall behind the tank. What he saw made him immediately call for the uniform in the bedroom. "Yes, sir?" the cop said. He looked like he wasn't yet 25. His black skin had almost a bluish tint to it. He kept his hands on his equipment belt in a relaxed mode, his right just a few inches from his gun. It was the standard pose. Bosch saw that the nameplate above his breast pocket said Fontenot. "Fontenot, take a look down here behind the tank." The cop did as he was asked without even taking his hands off his belt. "What is it?" he asked. "I think it's a gun. Why don't you step back and let me pull it out?" Bosch flattened his hand and reached it down into the 2-inch space between the wall and the tank.
His fingers closed on a plastic bag attached to the back of the tank with gray duct tape. He managed to pull it free and get the bag out. He held it up for Fontenot to see. The bag contained a blue metal pistol equipped with a 3-inch screw-on silencer. "A .22?" Fontenot asked. "Oh, yeah," Bosch said. "Go get Felton and Iverson, would you? Right away." Bosch followed Fontenot out of the bathroom. He was holding the bag containing the gun like a fisherman holds a fish by its tail. When he stepped into the bedroom, he couldn't help but smile at Goshen, whose eyes noticeably widened. "That ain't mine," Goshen immediately protested. "That's a plant, you fuck! I don't Get me my goddamn lawyer, you son of a bitch!" Bosch let the words go by, but studied the look. He saw something flash in Goshen's eyes. It was there for only a second, and then he covered up. It wasn't fear. He didn't think that was something Goshen would let slip into his eyes. Bosch believed he had seen something else. But what? He looked at Goshen and waited a moment for the look to return. Was it confusion? Disappointment? Goshen's eyes showed nothing now, but Bosch believed he knew the look. What he had seen had been surprise. Iverson, Baxter, and Felton then filed into the room. They saw the gun, and Iverson yelped in triumph. "Sayonara, baby!" His glee showed on his face. Bosch explained how and where he found the weapon. "These fuckhead gangsters," Iverson said, looking at Goshen. "Think the cops never saw The Godfather? Who'd you put it there for, Goshen? Michael Corleone?" "I said get me my fucking lawyer," Goshen yelled. "You'll get your lawyer," Iverson said. "Now get up, you piece of shit. You got to get dressed for the ride in." Bosch held him at gunpoint while Iverson took one of the cuffs off. Then they both pointed guns at him while he got dressed in black jeans, boots, and T-shirt, the shirt manufactured for a much smaller man. "You guys are always tough in numbers," Goshen said as he went about putting the clothes on. "You ever come up against me alone, then it's going to be wet-ass time." "Come on, Goshen, we don't have all day," Iverson said. When he was done, they cuffed him and stuffed him into the back of Iverson's car. Iverson locked the gun in the trunk. Then they went back inside the house. In a short meeting inside the front hallway, it was decided that Baxter and 2 of the other detectives would stay behind to finish the search of the house. "What about the women?" Bosch asked. "The uniforms will watch them until these boys are done," Iverson said. "Yeah, but as soon as they leave, they'll be on the phone. We'll have Goshen's lawyer down our throat before we even get started." "I'll take care of that. Goshen's got 1 car here, right? Where's the keys?" "Kitchen counter," one of the other detectives said. "Okay," Iverson said. "We're out of here." Bosch followed him through the kitchen, watching him pocket the keys that were on the counter, and then out into the carport by the Corvette. There was a little workroom here with tools hanging on a pegboard. Iverson selected a shovel and then stepped out of the carport and around to the backyard. Bosch followed and watched as Iverson found the spot where the telephone line came in from a pole at the street and connected to the house. He swung the shovel up and with 1 strike disconnected the line. "Amazing how strong the wind can get out here in the open desert," he said. He looked around behind the house. "Those girls have no car and no phone," he said. "Nearest house is a half-mile, city's about 5. My guess is they'll stay put a while. That'll give us time. All we need." Iverson took a baseball swing with the shovel and launched it out over the property wall and into the scrub brush. He started walking toward the front of the house and his car. "What do you think?" Bosch asked. "I think the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Goshen's ours, Harry. Yours." "No, I mean about the gun." "What about it?" "I don't know. It seems too easy. Nobody said criminals got to be smart. Goshen's not smart. He's just been lucky. But not anymore." Bosch nodded, but he still didn't like it. It wasn't really a question of being smart or not. Criminals followed routines, instincts. This didn't make sense. "I saw something in his eyes when he saw the gun, like he was just as surprised to see it as we were." "Maybe. Maybe he's just a good actor. And maybe it's not even the right gun. You'll have to take it back with you to run tests. Find out if it's the gun, Harry, then worry about if it's too easy.
Bosch nodded. He took out a cigarette and lit it. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something.
Look, Harry, you want to make a case or not?
I want a case.
Then let's take him in and put him in a room. See what he has to say.
They were at the car. Bosch realized he had left the photo of Layla inside. He told Iverson to start the car and he'd be right back. When he came back with the photo and got in, he checked Goshen in the back and saw a trickle of blood running down from the corner of his mouth. Bosch looked at Iverson, who was smiling.
I don't know. He must have bumped his face getting in. Either that or he did it on purpose to make it look like I did it.
Goshen said nothing, and Bosch just turned around. Iverson pulled the car out onto the road, and they headed back toward the city. The temperature was climbing rapidly, and Bosch could already feel the sweat sticking his shirt to his back. The air conditioner labored to overcome the heat that had built up in the car while they were inside the house. The air was as dry as old bones. Bosch finally took out the chapstick and rolled it across his sore lips. He didn't care what Iverson or Goshen thought about it. They took Goshen up to the detective bureau in a back elevator in which Goshen audibly farted. Then Bosch and Iverson walked him down a hallway off the squad room and into an interview room barely larger than a restroom stall. They handcuffed him to a steel ring bolted to the center of the table and locked him in. Then they left him there. As Iverson closed the door, Goshen called after him that he wanted to make his phone call. Bosch noticed that the squad room was almost deserted as they walked back toward Felton's office. "Somebody die?" Bosch asked. "Where is everybody?"
"They're out picking up the others."
"What others?"
"The captain wanted to bring in your pal, Gussie, throw a scare at him. They're bringing in the girl, too."
"Layla? They found her?"
"No, not her. The one you had us run last night. The one that played with your victim at the Mirage. Turns out she's got a jacket."
Bosch reached over and yanked Iverson's arm to stop him.
"Eleanor Wish? You're bringing in Eleanor Wish?"
He didn't wait for Iverson's reply. He broke away from the man and charged into Felton's office. The captain was on the phone, and Bosch paced anxiously in front of the desk, waiting for him to hang up. Felton pointed at the door, but Bosch shook his head. He could see Felton's eyes start to smolder as he told whoever was on the other end of the line he had to go.
"I can't talk right now," he said. "You don't have to worry. It's under control. I'll talk to you."
He hung up and looked at Bosch.
"What is it now?"
"Call your people. Tell them to leave Eleanor Wish alone."
"What are you talking about?"
"She had nothing to do with this. I checked her out last night." Felton leaned forward and clasped his hands together as he thought.
"When you say you checked her out, what does that mean?"
"I interviewed her. She had a passing acquaintance with the victim, that's it. She's clean."
"Do you know who she is, Bosch?
I mean, do you know her history?"
"She was an FBI agent assigned to the L.A. bank robbery squad. She went to prison 5 years ago on a conspiracy charge stemming from a series of burglaries involving bank safe deposit vaults. It doesn't matter, Captain. She's clean on this."
"I think it might be good to sweat her a little bit and take another go at her with one of my guys, just to be sure."
"I'm already sure. Look,
Bosch looked back at the office door and saw Iverson hanging around, trying to listen in. Bosch walked over and closed the door, then pulled a chair away from the wall and sat right in front of Felton's desk and leaned across to him. "Look, Captain, I knew Eleanor Wish in L.A. I worked that case with the bank vaults. We were more than just partners on it. Then it all turned to shit and she went away. I hadn't seen her in 5 years until I saw her on the surveillance tape at the Mirage. That's why I called you last night. I wanted to talk to her, but not because of the case. She's clean. She did her time, and she's clean. Now call your people." Felton was quiet. Bosch could see the wheels turning.
"I've been up most of the night working on this. I called your room a half-dozen times to bring you in on it, but you weren't there. I don't suppose you want to tell me where you were."
"No, I don't." Felton thought some more and then shook his head.
"I can't do it. I can't cut her loose yet."
"Why not?"
"Because there is something about her you apparently don't know."
Bosch closed his eyes for a moment, like a boy expecting to get slapped by an angry mother, but steadying himself to take it.
What don't I know?
She might have only had a passing acquaintance with your victim, but she's got more than that with Joey Marks in his group.
It was worse than he expected. What are you talking about?
I put her name up for discussion with some of my people last night after you called. We've got her in a file. On numerous occasions, she has been seen in the company of a man named Terence Quillen, who works for Goshen, who works for Marks. Numerous times, Detective Bosch. In fact, I've got a team out looking for Quillen now. See what he has to say.
In the company of? What does that mean?
Looked like strictly business, according to the reports.
Bosch felt like he'd been punched. This was impossible. He had spent the night with the woman. The sense of betrayal was building in him, but a deeper gut sense told him she was true, that this was all some huge mix-up. There was a knock on the door, and Iverson poked his head in.
FYI, the others are back, boss. They're putting them in the interview rooms.
Okay.
You need anything?
No, we're fine. Close the door.
After Iverson left, Bosch looked at the captain.
Is she arrested? No, we asked her to come in voluntarily.
Let me talk to her first.
I don't think that would be wise.
I don't care if it's wise. Let me go talk to her. If she'll tell anybody, she'll tell me. Felton thought a moment and then finally nodded his head.
Okay, go ahead. You get 15 minutes.
Bosch should have thanked him, but didn't. He just got up quickly and went to the door.
Detective Bosch,
Felton said. Harry looked back from the door.
I'll do what I can for you on this, but this cuts us in a big way. You understand that?
Bosch stepped out without answering. Felton had no finesse. It was understood without being said that Bosch was now beholden to him, but Felton had to say it anyway. In the hallway, Bosch passed the first interview room where they had placed Goshen and opened the door to the second. Sitting there handcuffed to the table was Gussie Flanagan. His nose was misshapen and looked like a new potato. He had cotton jammed into the nostrils. He looked at Bosch with bloodshot eyes, and recognition showed on his face. Bosch backed out and closed the door without saying a word. Eleanor Wish was behind door number 3. She was disheveled, obviously dragged from sleep by the Metro cops, but her eyes had the alert and wild quality of a cornered animal, and that cut Bosch to the bone.
Harry, what are they doing?
He closed the door and moved quickly into the tiny room, touching her shoulder in a consoling manner and taking the seat across from her. Eleanor, I'm sorry.
What? What did you do?
Yesterday when I saw you on the tape at the Mirage, I asked Felton, he's the captain here, to get me your number and address because you were unlisted. He did. But then without my knowledge, he ran your name and pulled up your package. Then on his own, he had his people get you this morning. It's all part of this Tony Aliso thing.
I told you. I didn't know him. I had one drink with him once. Just because I happened by chance to be at the same table with him, they bring me in?
She shook her head and looked away, the distress written on her face. This was the way it would always be, she now knew. The criminal record she carried would guarantee it. I've got to ask you something. I want to get this cleared up and get you out of here.
What?
Tell me about this man, Terence Quillen. He saw the shock in her eyes.
Quillen? What does he... Is he the suspect?
Eleanor, you know how this works. I can't tell you things. You tell me. Just answer the question. Do you know Terence Quillen?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He came up to me about 6 months ago when I was leaving the Flamingo. I had been out here 4 or 5 months. I was settling in, playing 6 nights a week by then. He came up to me and in his words told me what's what. He somehow knew about me, who I was, that I'd just gotten out. He said there was a street tax. He said I had to pay it, that all the locals paid it, and that if I didn't, there'd be trouble. He said that if I did pay it, he'd watch out for me,
be there if I ever got in a jam. You know how it goes. Extortion, plain and simple. She broke then and started to cry. It took all of Bosch's will not to get up and try to hold her and comfort her in some way. I was alone, she said, scared. I pay him every week. What was I supposed to do? I had nothing and nowhere to go. Fuck it, Bosch said under his breath. He got up and squeezed around the end of the table and grabbed hold of her. He pulled her to his chest and kissed the top of her head. Nothing's gonna happen, he whispered. I promise you that, Eleanor. He held her there in silence for a few moments, listening to her quiet crying, until the door opened and Iverson stood there. He had a toothpick in his mouth. Get the fuck out of here, Iverson. The detective slowly closed the door. I'm sorry, Eleanor said. I'm getting you in trouble. No, you're not. It's all on me. Everything is on me. A few minutes later, he walked back into Felton's office. The captain looked up at him wordlessly. She was paying off Quillen to leave her alone. $200 a week. That was all it was, the street tax. She doesn't know anything about anything. She happened by chance to be at the same table as Aliso for about an hour Friday. She's clean. Now kick her loose. Tell your people. Felton leaned back and started tapping his lower lip with the end of a pen. He was showing Bosch his deep thinking pose. I don't know, he said. Okay. This is the deal. You let her go and I make a call to my people. And what'll you tell them? I'll tell them I've gotten excellent cooperation from Metro out here and that we ought to run this as a joint operation. I'll say we're going to put the squeeze on Goshen here and go for the 2-for-1 sale. We're going to go for Goshen and Joey Marks because Marks was the one who would have ultimately pushed the button on Tony Aliso. I'll say it's highly recommended that Metro take the lead out here because they know the turf and they know Marks. Do we have a deal? Felton tapped out another code message on his lip, then reached over and turned the phone on his desk so Bosch could have access to it. Make the call now, he said. After you talk to your CO, put me on the line. I want to talk to him. It's a her. Whatever. A half hour later, Bosch was driving a borrowed, unmarked Metro car with Eleanor Wish sitting crumpled in the passenger seat. The call to Lieutenant Billets had gone over well enough for Felton to keep his end of the deal. Eleanor was kicked loose, though the damage was pretty much done. She had been able to eke out a new start and a new existence, but the underpinnings of confidence and pride and security had all been kicked out from beneath her. It was all because of Bosch, and he knew it. He drove in silence, unable to even fathom what to say or how to make it better, and it cut him deeply because he truly wanted to. Before the previous night, he had not seen her in 5 years, but she had never been far from his deepest thoughts, even when he had been with other women. There had always been a voice back there that whispered to him that Eleanor Wish was the one. She was the match. They're always going to come for me, she said in a small voice. What? You remember that Bogart movie where the cop says, gather up the usual suspects, and they go out and do it? Well, that's me now. They're going to mean me. I guess I never realized that until now. I'm one of the usual suspects. I guess I should thank you for slapping me in the face with reality. Bosch said nothing. He didn't know how to respond because her words were true. In a few minutes they were at her apartment, and Bosch walked her in and sat her on the couch. You okay? Fine. When you get a chance, look around and make sure they didn't take anything. I didn't have anything to take. Bosch looked at the Nighthawk's print on the wall above her. It was a painting of a lonely coffee shop on a dark night. A man and a woman sitting together, another man by himself. Bosch used to think he was the man alone. Now he stared at the couple and wondered. Eleanor, he said, I have to go back. I'll come back here as soon as I can.
Okay, Harry. Thanks for getting me out.
You gonna be okay?
Sure.
Promise?
Promise.
Back at Metro, Iverson was waiting for Bosch before they took their first shot at Goshen. Felton had acceded to leaving Goshen for Bosch. It was still his case. In the hallway outside the interview room, Iverson tapped Bosch on the arm to stop him before going in.
Listen, Bosch, I just want to say I don't know what you got going on with that woman, and I guess it's nobody's business anymore since the captain let her go. But since we're going to be working together on Lucky here, I thought I'd clear the air. I didn't appreciate the way you spoke to me, telling me to get the fuck out and all.
Bosch looked at him a minute. The detective still had a toothpick in his mouth, and Bosch wondered if it was the same one from before.
You know, Iverson, I don't even know your first name. It's John, but people call me Ivy.
Well, Iverson, I didn't appreciate the way you were sneaking around the captain's office or the interview room. In L.A., we've got a name for cops who sneak around and eavesdrop and are assholes on general principle. We call them squints. And I don't really care if you're offended by me or not. You're a squint. And you make any trouble for me from here on out, and I'll go right to Felton and make trouble for you. I'll tell him about finding you in my room today. And if that's not enough, I'll tell him that I won $600 on the wheel in the casino last night, but the money disappeared off the bureau after you were there. Now, you want to do this interview or not? Iverson grabbed Bosch by the collar and shoved him against the wall.
Don't you fuck with me, Bosch.
Don't you fuck with me, Ivy. A smile slowly cracked across Iverson's face, and he released his grip and stepped back. Bosch straightened his tie and shirt.
Then let's do it, cowboy,
Iverson said. When they squeezed into the interview room, Goshen was waiting for them with his eyes closed, his legs up on the table, and his hands laced behind his head. Bosch watched Iverson look down at the torn metal where the cuff ring had been attached to the table. Red flares of anger burst on his cheeks.
Okay, asshole, get up,
Iverson ordered. Goshen stood up and brought his cuffed hands up. Iverson got out his keys and took the cuff off of one wrist.
Let's try this again. Sit down.
When Goshen was back down, Iverson cuffed his wrists behind his back, looping the chain through one of the steel slats of the chair back. Iverson then kicked out a chair and sat to the side of the gangster. Bosch sat across from him.
Okay, Houdini, you've also got destroying public property on your list now,
Iverson said. Wow, that's bold, Iverson. Really bold. That's like the time you came into the club and took Cinda into the fantasy booth. I think you called it interrogation. She called it something else. What's this gonna be? Iverson's face now glowed with anger. Goshen puffed his chest up proudly and smirked at the detective's embarrassment. Bosch shoved the table into Goshen's midsection, and the big man doubled over it as his breath burst out. Bosch was up quickly and around the table. As he went, he pulled his keychain from his pocket. Then, using his elbow to keep Goshen's chest down on the table, he flicked open the blade of his pocket knife and sawed off the big man's ponytail. He went back to his seat, and when Goshen lifted up, threw the 6-inch length of hair on the table in front of him. Ponytails went out of style at least 3 years ago, Goshen. You probably didn't hear about it. Iverson burst out in uproarious laughter. Goshen looked at Bosch with pale blue eyes that seemed as soulless as buttons on a machine. He didn't say a word. He was showing Bosch he could take it. He was stand-up. But Bosch knew even he couldn't stand up forever. Nobody can.
You got a problem, Lucky, Iverson said. Big problems. You...
Wait a minute. I don't want to talk to you, Iverson. I don't want you to talk to me. You're a runt. I got no respect for you, understand? Anybody talks, let him talk. Goshen nodded to Bosch. There was a silence during which Bosch looked from him to Iverson and then back. Go get a cup, Bosch said, without looking at Iverson. We'll be fine in here.
No, you...
Go get a cup.
You sure?
Iverson looked as if he was being kicked out of the college fraternity because the boys didn't think he fit in.
Yeah, I'm sure. You got a rights form on you?
Iverson got up, took a folded piece of paper out of his coat pocket and tossed it on the table. I'll be right outside the door. When Goshen and Bosch were alone, they studied each other for a moment before Bosch spoke. You want to smoke?
Don't play the good guy with me. Just tell me what's what.
Bosch shrugged off the rebuke and got up. He moved behind Goshen and took his keys out again. This time he unlocked one of the cuffs. Goshen brought his hands up and began rubbing the wrists to get circulation going. He noticed the length of hair on the table and slapped it onto the floor.
Let me tell you something, Mr. L.A. I've been to a place where it doesn't matter what they do to you, where nothing can hurt you. I've been there and back.
Everybody's been to Disneyland. So what?
I'm not talking about fucking Disneyland, asshole. I spent 3 years in the Penta down in Chihuahua. They didn't break me then. You aren't gonna do it now.
Let me tell you something then. In my life, I've killed a lot of people. Just wanted you to know that up front. Time comes again, there won't be any hesitation. None. This isn't about good guy cops and bad guy cops, Goshen. That's the movies. The movies where the bad guys have ponytails, I guess. But this is real life. You are nothing to me but meat, and I'm going to put you down. That's a given. It's just up to you how hard and how far you want to go down. Goshen thought a moment.
All right. So now we know each other. Talk to me, and I'll take that smoke now.
Bosch put his cigarettes and matches on the table. Goshen got one out and lit it. Bosch waited until he was done. I got to advise you first. You know the routine. Bosch opened the piece of paper Iverson had left and read Goshen his rights. He then had the man sign his name on it.
This is being taped, isn't it?
Not yet.
Okay, then. What have you got?
Your fingerprints were on Tony Eliso's body. The gun we found behind the toilet will be going back to L.A. today. The prints are good to have, real good. But if the bullets they pick out of Tony's gourd match that gun, then it's all over. I don't care what kind of alibi you line up, or what your explanation will be, or if your lawyer's Johnny fucking Cochran. You won't just be meat. You'll be 100% grade A dead meat.
That gun ain't mine. It's a plant, goddammit. You know it, and I know it, and it's not going to fly, Bosch.
Bosch looked at him a moment and felt his face getting hot. You're saying that I put that there?
I'm saying I watched the O.J. show. Cops out here are no different. I'm saying I don't know if it was you or Iverson or whoever, but that gun's a fucking plant, goddammit. That's what I'm saying.
Bosch traced a finger along the top of the table, waiting for the anger to dissipate to the point that he could control his voice. You hang on to that bullshit story, Goshen, and you'll go far with it. You'll go about 10 years, and then they'll strap you down and stick a needle in your arm. At least it's not the gas chamber anymore. They make it easy on you guys now. Bosch leaned back, but there wasn't a lot of room. The back of the chair hit the wall. He took out the chapstick and reapplied it. We own you now, Goshen. All you have left is one small window of opportunity. Call it a little piece of destiny still in your grasp.
And what window's that?
You know what window. You know what I'm talking about. Guy like you doesn't move an inch without the okay. Give us the guy you worked the hit with and the guy who told you to put Tony in the trunk. You don't make a deal, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Goshen let out his breath and shook his head.
Look, I did not do this. I did not.
Bosch didn't expect him to say anything different. It wasn't that easy. He had to wear him down. He leaned across the table conspiratorially. Listen, I'm going to tell you something so that you know that I'm not bullshitting you. Maybe save some time so you can decide where to go from here.
Go ahead, but it's not going to change anything.
Anthony Eliso was wearing a black leather jacket Friday night. Remember that? One with the 2-inch lapels?
You're wasting your...
You grabbed him there, Goshen. Just like this.
Bosch reached across the table and demonstrated, using both hands to grab an imaginary set of lapels on a jacket Goshen wasn't wearing. Remember that? Tell me I'm wasting my time now. Remember, Goshen? You did it. You grabbed him like that. Now, who is bullshitting who? Goshen shook his head, but Bosch knew he had scored. The pale blues were looking inward at the memory. Kind of a freaky thing. Processed leather like that holds the amino acids from the prints. That's what the tech tells me. We got some nice ones, enough to take to the DA or the grand jury, enough for me to come out here, enough for us to come right into your fucking house and hook you up. He hesitated a moment until Goshen was looking at him. And now this gun turns up in your house. I guess we'll just have to wait on the ballistics if you don't want to talk anymore. But I've got a hunch about it. I like my chances. Goshen slammed 2 open palms down on the steel table. It made a sound like a shot and echo. This is a setup. You people put... Iverson burst through the door, his gun out and aimed at Goshen. He jerked the weapon up like a TV cop. You okay? Yeah, Bosch said. Lucky here's just a little mad is all. Give us a few more minutes. Iverson went back out without a word. Nice play, but that's all it was, Goshen said. Where's my phone call? Bosch leaned back across the table. You can make the call now, but you make the call and it's over right here, because that won't be your lawyer. That'll be Joey's lawyer. He'll be here to represent you, but we both know the one he'll be watching out for is Joey Marks. Bosch stood up. I guess then we'll just have to settle for you. We'll go the distance on you. Yeah, but you don't have me, you prick. Fingerprints? You need more than that. The gun's a plant, and everybody's gonna know it. Yeah, you keep saying it. I'll know what I need to know from ballistics by tomorrow morning. It was hard for Bosch to tell if that had registered, because Goshen didn't give it much time to. I got a fucking alibi. You can't pin this on me, man. Yeah? What's your fucking alibi? How do you even know when he got hit? You asked me about Friday night, right? That's the night. I didn't say that. Goshen sat silent and motionless for a half-minute. Bosch could see the eyes going to work. Goshen knew he had crossed one line with what he had said. Bosch guessed he was considering how far he should cross. Bosch pulled a chair out and sat back down. I got an alibi, so I'm in the clear. You're not in the clear till we say you are. What's your story? No, I'm going to tell my lawyer what it is. You're hurting yourself, Goshen. You got nothing to lose telling me. Except my freedom, right? I could go out, verify your story. Maybe then I'd start listening to your story about the gun being planted. Yeah, right. That's like putting the inmates in charge of the prison. Talk to my lawyer, Bosch. Now give me a fucking phone. Bosch stood up and signaled for him to put his arms behind his back. He did so, and Bosch cuffed him again, then left the room. After Bosch filled him in on how Goshen had won round 1, Felton told Iverson to take a phone into the interview room and allow the suspect to call his lawyer. I guess we'll let him stew, Felton said when he and Bosch were alone. See how he likes his first taste of incarceration. He told me he did 3 years down in Mexico. Yeah, he tells that to a lot of people he's trying to impress. Like the tattoos. When we were backgrounding him after he showed up a couple years ago, we never found anything about a Mexican prison. And as far as we know, he's never ridden a Harley, let alone with any motorcycle gang. I think a night in county might soften him up. Maybe by round 2 we'll have the ballistics back. Bosch said he had to use a phone to call his CO to check on what the plan was for the gun. Yeah, just picked an empty desk out there, Felton said. Make yourself at home. Listen, I'll tell you how this most likely will go, and you can tell your Lieutenant Billets. The lawyer he calls is most likely going to be Mickey Torino. He's Joey Marks' top guy. He's going to object to extradition and meantime try to get bail. Any bail will do. All they want to do is get him out of our hands and into their hands, and then they can make their decision. What decision? Whether or not to whack him.
If Joey thinks Lucky might flip, he'll just take him out to the desert somewhere and we'll never see him again. Nobody will.
Bosch nodded.
So you go make your call, and I'll call over to the prosecutor's office, see if we can't get an X hearing scheduled. I think the sooner the better. If you can get Lucky to L.A., he's going to be even more likely to start thinking about cutting a deal. That is, if we don't break him first.
It'd be nice to have the ballistics before the extradition hearing. If we get a ballistics match, it'll seal it. But things don't move so quickly in L.A., if you know what I mean. I doubt there's even been an autopsy.
Well, make your call, and then we'll reconnoiter.
Bosch used an empty desk next to Iverson's to make his call. He got billets at her desk, and he could tell she was eating. He quickly updated her on his failed effort to scam Goshen into talking and the plans to have the prosecutor's office in Las Vegas handle the extradition hearing. "What do you want to do about the gun?" he asked when he was done.
I want it back here as soon as possible. Edgar talked somebody over at the coroner's office into doing the cut this afternoon. We should have the bullets by tonight. If we have the gun, we can take the whole thing over to ballistics tomorrow morning. Today's Tuesday. I doubt there'd be an extradition hearing before Thursday. We'd have an answer from ballistics by then.
Okay, I'll grab a plane.
Good.
Bosch sensed something off about her tone. She was preoccupied by something other than ballistics and what she was eating. "Lieutenant," he said, "what's up? Is there something I don't know about?" She hesitated a moment, and Bosch waited her out.
Actually, something's come up.
Bosch's face flashed warm. He guessed that Felton had screwed him and told Billets about the Eleanor Wish situation. "What is it?"
I've made an ID on the guy who was in Tony Aliso's office.
"That's great," Bosch said, relieved but confused by her somber tone. "Who?"
No, it's not great. It was Dominic Carbone from OCID.
Bosch was stunned into silence for a long moment. "Carbone? What the—"
I don't know. I've got some feelers out. I'd like you back here until we figure out what to do with this. Goshen will keep until the extradition hearing. He's not going to be talking to anyone but his lawyer. If you can get back, I'd like us all to get together and hash this around. I haven't talked to Kiz and Jerry yet today. They're still working the financial trail.
"How'd you make the ID on Carbone?"
Pure luck. Things were kind of slow after I talked to you and the captain out there this morning. I took a drive downtown and stopped by Central. I've got a friend, she's a lieutenant too, up in OC. Lucinda Barnes, you know her?
"No."
Anyway, I went up to see her. I wanted to kind of feel around, maybe get an idea why they took the pass on this one. And lo and behold, we're sitting there talking, and this guy walks through the squad, and I think I recognize him, but I'm not sure from where. I ask who he is, and she tells me that's Carbone, and that's when I remembered. He's the guy on the tape. He had his suit jacket off and his sleeves rolled up. I even saw the tattoo. It's him.
"You tell all this to your friend?"
Hell no. I just acted natural and got the hell out of there. I tell you, Harry, I don't like this inside stuff. I don't know what to do.
"We'll figure something. Look, I'm going to go. I'll be there as soon as I can. What you might want to do in the meantime, Lieutenant, is try to use some juice with ballistics. Tell them we'll be coming in with a code 3 in the morning." Billets said she would do what she could on that. After making arrangements to fly back to L.A., Bosch barely had time to take a cab back to the Mirage and check out and still make it by Eleanor's apartment to say goodbye. But his knock on her door went unanswered. He didn't know what kind of car she had, so it was impossible for him to check the lot to make sure she was gone. He went back to his rental and sat inside and waited as long as he could, until he was at risk of missing his flight. He then scribbled a message on a page from his notebook saying he would call her, and went back to the door. He folded the page up tightly and stuck it in the crack of the door jamb so that it would fall and be noticed the next time she opened the door. He wanted to wait around longer and talk to her in person, but he couldn't. 20 minutes later, he was leaving the security office of the airport. The gun from Goshen's house was wrapped in an evidence bag and safely in his briefcase. 5 minutes later, he was aboard a jet headed for the City of Angels. 3. Billets had a weighted and worried look on her face when Bosch stepped into her office.
"Harry,
Lieutenant, I dropped the gun at ballistics. They're waiting on the bullets. Whoever it was you talked to over there, they snapped too.
Good.
Where is everybody?
They're both over at Archway. Kiz spent the morning at the IRS and then went over to help Jerry with the interview with Aliso's associates. I also borrowed a couple of people from Major Fraud to help with the books. They're tracing down these dummy corporations. They're going to go after the bank accounts. Search and seizure. When we freeze the money, then maybe some real live people will come out of the woodwork and claim it. My theory is that this Joey Marks was not the only one Aliso was washing money for. There's too much involved, if Kiz's numbers are right. Aliso was probably working for every mob combine west of Chicago.
Bosch nodded.
Oh, by the way, she continued, I told Jerry that you'd take the autopsy so he can stay at Archway. Then I want everybody back here at 6 to talk about what we have.
Okay. When's the autopsy?
3:30. That going to be a problem?
No. Can I ask you something? Why'd you call Major Fraud in instead of OCID?
For obvious reasons. I don't know what to do about Carbone and OCID. I don't know whether to bring in internal affairs, look the other way, or what.
Well, we can't look the other way. They have something we need. And if you call in IAD, then forget it. That'll freeze everything up down there, and that'll be that.
What do they have that we need?
It stands to reason that if Carbone was pulling a bug out of that office, then...
There's tapes. Jesus, I forgot about that.
They dropped into silence for a few moments. Bosch pulled a chair out across from her desk and finally sat down. Let me take a run at Carbone, see if I can figure out what they were doing and get the tapes, he said. We've got the leverage.
This may have something to do with the chief and Fitzgerald, you know.
Maybe. She was referring to the intra-departmental skirmish between Deputy Chief Leon Fitzgerald, commander of OCID for more than a decade, and the man who was supposed to be his boss, the chief of police. In the time Fitzgerald had run the OCID, he had taken on an aura akin to J. Edgar Hoover's at the FBI, a keeper of secrets who would use them to protect his position, his division, and his budget. It was believed by many that Fitzgerald had his minions investigate and keep tabs on more honest people, cops, and elected officials of the city than the mobsters his division was charged with rooting out. And it was no secret within the department that there was an ongoing power struggle between Fitzgerald and the police chief. The chief wanted to rein in OCID and its deputy chief, but Fitzgerald didn't want to be reined in. In fact, he wanted his domain to broaden. He wanted to be police chief. The struggle was largely at a name-calling standstill. The chief could not fire Fitzgerald outright because of civil service protections, and he could not get backing to simply gut and overhaul OCID from the police commission, mayor, or city council members because it was believed that Fitzgerald had thick files on all of them, including the chief. These elected and appointed officials did not know what was in those files, but they had to assume that the worst things they had ever done were duly recorded, and therefore they would not back the chief's move against Fitzgerald unless they and the chief were in a guaranteed no-lose position. Most of this was department legend or rumor, but Bosch knew even legend and rumor usually have some basis in reality. He was reluctant to step behind this curtain and possibly into this fight, as Billets clearly was, but offered to do so because he saw no alternative. He had to know what OCID had been doing and what it was that Carbone was trying to protect by breaking into the Archway office.
Okay,
Billets said after some long thought.
But be careful.
Where's the video from Archway? She pointed to the safe on the floor behind her desk. It was used to secure evidence.
It will be safe, she said.
It better be. It will probably be the only thing that keeps them off me. She nodded. She knew the score. The OCID offices were on the 3rd floor of Central Division in downtown. The division was located away from police headquarters at Parker Center because the work of the OCID involved many undercover operations, and it would not be wise to have so many undercovers going in and out of a place as public as the so-called Glass House, Parker Center. But it was that separation that helped foster the deepening gulf between Leon Fitzgerald and the police chief.
On the drive over from Hollywood, Bosch thought about a plan and knew just how he was going to play it by the time he got to the guard shack and flipped his ID to the rookie assigned parking lot duty. He read the name off the tag above the cop's breast pocket and drove into the lot and over toward the back doors of the station, then put the car in park and got out his phone. He called the OCID's main number, and a secretary answered. "Yeah, this is Trindle down in the parking lot," Bosch said. "Is Carbone there?"
Yes, he is. If you hold a...
"Just tell him to come down. Somebody busted into his car." Bosch hung up and waited. In 3 minutes, one of the doors at the rear of the station house opened, and a man hurried out. Bosch recognized him from the archway surveillance tape. Billets had been right on. Bosch put the car in drive and followed along behind the man. Eventually, he pulled up alongside him and lowered the window. "Carbone." "Yeah, what?" He kept walking, barely giving Bosch a glance. "Slow down. Your car's all right." Carbone stopped and now looked closely at Bosch. "What? What are you talking about?" "I made the call. I just wanted to get you out here." "Who the fuck are you?" "I'm Bosch. We talked the other night." "Oh, yeah, the Aliso caper." Then it dawned on him that Bosch could have just taken the elevator up to the 3rd floor if he had wanted to see him. "What is this, Bosch? What's going on?" "Why don't you get in? I want to take a little ride." "I don't know, man. I don't like the way you're doing this." "Get in, Carbone." "I think you better." Bosch said it in a tone and with an accompanying stare that invited no choice but compliance. Carbone, who was about 40 with a stocky build, hesitated a moment, then walked around the front of the car. He was wearing a nice, dark blue suit like most mob cops like to wear, and he filled the car with the smell of a brisk cologne. Right away, Bosch didn't like him. They drove out of the parking lot, and Bosch went north toward Broadway. There was a lot of traffic and pedestrians, and they moved slowly. Bosch said nothing, waiting for Carbone. "Okay, so what's so important you have to kidnap me away from the station?" he finally asked. Bosch drove another block without answering. He wanted Carbone to sweat a little. "You got problems, Carbone," he finally said. "I just thought I should tell you. You see, I want to be your friend, Carbone." Carbone looked at Bosch with caution. "I know I got problems," he said. "I'm paying 2 different women child support, my house still has cracks in the walls from the earthquake, and the union ain't going to get us a raise again this year. So fucking what? Those aren't problems, man. Those are inconveniences. I'm talking about real problems. About the break-in you did the other night over at Archway." Carbone was silent for a long moment, and Bosch wasn't sure, but he thought the man was holding his breath. "I don't know what you're talking about. Take me back." "No, Carbone. See, that's the wrong answer. I'm here to help you, not hurt you. I'm your friend. And that goes for your boss, Fitzgerald, too." "I still don't know what you're talking about." "Okay, then I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I called you Sunday night and asked you about my stiff named Aliso. You call me back and tell me not only is OCID taking a pass, but you never heard of the guy. But as soon as you hang up the phone, you get over to Archway, break into the guy's office, and pop the bug you people planted in his phone. That's what I'm talking about." Bosch looked over at him for the first time, and he saw the face of a man whose mind is racing to find a way out. Bosch knew he had him now. "Bullshit! That's what you're talking about." "Yeah, you dumb fuck. Next time you decide to do a little breaking and entering, look up. Check for cameras. Rodney King rule number 1. Don't get caught on tape." He waited a moment to let that sink in, and then put the final nails in the coffin. "You knocked the mug off the desk and broke it. You then dumped it outside, hoping nobody would notice anything. And one last thing about the rules. If you're going to do a B&E in short sleeves, then you ought to get yourself a Band-Aid or something and cover up that tattoo on your arm. Know what I mean? That's a slam-bang identifier when you get it on tape. And Carbone, you're on tape. Lots of tape." Carbone wiped a hand across his face. Bosch turned on 3rd, and they went into the tunnel that runs under Bunker Hill. In the darkness that shrouded the car, Carbone finally spoke.
Who knows about this?
For the moment, just me. But don't get any ideas. Anything happens to me and the tape will get known by a lot of people. But for the moment, I can probably contain it.
What do you want?
I want to know what was going on, and I want all the tapes you took off his phone. Impossible. Can't do it. I don't have those tapes. It wasn't even my file. I just did what Fitz told you to do. Yeah, I know. But I don't care about that. You go to Fitz or whoever's file it was and get it. I'll go with you if you want, or I'll wait out in the car, but we're going back now to get them. I can't do it. What Bosch knew he meant was that he couldn't get the tapes without going to Fitzgerald and telling him how he had so badly messed up the break-in. You're going to have to, Carbone. I don't give a shit about you. You lied to me and fucked with my case. You either get me the tapes and an explanation, or this is what I do. I dub off 3 copies of the surveillance tape. One goes to the chief's office in the glass house, one goes to Jim Newton at the Times, and the last goes over to Stan Chambers at Channel 5. Stan's a good man. He'll know what to do with it. Do you know he's the one who got the Rodney King tape first? Jesus, Bosch, you're killing me. You've got your choice. The autopsy was being conducted by a deputy coroner named Salazar. He had already started by the time Bosch got to the coroner's office at County USC Medical Center. They said their perfunctory hellos, and Bosch, garbed in the protective paper bodysuit and plastic mask, leaned back against one of the stainless counters and just watched. He wasn't expecting much from the autopsy. He really only came for the bullets, and his hope was that one of them would be usable for comparison purposes. It was well known that one reason hitters preferred to use .22s on the job was that the soft bullets often became so misshapen after bouncing around in the brain case that they were worthless for ballistic comparison. Salazar kept his long black hair in a ponytail that he then wrapped in a larger paper cap. Because he was in a wheelchair, he worked at an autopsy table that was lowered to accommodate him. This gave Bosch an unusually clear vantage point in viewing what was happening to the body. In years past, Bosch would maintain an ongoing banter with Salazar while the autopsy proceeded. But since his motorcycle accident, his 9-month medical leave, and his return in a wheelchair, Salazar was no longer a cheerful man and rarely engaged in small talk. Bosch watched as Salazar used a dulled scalpel to scrape a sample of the whitish material from the corners of Aliso's eyes. He placed the material in a paper bindle and put it in a petri dish. He placed the dish on a tray that held a small stand containing the test tubes filled with blood, urine, and other samples of body materials to be scanned and tested. "Think it was tears?" Bosch asked. "I don't think so. Too thick. He had something in his eyes or on his skin. We'll find out what." Bosch nodded, and Salazar proceeded to open the skull cap and examine the brain. "The bullets mushed this puppy," he said. After a few minutes, he used a pair of long tweezers to pick out 2 bullet fragments and drop them in a dish. Bosch stepped over and looked at them and frowned. At least one of the bullets had fragmented upon impact. The pieces probably were worthless for comparison purposes. Then Salazar pulled out a complete bullet and dropped it in the tray. "You might be able to work with this one," he said. Bosch took a look. The bullet had mushroomed on impact, but about half the shaft was still intact, and he could see the tiny scratches made when it was fired through the barrel of a gun. He felt a tiny twinge of encouragement. "This might work," he said. The autopsy wrapped up in about 10 more minutes. Overall, Aliso had gotten 50 minutes of Salazar's time. It was more than most. Bosch checked a clipboard that was on the counter and saw that it was the 11th autopsy of the day for Salazar. Salazar cleaned the bullets and put them in an evidence envelope. As he handed it to Bosch, he told the detective that he would be informed of the results of the analysis of the samples retrieved from the body as soon as it was completed. The only other thing that he thought was worth mentioning was that the bruise on Aliso's cheek was ante-mortem by 4 or 5 hours. This Bosch found to be very curious. He didn't know how it fit in. It would mean that someone roughed Aliso up while he was in Las Vegas, yet he was killed here in L.A. He thanked Salazar, calling him Sally, as many people did, and headed out. He was in the hallway before he remembered something and went back to the door of the autopsy suite. When he stuck his head in, he saw Salazar tying the sheet around the body, making sure the toe tag hung free and could be read. "Hey, Sally, the guy had hemorrhoids, right?" Salazar looked back at him with a quizzical look on his face. "Hemorrhoids? No, why do you ask?" "I found a tube of Preparation H in his car. In the glove box, it was half used." "Well, no hemorrhoids, not on this one." Bosch wanted to ask him if he was sure, but knew that would be insulting. He let it go for the moment and left. Details fueled any investigation. They were important and not to be misplaced or forgotten. As he headed toward the glass exit doors of the coroner's office, Bosch found himself bothered by the detail of the tube of Preparation H found in the glove box of the Silver Cloud. If Tony Aliso didn't suffer from hemorrhoids, then who did the tube belong to, and why was it in his car? He could dismiss it as probably being unimportant, but that wasn't his way. Everything had its place in an investigation, Bosch believed. Everything. His deep concentration on this problem caused Bosch to go through the glass doors and down the stairs to the parking lot before he saw Carbone standing there smoking a cigarette and waiting. When Bosch had dropped him off earlier, the OCID detective had begged for a couple of hours to get the tapes together. Bosch had agreed, but hadn't told him that he was heading to an autopsy. So he now assumed that Carbone had called the bureau in Hollywood and been told by Billets or someone else that he was at the coroner's office. Bosch wouldn't check this with Carbone because he didn't want to show any kind of concern that the OCID detective had so easily found him.
"Bosch."
"Yeah?"
"Somebody wants to talk."
"Who? When? I want the tapes, Carbone."
"Cool your jets for a couple minutes. Over here in the car."
He led Bosch to the second parking row where there was a car with its engine running and its dark-tinted windows all the way up.
"Hop in the back,"
Carbone said. Bosch nonchalantly walked to the door, still showing no concern. He opened it and ducked in. Leon Fitzgerald was sitting in the back. He was a tall man, more than 6.5 feet, and his knees were pressed hard against the back of the driver's seat. He wore a beautiful suit of blue silk and held the stub of a cigar between his fingers. He was almost 60, and his hair was a jet-black dye job. His eyes, behind steel-rimmed glasses, were pale gray. His skin was pasty white. He was a night man. "Chief?" Bosch said, nodding. He had never met Fitzgerald before, but had seen him often enough at cop funerals and on television news reports. He was the embodiment of the OCID. No one else from the secretive division ever went on camera. "Detective Bosch," Fitzgerald said, "I know of you, know of your exploits. Over the years you have been suggested to me more than once as a candidate for our unit. Why didn't you call?" Carbone had come around and gotten in the driver's seat. He started moving the car slowly through the lot. "Because, like I said, I know of you," Fitzgerald was saying. "And I know you would not leave homicide. Homicide is your calling. Am I correct?" "Pretty much." "Which brings us to the current homicide case you are pursuing. Dom." With one hand, Carbone passed a shoebox over the seat. Fitzgerald took it and put it on Bosch's lap. Bosch opened it and found it full of audio cassette tapes with dates written on tape stuck to the cases. "From Aliso's phone?" he asked. "Obviously." "How long were you on it?" "We'd only been listening for 9 days. It hadn't been productive, but the tapes are yours." "And what do you want in return, Chief?" "What do I want?" Fitzgerald looked out the window, down at the railroad switching yard in the valley below the parking lot. "What do I want?" he asked again. "I want the killer, of course, but I also want you to be careful. The department's been through a lot these past few years. No need to hang our dirty laundry in public once again."
You want me to bury Carbone's extracurricular activities? Neither Fitzgerald or Carbone said anything, but they didn't have to. Everybody in the car knew that Carbone did what he did on orders, probably orders from Fitzgerald himself. Then you've got to answer some questions. Of course. Why was there a bug on Tony Aliso's phone? Same reason there's a bug on anyone's phone. We heard things about the man and set about finding out if they were true. What did you hear? That he was dirty, that he was a scumbag, that he was a launderer for the mob in 3 states. We opened a file. We had just begun when he was killed. Then when I called, why did you pass on it? Fitzgerald took a long pull on his cigar, and the car filled with its smell. There's a complicated answer to that question, Detective. Suffice it to say that we thought it best if we remained uninvolved. The tap was illegal, wasn't it? It is extremely difficult under state law to gather the required information needed for a wiretap. The feds, they can get it done on a whim. We can't, and we don't want to work with the feds all the time. It still doesn't explain why you passed. You could have taken the case from us and then controlled it, buried it, done whatever you wanted with it. No one would have known about illegal wiretaps or anything else. Perhaps. Perhaps it was a wrong choice. Bosch realized that they had underestimated himself and his crew. Fitzgerald believed the break-in would go unnoticed, and therefore his unit's involvement would not be discovered. Bosch realized the tremendous leverage he held over Fitzgerald. Word about the illegal wiretap would be all the police chief would need to rid himself of Fitzgerald. "So what else do you have on Aliso?" he asked. "I want everything. If I hear at any point you held something back, then your little black bag job is going to get known. You know what I mean? It will get known." Fitzgerald turned from the window and looked at him. "I know exactly what you mean. But you are making a mistake if you are going to smugly sit there and believe you have all the high cards in this game." "Then put whatever cards you have on the table." "Detective, I am about to fully cooperate with you, but know this. If you seek to hurt me, or anyone in my division with the information you get here, I will hurt you more. For example, there's this matter of your keeping company last night with a convicted felon." He let that hang in the air with his cigar smoke. Bosch was stunned and angry, but managed to swallow down his urge to throttle Fitzgerald. "There is a department prohibition against any officer knowingly associating with criminals. I'm sure you know that, Detective, and understand the need for such a safeguard. If this were to become known about you, then your job could be in jeopardy. Then where would you and your mission be?" Bosch didn't answer. He looked straight ahead, over the seat and out the front window. Fitzgerald leaned over so that he was almost whispering in his ear. "This is what we know about you in just 1 hour," he said. "What if we spend a day, a week? And it's not just you, my friend. You can tell your lieutenant that there is a glass ceiling in the department for lesbians, especially if something like that should get out. Now, her girlfriend, she could go further, her being black, but the lieutenant, she'd have to get used to Hollywood, you ask me." He leaned back to his spot and returned his voice to normal modulation. "Do we have an understanding here, Detective Bosch?" Bosch turned and finally looked at him. "We have an understanding." After dropping the bullets retrieved from Tony Aliso's head at the ballistics lab in Boyle Heights, Bosch made it back to the Hollywood division just as the investigators were gathering in Billuts's office for the 6 o'clock meeting. Bosch was introduced to Russell and Kulkin, the 2 fraud investigators, and everybody sat down. Also sitting in was a deputy district attorney. Matthew Gregson was from Special Prosecutions, a unit that handled organized crime cases as well as the prosecution of police officers and other delicate matters. Bosch had never met him. Bosch gave his report first and concisely brought the others up to date on the occurrences in Las Vegas as well as the autopsy and his swing by the department's gun shop. He said he'd been promised that the ballistics comparison would be done by 10 the following morning, but Bosch made no mention of his meetings with Carbone and Fitzgerald, not because of the threat Fitzgerald had made, or so Bosch told himself, but because the information he had gleaned from those meetings was best not discussed with such a large group in general, and the prosecutor in particular. Apparently, feeling the same way, Billets asked him no questions in this regard. When Bosch was finished, Ryder went next. She said she talked to the IRS auditor assigned to the TNA Productions case and got very little information.
Basically, they have a whistleblowing program, she said. You blow the whistle on a tax scofflaw and you get a share of whatever taxes the IRS find it's been cheated out of. That's how this started. Only problem is, according to Hirschfield, he's the IRS guy, this tip came in anonymously. Whoever blew the whistle didn't want to share. He said they got a 3-page letter outlining Tony Aliso's money-washing scam. He would not show it to me because he claimed, anonymous or not, the guidelines of the program call for strict confidence, and the specific language of the letter could lead to identification of the author.
That's bullshit, Gregson said.
Probably, Ryder said, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Afterwards, give me the guy's name and I'll see what I can do.
Sure. Anyway, they got this letter, did some preliminary looking at TNA's corporate filings over the years, and decided the letter had merit. They sent the audit letter to Tony on August 1st, and were going to do him at the end of this month. That was it with him. Oh, the one thing he would tell me about the letter was that it was mailed from Las Vegas. It was on the postmark.
Bosch almost nodded involuntarily because that last bit of information fit with something Fitzgerald had told him.
Okay, now for Tony Aliso's associates. Jerry and I spent the better part of the day interviewing the core group of people he used when making this trash he called film. He basically raided the local film schools, low-rent acting schools, and strip bars for the so-called artistic talent for these shoots, but there were 5 men that he repeatedly worked with to get them off the ground. We took them all one by one, and it appears they were not privy to financing of the movies or the books Tony kept. We think they were in the dark. Jerry?
That's right, Edgar said. I personally think Tony picked these guys because they were stupid and didn't ask questions about that sort of stuff. He just sent them out, over to USC or UCLA to grab some kid who'd want to direct or write one of these things. They'd go over to the Star Strip on La Cienega and talk girls into taking the bimbo parts. On and on, you know how it goes. Our conclusion is that this little money-washing scam was Tony's, only he and his customers knew.
Which leads us to you guys,
Billets said, looking at Russell and Culkin.
You got anything to tell us yet?
Culkin said they were still waist-deep in the financial records, but they had so far traced money from TNA Productions to dummy corporations in California, Nevada, and Arizona. The money went into the corporation bank accounts and was then invested in other, seemingly legitimate corporations. He said when the trail is fully documented, they would be in a position of using the IRS and federal statutes to seize the money as the illegal funds of a racketeering enterprise. Unfortunately, Russell said, the documentation period was long and difficult. It would be another week before they could move.
Keep at it and take the time you need,
Billets said. Then she looked at Gregson.
So then, how are we doing? What should we be doing?
Gregson thought a moment.
I think we are doing fine. First thing tomorrow, I'll call Vegas and find out who's handling the extradition hearing. I'm thinking that I possibly should go out there to babysit that. I'm not that comfortable at the moment with all of us here and Goshen over there with them. If we are lucky enough to pull a match out of ballistics, I think you and I, Harry, should go over there and not leave until we have Goshen with us.
Bosch nodded his agreement.
After hearing all of these reports, I really have just one question, Gregson continued. Why isn't there someone from OCID sitting in this room right now?
Billets looked at Bosch and almost imperceptibly nodded. The question was being passed to him.
Initially, Bosch said,
OCID was informed of the murder and the victim's ID, and they passed. They said they didn't know Tony Aliso. As recently as 2 hours ago, I had a conversation with Leon Fitzgerald and told him what it looked like we had. He offered whatever expertise his people had, but felt we were too far along now to have fresh people come in. He wished us best of luck with it.
Gregson stared at him a long moment, and then nodded. The prosecutor was in his mid-40s with short-cropped hair already completely gray. Bosch had never worked with him, but he'd heard the name. Gregson had been around long enough to know there was more to what Bosch had said, but he had also been around long enough to let it go for the time being. Billets didn't give him a lot of time to make something out of it anyway.
Okay, so why don't we brainstorm a little bit before we call it a night, she said. What do we think happened to this man? We're gathering a lot of information, a lot of evidence, but do we know what happened to him?
She looked at the faces gathered in the room. Finally, Ryder spoke up.
My guess is that the IRS audit brought it all about, she said. He got the notice in the mail and he made a fatal mistake. He told this guy in Vegas, Joey Marks, that the government was going to look at his books and his cheap movies, and the scam was likely going to come out. Joey Marks responded the way you expect these guys to respond. He whacked him. He had his man Goshen follow Tony back home from Vegas so it would happen far away from him, and Goshen puts him in the trunk.
The others nodded their heads in agreement. This included Bosch. The information he'd received from Fitzgerald fit with this scenario as well.
It was a good plan, Edgar said. Only mistake was the fingerprints Artie Donovan got off the jacket. That was pure luck, and if we didn't have that, we probably wouldn't have any of this. That was the only mistake.
Maybe not, Bosch said. The prints on the jacket just hurried things along. But Metro in Vegas was already working a tip from an informant who overheard Lucky Goshen talking about hitting somebody and putting him in a trunk. It would have gotten back to us. Eventually.
Well, I'd rather be already on it than waiting for eventually, Billets said. Any alternative theories we should also be chasing? Are we clear on the wife, the angry screenwriter, his other associates? Nothing that sticks out, Ryder said. There definitely was no love lost between the victim and the wife, but she seems clean so far. I pulled the gatehouse log up there with a warrant, and her car never left Hidden Highlands on Friday night. She seems clean.
What about the letter to the IRS? Gregson asked. Who sent it? Obviously someone with pretty good knowledge of what this man was doing, but who would that be?
This could all be part of a power play within the Joey Marks group, Bosch said. Like I said before, something about the look on Goshen's face when he saw that gun and his claims later that it was a plant. I don't know. Maybe somebody tipped the IRS knowing it would get Tony whacked and that they could then possibly lay it off on Goshen. With Goshen gone, this person moves up.
You're saying Goshen didn't do it? Gregson asked, his eyebrows arched.
No, I think Goshen is probably good for it. But I don't think he was counting on that gun showing up behind the toilet. It doesn't make sense anyway to keep it around. So, say he whacks out Tony Aliso on orders from Joey Marks. He gives the gun to somebody in his crew to get rid of, only that person goes and plants it at the house. This is the same person who sent the letter to the IRS in the first place to get the whole thing going. Now we come along and wrap Goshen up in a bow. The guy who stashed the gun and sent the letter, he's in a position to move up.
Bosch looked at their faces as they tried to follow the logic.
Maybe Goshen isn't the intended target,
Ryder said. Everybody looked at her.
Maybe there's one more play. Maybe it's someone who wants Goshen and Joey Marks out of the way so he can move in.
How will they get Marks now? Edgar asked.
Through Goshen, she said.
If those ballistics come back a match, Bosch said, then you can stick a fork in Goshen because he'll be done. He'll be looking at the needle or life without possibility, or a reduced sentence if he gives us something. Joey Marks, Gregson and Edgar said at the same time.
So who is the letter writer? Billets asked.
Who knows? Bosch answered. I don't know enough about the organization over there. But there's a lawyer that was mentioned by the cops there, a guy who handles everything for Marks. He'd know about Aliso's scam. He could pull this off. There's probably a handful of people close to Mark's capable of doing it. They all were silent for a long moment, each one thinking the story through and seeing that it could work. It was a natural conclusion to the meeting, and Billets stood up to end it.
"Let's keep up the good work," she said. "Matthew, thanks for coming out. You'll be the first one I call when we get the ballistics in the morning."
Everyone else started standing up.
"Kiz and Jerry, flip a coin," Billets said. "One of you will have to go to Vegas to work the extradition escort with Harry. It's regulations. Oh, and Harry, could you wait a minute? There's something I need to discuss with you about another case."
After the others left, Billets told Bosch to close the door. He did so and then sat down in one of the chairs in front of her desk.
"So what happened?" she asked. "Did you really talk to Fitzgerald?"
Well, I guess it was more that he talked to me, but yeah, I met with him and Carbone.
"What's the deal?"
Basically, the deal is that they didn't know Tony Oliso from a hole in the ground until they, too, got a letter. Probably the same one that went to the IRS. I've got a copy of it. It has details. It was from somebody with knowledge, just like Kiz said. The letter OCID got also was postmarked in Las Vegas, and it was addressed specifically to Fitzgerald.
"So their response was to bug his office phone?"
Right. Illegal bug. They had just started. I have 9 days worth of tapes to listen to. When I call up and say Tony got whacked, they panicked. You know his situation with the chief. If it came out that, first of all, they illegally put the bug on Tony, and second of all, they might have somehow been the cause of his death because Joey Marks found out, then the chief would pretty much have all he'd need to move Fitzgerald out and reestablish controls on OCID.
"So Fitzgerald sends Carbone in to get the bug, and they play dumb about Tony."
"Right. Carbone didn't see the camera, or we wouldn't know any of this."
"That prick. When this is over, the first thing I'm going to do is give it all to the chief."
Bosch wasn't sure how to say it.
"What is it?"
"Fitzgerald could see that coming. I cut a deal with him."
"What?"
"I cut a deal. He gave me everything, the tapes, the letter, but their activities go no further than you and me. The chief never knows."
"Harry, how could you? You had no—"
"He's got something on me, Lieutenant. He's got something on you, too. And Kiz." A long silence followed, and Bosch watched the anger flush her cheeks.
"That arrogant bastard," she said.
Bosch told her what it was Fitzgerald had come up with. Since Bosch now was privy to her secret, he thought it was only fair that he tell her about Eleanor. Billets just nodded. She was clearly thinking more about her own secret and the consequences of Fitzgerald having knowledge of it.
"Do you think he actually put people on me? A tail?"
"Who knows? He's the kind of guy who sees opportunities and acts on them. He keeps information like money in a bank in case of a rainy day. This was a rainy day for him, and he pulled it out. I made the deal. Let's forget about it and move on with the case." She was silent a moment, and Bosch watched her for any sign of embarrassment. There was none. She looked directly at Bosch, her eyes searching him for any sign of judgment. There was none. She nodded.
"What else did they do after the letter came?"
"Not much. They put Oliso on a loose surveillance. I have the logs, but they weren't watching him Friday night. They knew he'd gone to Las Vegas, so they were planning to pick him up again on Monday if he was back. They were really just getting started when it all went down."
She nodded again. Her mind wasn't on the subject. Bosch stood up.
"I'll listen to the tapes tonight. There's about 7 hours, but Fitzgerald said it's mostly Oliso talking to his girlfriend in Vegas. Nothing much else. But I'll listen anyway. You need anything else, Lieutenant?"
"No. Let's talk in the morning. I want to know about the ballistics as soon as you know."
"You got it."
Bosch headed to the door, but she stopped him. "It's weird, isn't it, when sometimes you can't tell the good guys from the bad?"
He looked back at her. "Yeah, it's weird." The house still smelled of fresh paint when Bosch finally got home. He looked at the wall he had started to paint 4 days before, and it seemed long ago. He didn't know when he'd finish now. The house had been a ground-up rebuilding job after the earthquake. He'd only been back a few weeks after more than a year of living in a residence hotel near the station. The earthquake, too, seemed long ago. Things happened fast in this city.
Everything but the moment seemed like ancient history. He got out the number Felton had given him for Eleanor Wish and called it, but there was no answer. Not even a machine picked up. He hung up and wondered if she had gotten the note he left for her. His hope was that they would somehow be together after this case was over. But if it came to that, he realized, he wasn't sure how he'd deal with the department's prohibition against associating with a convicted felon. His thoughts about this spun into the question of how Fitzgerald had found out about her and the night they had spent together in her apartment. It seemed to him it was likely that Fitzgerald would maintain contacts with Metro, and he guessed that maybe Felton or Iverson had informed the deputy chief about Eleanor Wish. Bosch made 2 sandwiches of lunch meat from the refrigerator and then took them, 2 bottles of beer, and the box of tapes Fitzgerald had given him over to the chair next to his stereo. As he ate, he arranged the tapes in chronological order and then started playing them. There was a photocopy of a log and pen register with entries showing what time of day Aliso either received or made the calls and what number he had called. More than half the calls were between Aliso and Layla, either placed to the club, Bosch could tell because of the background music and noise, or a number he assumed was her apartment. She never identified herself on any of the calls, but on the occasions Tony called her at the clubs, he asked for her by her stage name, Layla. Other than that, he never used her name. Most of their conversations were about the minutiae of daily life. He called her most often at home in the mid-afternoon. In one call to her home, Layla was angry at Aliso for waking her up. He complained that it was already noon, and she reminded him that she worked until 4 at the club. Like a chastened boy, he apologized and offered to call back. He did, at 2. In addition to the conversations with Layla, there were calls to other women involving the timing of a scene that needed to be reshot for one of Tony's movies and various other film-related business calls. There were 2 calls placed by Aliso to his home, but both of his conversations with his wife were quick and to the point. One time he said he was coming home, and the other time he said he was going to be held up and wouldn't be home for dinner. When Bosch was done, it was after midnight, and he had counted only one of the conversations as being of even marginal interest. It was a call placed to the dressing room at the club on the Tuesday before Aliso was murdered. In the midst of their rather boring, innocuous conversation, Layla asked him when he was coming out next.
Coming out Thursday, baby. Why, you miss me already?
No, yeah, sure, I miss you and all, Tone, but Lucky was asking if you were coming, that's why I asked.
Layla had a soft little girl voice that seemed unpracticed or fake.
Well, tell him I'll be in Thursday night. You working then?
Yeah, I'm working.
Bosch turned off the stereo and thought about the one call that mattered. It meant Goshen knew, through Layla, that Aliso was coming out. It wasn't much, but it could probably be used by a prosecutor as part of an argument for premeditation. The problem was it was tainted evidence. In legal terms, it did not exist. He looked at his watch. It was late, but he decided to call. He took the number off the log where Layla's number had been recorded by a pen register, which reads the tones that sound when a number is punched into a phone. After 4 rings, it was answered by a woman with a slow voice laced with practiced sexual intent. Layla?
No, this is Pandora.
Bosch almost laughed, but he was too tired. Where's Layla?
She isn't here.
This is a friend of hers, Harry. She tried to call me the other night. You know where she is or where I could reach her?
No, she hasn't been around for a couple days. I don't know where she is. Is this about Tony?
Yeah.
Well, she's pretty upset. I guess if she wants to talk to you, she'll call you again. You in town?
Not right now. Where do you guys live?
I don't think I'm going to tell you that.
Pandora, is Layla scared of something?
Of course she is. Her old man gets killed. She thinks people might think she knows something, but she doesn't. She's just scared.
Bosch gave Pandora his home number and told her to have Layla call if she checked in. After he hung up, he looked at his watch and took out the little phone book he kept in his jacket. He called Billuts's number, and a man answered. Her husband. Bosch apologized for the late call, asked for the lieutenant, and wondered while he waited what the husband knew about his wife and Kismeen Ryder.
When Billets picked up, Bosch told her about his review of the tapes and how little value they were. The one call establishes Goshen's knowledge of Aliso's trip to Vegas, as well as his interest in it. But that's about it. I think it's kind of marginal, and we'll be okay without it. When we find Layla, we should be able to get the same information from her, legally.
Wow. That makes me feel better.
Bosch heard her exhale. Her unspoken worry had obviously been that if the tapes contained any vital information, they would have had to have been brought forward to prosecutors, thereby alienating Fitzgerald and ending her own career. "Sorry for the late call," Bosch said, "but I thought you might want to know as soon as I knew."
Thanks, Harry. I'll see you in the morning.
After he hung up, he tried Eleanor Wish's line once more, and again there was no answer. Now the slight worry he'd had in his chest bloomed into a full-fledged concern. He wished he was still in Vegas so he could go to her apartment to see if she was there and just not answering, or if it was something worse. Bosch got himself another beer from the refrigerator and went out to the back deck. The new deck was larger than its predecessor and offered a deeper view into the pass. It was dark and peaceful out. The usual hiss of the Hollywood freeway far below was easily tuned out. He watched the spotlights from Universal Studios cut across the starless sky and finished his beer, wondering where she was. On Wednesday morning, Bosch got to the station at 8 and typed out reports detailing his moves and investigation in Las Vegas. He made copies and put them in the lieutenant's mailbox, and then clipped the originals into the already inch-thick murder book that Edgar had started. He filed no report on his conversations with Carbone and Fitzgerald, or his review of the tapes OCID had made off of Aliso's office phone. His work was only interrupted by frequent walks to the watch office for coffee. He had completed these chores by 10 o'clock, but waited another 5 minutes before calling the department's gun shop. He knew from experience that he should not call before the time the report on the bullet comparisons was to be finished. He threw in the extra 5 minutes just to make sure. It was a long 5 minutes. As he called, Edgar and Ryder gravitated toward his spot at the homicide table so that they could immediately get the comparison results. It was a make-or-break point in the investigation, and they all knew it. Bosch asked for Lester Poole, the gun tech assigned the case. They had worked before. Poole was a gnomish man whose whole life revolved around guns, though as a civilian employee of the department he did not carry one himself. But there was no one more expert at the gun shop than he. He was a curious man in that he would not acknowledge anyone who called him Les. He insisted on being called Lester or even just Poole, never the diminutive of Lester. Once he confided to Bosch that this was because he feared that if he became known as Les Poole, it would only be a matter of time before some smart-ass cops started calling him Cesspool. It was his intention never to let that happen. "Lester, it's Harry," Bosch said when the tech picked up. "You're the man this morning. What have you got for me?"
I've got good and bad news for you, Harry.
"Give me the bad first."
Just finished with your case. Haven't written the report yet, but this is what I can tell you. The gun has been wiped clean of prints and is not traceable. Your doer used acid on the serial, and I couldn't bring it up with any of my magic tricks, so that's that.
Phew. And the good?
I can tell you that you've got yourself a match between the weapon and the bullets extracted from your victim. It's a definite match.
Bosch looked up at Edgar and Ryder and gave the thumbs-up sign. They exchanged a high five, and then Bosch watched as Ryder gave Lieutenant Billets the thumbs-up through the glass of her office. Bosch then saw Billets pick up her phone. Bosch presumed she was calling Gregson at the DA's office. Poole told Bosch that the report would be finished by noon and shipped through intra-departmental courier. Bosch thanked him and hung up. He stood up smiling and then walked with Edgar and Ryder into the lieutenant's office. Billets spent another minute on the phone, and Bosch could tell she was talking to Gregson, and then hung up.
"That's a very happy man there," she said.
"He should be," Edgar said.
"All right. So now what?" Billets asked.
"We go over there and drag that desert dirtbag's ass back here," Edgar said.
"Yes, that's what Gregson said. He's going to go over to babysit the hearing. It's tomorrow morning, right?"
"Supposed to be," Bosch said. I'm thinking of heading over there today. There are a couple of loose ends I want to square away, maybe take another shot at finding the girlfriend, and then I want to make the arrangements so we can get out of there with him as soon as the judge says go.
Fine,
Billett said.
Then to Edgar and Ryder, she asked, Did you two decide who is going with Harry?
Me, Edgar said. Kiz is more plugged in on the financial stuff. I'll go with Harry to get this sucker.
Okay, fine. Anything else? Bosch told them about the gun being untraceable, but this didn't seem to dent the euphoria engendered by the ballistics match. The case was looking more and more like a slam dunk. They left the office after a few more self-congratulatory statements, and Bosch went back to his phone. He dialed Felton's office at Metro. The captain picked up right away. Felton, it's Bosch in L.A.
Bosch, what's up?
Thought you might want to know, the gun checks out. It fired the bullets that killed Tony Aliso. Felton whistled into the phone.
Damn, that's nice and neat. Lucky ain't gonna feel so lucky when he hears about that.
Well, I'm coming out in a little while to tell him.
Good. When you gonna be here?
Haven't set it up yet. What about the extradition hearing? We still on for tomorrow morning?
Absolutely, as far as I know. I'll have somebody double-check to make sure. His lawyer might be trying to make waves, but that won't work. This added piece of evidence will help, too.
Bosch told him that Gregson would be coming out in the morning to aid the local prosecutor, if needed.
That's probably a wasted trip, but he's welcome just the same.
I'll tell him. Listen, if you've got a spare body, there's still one loose end bugging me.
What?
Tony's girlfriend. She was a dancer at Dolly's till she got fired by Lucky on Saturday. I still want to talk to her. She goes by the name Layla, that's all I have. That and her phone number. He gave Felton the number, and the captain said he'd have somebody check into it.
Anything else?
Yeah, one other thing. You know Deputy Chief Fitzgerald out here, don't you?
Sure do. We've worked cases together.
You talked to him lately?
No. No, not in... Well, it's been a while.
Bosch thought he was lying, but decided to let it go. He needed the man's cooperation for at least another 24 hours.
Why do you ask, Bosch?
No reason, just thought I'd ask. He's been advising us from this end, that's all.
Good to hear that. He's a very capable individual.
Capable? Yeah, that he is. Bosch hung up and then immediately set about making travel arrangements for himself and Edgar. He booked 2 rooms at the Mirage. They were above the department's maximum allowance for hotel rooms, but he was sure Billets would approve the vouchers. Besides, Layla had called him once at the Mirage. She might try again. Last, he reserved round-trip tickets for him and Edgar out of Burbank. On the Friday afternoon return, he reserved one more seat for Goshen. Their flight out left at 3:30 and got them into Las Vegas an hour later. He figured that would give them plenty of time to do what they had to do. Nash was in the gatehouse and came out to greet Bosch with a smile. Harry introduced Edgar.
Looks like you guys have got yourself a real whodunit, eh?
Looks that way, Bosch said. You got any theories?
Oh, not a one. I gave your girl the gate log. She tell you that?
She's not my girl, Nash. She's a detective. Pretty good one, too.
Oh, I know. I didn't mean nothing.
So, is Mrs. Aliso home today?
Let's take a look.
Nash slid the door of the gatehouse back open, then went inside and picked up a clipboard. He scanned it quickly and flipped back to the prior page. After scanning it, he put the clipboard down and came back out.
She should be there, he said. Hasn't been out in 2 days.
Bosch nodded his thanks.
I got to call her, you know, Nash said. Rules.
No problem. Nash raised the gate, and Bosch drove through. Veronica Aliso was waiting at the open door of her house when they got there. She was wearing tight gray leggings beneath a long, loose T-shirt with a copy of a Matisse painting on it. She had on a lot of makeup again. Bosch introduced Edgar, and she led them to the living room. They declined an offer for something to drink.
Well, then, what can I do for you men?
Bosch opened his notebook and tore out a page he had already written on. He handed her the page. That's the number of the coroner's office and the case number, he said. The autopsy was completed yesterday and the body can be released to you now. If you're already working with a funeral home, just Give that case number to them and they'll take care of it. She looked at the page for a long moment.
Thank you,
She finally said.
You came all the way up here to give me this?
No, we also have some news. We've arrested a man for your husband's murder. Her eyes widened.
Who? Did he say why he did this?
His name is Luke Goshen. He's from Las Vegas. Have you ever heard of him? Confusion spread across her face.
No. Who is he?
He's a mobster, Mrs. Aliso. And your husband knew him pretty well, I'm afraid. We're going to Las Vegas now to get him. If all goes well, we will be coming back with him tomorrow. Then the case will proceed through the courts. There'll be a preliminary hearing in municipal court, and then if Goshen is bound over for trial, as we assume he will be, there'll be a trial in Los Angeles Superior Court. It's likely you'll have to testify briefly during the trial. Testify for the prosecution. She nodded, her eyes far off.
Why did he do it?
We're not sure yet. We're working on that. We do know that your husband was involved in business dealings with this man's employer, a man named Joseph Marconi. Do you recall if your husband ever mentioned Goshen or Joseph Marconi?
No.
What about the names Lucky or Joey Marks? She shook her head in the negative.
What business dealings?
She asked. He was cleaning money for them, washing it through his film business. You sure you did not know anything about this?
Of course not. Do I need my lawyer? You know, he already told me not to talk to you people.
Bosch gave an easy smile and held his hands up. No, Mrs. Aliso, you don't need your lawyer. We're just trying to get to the facts of the case. If you knew something about your husband's business dealings, it might help us to build a case against this man Goshen and possibly his employer. You see, right now we've got this Goshen character pretty well tied up for this. We're not sweating that. We've got ballistics, fingerprints, hard evidence. But he wouldn't have done what he did if Joey Marks didn't tell him to. Joey Marks is who we'd really like to get. And the more information I have about your husband and his business, the better the chance we have of getting to Joey Marks. So if there is anything you can help us with, now is the time to tell us. He was silent and waited. She looked down at the now folded piece of paper in her hand. She finally nodded to herself and looked at him.
I know nothing about his business, she said. But there was a call last week. It came here on Wednesday night. He took it in the office and closed the door, but I went to the door and listened. I could hear his side of it.
What did he say?
He called the caller Lucky. I know that. He did a lot of listening, and then he said he'd be out there by the end of the week. He then said he'd see the caller at the club. And that was it.
Bosch nodded. Why didn't you tell us this before?
I didn't think it was important. You see, I thought he was talking to a woman. The name Lucky, I thought it was a woman's name.
Was that why you were listening through the door? She averted her eyes and nodded her head. Mrs. Aliso, have you ever hired a private investigator to follow your husband?
No. I thought about it, but I didn't.
But you suspected he was having an affair?
Affairs, detective. I not only suspected, I knew. A wife can tell.
Okay, Mrs. Aliso. Do you remember anything else about the telephone conversation? Anything else that was said?
No, just what I told you.
It might help us with the court case as far as questions of premeditation go if we could isolate this call. Are you sure it was Wednesday?
Yes, because he left the next day.
What time did the call come in?
It was late. We were watching the news on Channel 4, so it was after 11 and before 11:30. I don't think I can narrow it down any further.
Okay, Mrs. Aliso, that's good. Bosch looked over at Edgar and raised his eyebrows. Edgar just nodded. He was ready to go. They stood up and Veronica Aliso led them to the door. Oh, Bosch said before he got to the door. There was a question that came up about your husband. Do you know, did he have a regular doctor that he went to?
Yes, on occasion. Why?
Well, I wanted to check to see if he suffered from hemorrhoids. She looked like she was about to laugh.
Hemorrhoids? I don't think so. I think Tony would have complained loud and often if he did.
Really? Bosch was standing in the doorway now.
Yes, really. Besides, you just told me that the autopsy was completed. Wouldn't that doctor be able to tell you the answer to that question?
Bosch nodded. She had him there. I guess so, Mrs. Aliso. The only reason I asked is that we found a tube of Preparation H in his car. I was wondering why it was there if, he didn't need it. She smiled this time.
Oh, that's an old performer's trick.
A performer's trick?
Actresses, models, dancers, they use that stuff.
Bosch looked at her, waiting for more. She didn't say anything.
I don't get it, he said.
Why do they use it?
Under their eyes, Detective Bosch. Shrinks the swelling. Well, you put it under your eyes and the bags from all that hard living get shrunk too. Probably half the people who buy that stuff in this town use it under their eyes, not what it's supposed to be used for. My husband, he was a vain man. If he was going to Las Vegas to be with some young girl, I think he would have done this. It was just like him.
Bosch nodded. He thought of the unidentified substance under Tony Aliso's eyes. You learn something new every day, he thought. He would have to call Salazar. How do you think he would have known about that? He asked. She was about to answer, but hesitated. Then she just hiked her shoulders.
It's a not-so-secret Hollywood secret, she said. He could have learned it anywhere.
Including from you, Bosch thought, but didn't say. He just nodded and stepped through the door. Oh, one last thing, he said, before she closed it. This arrest is probably going to hit the media today or tomorrow. We'll try to contain it as much as possible. But in this town, nothing's ever sacred or secret for long. You should be prepared for that.
Thank you, Detective.
You might want to think about a small funeral, something inside. Tell the director not to give information out over the phone. Funerals always make good video. She nodded and closed the door. On the way out of Hidden Highlands, Bosch lit a cigarette, and Edgar didn't object. She's a cold piece of work, Edgar said. That she is, Bosch answered. What do you think of the phone call from Lucky? It's just one more piece. We got Lucky by the balls. As far as he's concerned, it's over. Bosch took Mulholland along the crest of the mountains until it wound down to the Hollywood freeway. They passed the fire road down which Tony Aliso had been found without comment. At the freeway, Bosch turned south so he could pick up the 10 in downtown and head west. Harry, what's up? Edgar asked. I thought we were leaving out of Burbank.
We're not flying, we're driving.
What are you talking about? I only reserved the flights in case somebody checked. When we get to Vegas, we let on that we flew in and that we're flying out right after the hearing with Goshen. Nobody has to know we're driving. You okay with that? Yeah, sure, fine, I get it. Precautions, setting a smoke screen in case somebody checks. I can dig it. You never know with the mobsters, do you? Or with the cops. 4. Averaging over 90 miles an hour, including a 15-minute stop at a McDonald's, they got to Las Vegas in 4 hours. They drove to McCarran International Airport, parked in the garage, and took their briefcases and overnighters out of the trunk. While Edgar waited outside, Bosch went into the terminal and rented a car at the Hertz counter. It was almost 4:30 by the